Introductions shortly. The bracket is up on Match Play. Sir Richie Knuckles is in the house. Yee-hoo! Ew! Everyone's pretty pumped. Let's get out of there. All right, I might try and get this room view around to the stage, and let's wait till. Sweet. Right, man. Right, let me get this camera set up so you can see you. Right.
So I'm here. Made the trip all the way from New York. Having a good time.
New York City.
My friend Paul Falcone got knocked out last quarter drop.
Yeah, brutal, hey?
Very depressing. I was hoping he would be part of it, but oh, absolutely. I'd be bloody on.
Do you need a mic?
True.
Do you want a mic?
We need a text.
Yeah, when we get up there, right? Yeah. Whenever you're ready, you tell me when.
I was gonna say we had a text here yesterday. It must have belonged to someone.
Is that a pen in your pocket?
As well. How was the flight down?
It was bloody awful.
Yeah.
Because I sat in the middle seat, so that was tough.
Who'd you fly with?
Air Canada.
Any good?
Yeah, it was alright. It's just the seats, they don't give you, no leg room.
Yeah.
And you get the middle seat. I always felt you get the middle seat, you should have both of the armrests. And the guy, they were, I don't know what you call them here, but the Jewish people that are
Rabbi.
Hasidic, Hasidim or whatever
I
it
don't
is.
know what the word is, but
I think it's in America we call it Hasidic. And there was one to my left and one to my right, and they're big fellas.
Yeah.
And they both had me like this.
Jeez.
And then finally, at some point, I just
You just landed.
and
Yeah.
just held my arms like that, like don't come near me.
I had a similar thing, not on a flight, thankfully. I was sitting watching some thing at PAX or whatever, and some guy sitting next to me, and he's like this. And I'm like, nah, that's not going to happen.
Want a drink, brother?
Yeah, sure.
What would you like?
Thank you. Can you make a double of that Hubba Bubba, whatever that was? They're so small, that's why I say give it double. Thank you. All right, so this,
Any way you want.
I believe that's black, so
okay.
that's not really going to be good.
Yeah, we had a silver one yesterday, which is...
I'll go right.
That's all right, I can hit you up later. And,
Yeah, but I'll just go with the black. I'll go right here.
yeah,
like
okay,
that.
yeah,
Is that okay?
that works. Beautiful.
I usually sign right here.
Yeah,
But
but...
you have a different one then.
See, mine's unique.
It's unique.
Thank you. And thank you
Great
for
game
putting this
too.
stuff on.
Great
Cheers.
game. I saw that game right at the end.
Yeah, I was doing really good on one life, and then, you lose that one life, and it falls apart.
Yeah, that's what happens to
Now
me
I saw
too.
you were above me, and I kept looking up on the screen. I'm like, he's got to get above Richie. And then someone later on in the night's high pissed off. Some guy came in, John I think it was, and got a bit above me. And my wife's going, go back and put it on. I'm like, all good. How's it going, man?
So, in my experiences, if anybody's watching back home, in my experiences coming here to Australia for my second time now, everybody here is so kind. Everybody here is just the bee's knees. It's fantastic. I just wish my daughter was with me. Faithy was supposed to make the trip this time, maybe next year. We're about to kick it off. Jimmy, the head honcho, if you will, ran over to get me a drink. He wants me at my best. I don't know if I'm up to playing any Donkey Kong today, but I will definitely give Andrew Barrow a free ride to the next round. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to try. I'm only teasing. I'm fantastic.
Not too hungover?
Oh no, not at all. I can drink. I must have had 20 drinks yesterday, and I wake up just the same as I was. For some reason, alcohol doesn't really affect me that much. Even though I was stupid at one point, I came over here and I was running my mouth, being silly for a little bit. So I'd say I had a half an hour of being silly. I came over here and I started teasing Barrow about his anti-Billy stance, but it was all in jest. We're all friends. We're all mates.
Yeah, all mates. Until after maybe a couple of these rounds, might test a few friendships.
I just said, I don't know if anyone's watching. I don't even know if there's one person watching. I don't know, but I was speaking to someone out there in the Intar world,
In the cloud.
out there in the cloud, and I had said I'll at least make it up to Barrow for teasing him yesterday by giving him a free pass to the next round.
No, Barrow's at risk of getting knocked out in the first round again, like last year.
Yeah, that's why I was happy that I paired up against him, because last year he
He bombed out.
choked,
Yeah.
bloody choked.
And John McNeil and Michael Kibbe in 7v10. That's going to be quite an interesting matchup.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. I think I'm in the first round, I believe. I'm not sure. I love the setup.
Yeah, so they did well with the stream. It looks really nice.
Yeah, they did an incredible job.
Just getting so many cabs built from scratch. I suppose you've done that. You've built.
Thank you.
Countless cabs.
Many in
from
my
scratch.
lifetime. When I was a kid, all but 21, 22, I attempted to build the Paperboy cabinet, and the Paperboy cabinet has a lot of bends and twists and little like ins and outs. Came out really nice, but it was definitely testing my skills.
So was that your first cabinet that you?
Oh no, that was like my 100th. But that was when I was in my 30s, probably. All right, the show. Everyone, the big show's about to begin. Yeah. What was it, Dave and Jared? Dave. Yeah, I know Dave and Adam. Adam's like the palmer, right? Yeah, he's fantastic.
Hello. Can anyone just take a quick walk over by to make sure everybody's here, or let's do a head count? Look around. Anybody missing? It's involved? Yeah, there's a few people outside smoking. You want somebody grab them so they don't miss out? That would be my call. Yeah. So raise your hand if you're part of the competition. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we're missing 3 people, is that correct?
Well, one just went out to get.
Okay, 14, so we're missing 2 people. Should I start without?
No. Let me do a quick run.
Alright, grab whoever's playing Crazy Taxi. Here we go. Nick? So I encounter this every year too at the American Commos. At the very beginning, the only people here are really the people who are participating. So one day, who knows, it may be at like 10 o'clock in the morning, the place will be packed.
Hey,
and
where's
we'll
the
all
stream
be,
with the comments? Or
Yeah,
that
that's
one?
what I'm trying to do.
Oh,
a
okay.
stadium of people. And that's what I hope we get to one day. But the people that matter are here, right? Yeah. Everybody give yourself a round of applause. We're all in this together. We will fight. So thanks to everyone here for getting me here and wanting me here, because it is my second time in Australia. I love it. You guys are great. Johnny Bond, Rockstar, and Alan Stahl. Alan Stahl from the very beginning has been there right beside me in this adventure in the arcade and the Netherworld. How amazing is this place that these guys, Ben and Jimmy, are giving you? How amazing. Freaking awesome. Love it. So I believe we have one bit of business first. There's two characters in this audience here that have been working painstakingly on building these cabinets and working on the games and getting them ready. And that would be Adam and Dave. Where are you, Adam and Dave? There's Adam and David. Please stop what you're doing. Get up here. Get up here. See, I have, and you guys will laugh when I say this, I have close to 30 Donkey Kong cabinets, like this one, in California. I live in New York, and in California I've got 30 of those, just like that, as beautiful as that. I have another 10 back home in New Jersey, New York, where I keep at my house. So we have so total maybe 45 Donkey Kongs like that. You know how hard it is to get these cabinets over here in Australia. You know, they're not like me. Every day I get a call from somebody, there's a Donkey Kong for sale. And I'm like, it's gonna stay for sale. But these guys have a different problem. They have to make them from scratch. They have to actually take and labor and everything. And these guys just put so much time into how long do you think it took you to do the work that you did to prepare for this comeback?
Well, like 100 hours out.
Over 100. How about you?
Yeah, man, 200.
200 hours. Come on, let's give it. If it was not for these two guys, you guys would be standing here playing with keyboards.
Hell yeah.
Look at that technician. I bloody want one. Oh man, I'm jealous. And a bottle of whiskey. Yeah! Let's give it up for this guy. Yeah, you two are definitely what keeps this going. So thank you so much, guys.
Thanks,
you. Love you
Richie.
guys. You guys rock.
Woo!
All right. All right, now get back to work on the control panel.
Hey, what is the policy here with swearing on mic? A few people are asking.
So,
You don't give a shit.
how are we
I
going to do this? I know we have 8 people that are going to start the action. Is that correct?
Yep, I hope so.
What are the 8s?
So we're going to start with the top 3 matches, the top 4 matches at the top. Ethan v Sky, Alan v Tagstar, Johnny Bond v Greg, Shane versus CJ.
All right, so you hear it. Ethan, Kai, Alan, and Sean. How great would that have been if it was Alan against Kai?
Star Wars.
Who messed that up?
CJ.
You messed it up? I say we wedgie the bastard. That would have been for the. That would have been one for the record books. Star Wars.
That's what it was on the chat yesterday. Everyone was referring to as Star Wars, and it was like, what were they saying?
Oh, that would have been great.
He's your father.
Yes! Shit, all this funniness I miss out on. I had this very funny thing I was going to do, but I was spoken to. They said, "Do not do this." People
It's
wanted
Alan's fault for
the,
not being number
you know those stickers?
Too true.
Billy Hit Ups is not me. You know, I have them in my bag. A few people wanted them, and it's me against Barrow. So
Yeah, if you've got any more Star Wars quotes, throw them up. We were really hoping that was going to be the case.
Not name stick on the back. And And then afterwards, I thought about it. I said, so many people will hate me for that, so I'm not going to do that. I will grant you a free pass to the next round because I suck. But we'll see. But I love you. You know, it would have been funny, right? and then the hatred would have poured upon me again, and then I would have bitched out on Facebook. It's
we should watch? We can only watch one match. We have to pick one out.
Okay, Jimmy. So what should we do? Get everybody together?
Yeah, well, we want to do a group photo. Just remember there's heaps of merch left. There's Kong-Off cards here, just help yourself. Still heaps of marquees, posters, t-shirts. Yeah.
Now let's get everyone lined up down here.
Everyone, top six,
Okay.
get in for a photo.
Let's
please.
get a photo.
Let's get everyone in there. Yes, absolutely everyone.
Look at Ethan Daniels. Everybody's in black, and Ethan decided he's going to wear baby blue. He's like, I want to stand out.
No, I got the shorts on sale at Dick's.
You look.
Of course, we're going to see. We're definitely going to see Ethan Daniels again, and we're going to see Almond again. What about the Andrew Barrow and Johnny Bond? It's one of them. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we're going to do Johnny Bond and Greg.
Everybody nice and close. Jimmy, Phil, get in there. Alright, you guys get in there? Bloody hell. Alright, get in there, come on.
Steven, you prick, get in.
Come on, folks, pop in. Get close. Absolutely everybody.
Absolutely.
Alright, hold on, let me just test this. Look, you're in the photo anyway. You're gonna come on, pop in there. Get in there. Come on, well. Alright, 1, 2, 3, one barrel! One barrel! Down stall. That's a gorgeous photo. That's all you need to do. Alright, congratulations.
Alright, guys. As per the format, the higher seed gets to choose the cap. So, Ethan, you are first. Thank you very much.
I'll take the same one.
Alan, you are next. Thank you. Johnny Bond, you are next. The cab dog. Thank you. That saves me. We're going to watch Johnny Bond's match, Johnny Greg's match. First round. Or? No, that's next round. So we're doing the top 4.
Oh, so I see what you're saying. No pressure.
Okay. So, Shane. No, just wait. Shane? What cap do you want? What do we do this next? No, that's the nominated. It makes more sense to go side by side, right? It's more beautiful. So, I see choosers, you get the opposite side. Next one. So, that means I'm going to watch you two. First one, you get that camera. Over there, we'll run it behind you down this wall. So just lift that over. Kind of go up behind.
What's this? Oh, it's another conflict.
What is the symbol with the battery? Where? That means Twitch. Twitch Turbo. It's like some subscription fee where they get special emotes and stuff like that, and they don't watch ads. It's like subscribing to Twitch instead of subscribing to a channel. That makes sense. West is yeah. I'm so blind. Without my glasses. I mean, up close and fine. But that's the way that's.
Hey, just one thing, guys. When I get some of you on commentary today, if you come over and stand here and talk, come and sit down, don't talk across, because otherwise the person turns around and gets you. So the conversation starts here, so it kills it over here, do you know what I mean? So if you want to jump in, just rather squeeze in rather than ask, you know what I mean, across that way. Hey, Estelle, can you just favour? Can you just, under this table there's a stool? What do you want with the stool? We're just going to move it across this side. Yeah. Thanks. There was no leg room yesterday. Hey Estelle, you're not playing first round, are you? You're not playing.
He's in the second set of match. I'm the second set.
Do you want to come and sit on here on the first bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're ready. Just whenever you're ready, I can talk. No, you got plenty of time. Yeah. Okay. Morning, everyone. Looking forward to today. Well, I certainly am. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and there'll be a few mix-ups, I'm sure. If someone could just let me know that they can hear me fine, that'd be great. I think there will. Yeah. Oh, cheers. So you can hear me. All good. Morning. Hey guys. I reckon there'll be a few people chugging beer, especially some people are knocked out early. Oh, fantastic. Thanks, Kingbag. Oh. Always wonder why you guys just don't go by name. It's always hard to tell who I'm talking to. But anyway, so we're going to be looking at the first game up. We're going to be watching Johnny Bond versus Greg Pell. That's the one that the match we'll watch. There's other players, of course, we're going to miss out on, but I feel that I suppose Johnny Bond all the way from Denmark. I think it'd be fair to say it'd be good to see how he goes. He's the only representative from continental Europe, although Sean Tagg is from the UK. Good. Good audio. Yeah. Well, I think we'll have better audio today. There's I think they've removed some of the cameras because we're not tracking as many cabinets. I think it'll be a bit clearer. Unfortunately, Jeff Harris called in. He can't make the commentary today. Something's come up, so it would have been good to have him on. Still, we might get George Riley on later on in the day. Hopefully, we don't have a lag like we did yesterday with Paul Haditsky. It'd be good to have his commentary at the end there, which would be good fun.
I think completely had yesterday was we were too far away from the mic.
Yeah, we had a bit of lag. But that's what I'm saying. Sorry guys, if someone sits here and they start talking across there, it really interrupts. If someone stands there and starts talking to this person,
we need
so I'm going to cut them out and say, look, just unless it's a quick question, yeah. Barrow with a few questions, the super champ. Some real talent in this pool of players, like Andrew Barrow in there, and hopefully we'll get Rob McCauley on later for a chat. He's in town, which would be great. Another top player. Really Andrew Barrow and people like McCauley, there aren't many gamers like that anymore who have just racked up so many top scores on so many titles. Can someone explain the setup for the direct? It's pretty. Regarding the direct feed, it was pretty technical. I'm not the person to talk about, but I think the conversation would be pretty long, and the real person you have to talk to would be, I guess, I think maybe Dave James, and I think I'm going to get him on later. He built the cabinets, did all that work. I think he's going to have a bit of a chat. Here comes the big guy himself. So anyone want to any good wishes? Sir. Yeah, good on you, Alan. Yeah, good. Had you sleep all right?
Yeah, good mate. Yeah,
nice one. Oh, excellent. So he's nice and relaxed. Is it one game at a time or one time? It's multiples at a time. We're playing. It'll be the top three will be running off first. And I think isn't that right? The top three. So 1, 2, and 3 up there. We're going to see Ethan Daniels, Alan Stall, and Johnny Bond. Those guys will be playing their opponents for the first round. and I think it'll gradually narrow down to smaller numbers. The final will just be 2 people, of course. So we can't cover all the games. It's just too much mucking around. We're going to try and pick ones to give, as best we can, that are going to show certain levels of competition and highlight the diversity of I guess the how far-reaching this Kong Off has. We've been between New Zealand and the US and, like saying, Europe and of course UK and Australia, of course. But so Al, how you feeling?
Good, mate. Yeah, it's good as yesterday. I just put up a quick score of 104k at the stop because Richie was talking. But
yeah, feeling relaxed.
Yeah, feeling good.
Can everyone hear Alan okay? Just while I've got him here, just say something, Alan. Give us the alphabet, Al.
Yeah, testies, 1, 2, Brian Allen, JCB, testes.
Testes. Oh, good, that's good. Because I want to make sure everything's clear today, and I want to try and keep a few people away from the mic. Fantastic. So a bit of a upset for a lot of people that you won't be versing Kai, your boy there. Like, I know it's good for you that you don't have to play each other, but would have been exciting for would have been the new beginning of another thing, the Stall Wars. But I think we might see a Stall Wars in the near future. What do you think, Alan?
Yeah, mate. Oh, most definitely.
Yeah, I think maybe even a home league. Like, just if I think we should organise. You get on and play a game, and then we see young Kai play. Maybe a Stall Wars. You could organise that yourself at home. It'd be good fun.
Star Wars.
I keep calling it Star Wars. Yeah, sorry, Star Wars. Testes. So what are your predictions for the day? I mean, I know that's pretty harsh to go in the contest, but just some of the who are you putting yourself out? Who are your favourites? Who do you think that you will see through the end?
If Kai doesn't beat him, Ethan Daniels.
Just give Alan the belt already.
Yeah, mate. I planned it. I've had a dream I was going to win it.
I think we might get the belt down in the back of the view here. Might be good for the day to have it behind us. I might see if Jimmy might pass it down so we can see what people are playing for, which would be good. Get a good look at that belt. So you reckon Ethan Daniels?
Yeah, possibly, but it can take anybody here today.
Well, not me, not anybody.
Yeah, the bracket system's ruthless. If you're not careful, mate, you can lose 2 live, 3, 1 live. Yeah, anyone can win, mate.
Yeah. Oh, look, I think, and also today, I think because yesterday's bracketing, people got on and put good scores up. Like we saw people like Barrow and Estelle, of course, they put up just under 500,000, but they only played their one game really and stepped aside. So I think today we're going to see a lot more, real going for it sort of playing. Won't be as relaxed, a bit more nerves. I think makes people a bit more, they'll be pushing a bit harder, and I think it'll give us a chance to really sort of look at their gameplay more directly. So I'm really looking forward to giving some commentary on some of the plays that I'm going to see. Yeah. And I have to say, Al, like prior to this, I was never a big fan of Donkey Kong, and I don't think it's a game I could ever turn my attention to. I think it infuriates me like it does you. But I think the research I did prior to this, talking to many top players, like Robbie Lakeman, Hank Chan, yourself, like a whole bunch, Ethan Daniels, Andrew Barrow, and then out further to people like Jeff Harris, like various people, Ken House, like a lot of people who know insides and outs of this game in different manners, and I think I have to sort of change my opinion on whether this is a good spectator's game, but I think it really does require a lot of prior knowledge of how the game works, and once you know that, I think it's actually really entertaining game to watch, once you understand how it's being played. So I really want to try, and I'll be reiterating certain points through the day just to make sure that people sort of know what they're looking for, just so people don't think what's going on, and I might become a little bit repetitive like that, but I think it's really crucial to know those points,
Yeah.
Hey Ethan, do you want to jump up here for a second? Yeah. Just wait. Yeah, just slide. No, slide over, Al. There's plenty of room. Ethan Daniels going to jump in before he's going. Yeah.
Spread them.
I'm good.
I see Ethan Daniel just trying to stand out from the crowd here. What a pain in the ass. He's got a blue shirt on. I don't know if who are you trying to be? Everyone's wearing black.
It's a Kong Club shirt.
Yeah, that's great.
Supporting my mates back east, and then I found a pair of shorts that match.
There's been a nickname going around, Peter Parker. Have you heard of it?
Yeah, listen to this fucking guy.
It's quite good, though.
He thinks I look like Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you do. Peter Parker, yeah. I think Peter Parker or Peter Pan. You've got that young boy look. That's a good thing, young, handsome man.
I know. Well, when you're young, it's not a good thing because none of the women like the young-looking guy. But when you're older, then all of a sudden you don't look as old as that. So it's like you got to wait half of your life to cash in on that.
Yeah, you'll eventually age into a handsome silver fox like myself. Don't worry.
Just so you know me.
Exactly. Yeah, I know a guy called Alan Stall. Style. Sorry. That's
it'll be like that picture.
That's a pickup line.
Just like your picture.
And how are you feeling, Ethan? You'd be pretty relaxed. well, you're no stranger to this. You've played a few Kong-offs. You know, you've done enough games, and
I've done it a few times.
Okay, sorry, what I'm here. My one is on a different screen. It's supposed to be that one.
we're not going to be watching you this first round.
Okay, I knew that.
I did, Wes, but I've never really been on a really long vacation before, so I didn't know that that's what it was. But yesterday after my round, I felt like going to bed. Like I was good for the morning, and then I immediately wanted to sleep. But I feel better now. Yes, if I had jet lag.
Yeah. Can everyone hear Ethan all right, just where he's talking now? Just give us a rundown of Peter Pan or something. Just no, just seriously. Just say if you say the alphabet or something, just so.
A B C D E F G.
Yeah.
Testes 1 2 3.
It's a little limerick you've written. Yeah, can we all hear Ethan? I can see
Santa's gonna come down the chimney soon.
Chimney.
Chimney.
Yeah, good. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Clarkie. Yeah, great, fantastic.
Love it.
Yeah, so what do you reckon today, overall? I think we're going to see a few upsets,
matches.
I think.
Yeah, definitely some upsets.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's like a nice compression zone where there's a lot of scores in the 200 to 400 range, and any of those people will be capable of beating or not beating any of them.
Yeah.
But obviously, expect a lot from Shane, expect a lot from Barra, expect a lot from Estel.
I think looking at the gameplay yesterday, like especially the people who were in the lower bracket, they put a lot in. You know, they played quite a few games and they were hitting their average pretty solid. Like those who were sitting at 250 were regularly coming back to 250.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see pretty competitive play even in these first rounds.
And a lot of those guys, like this isn't a great way to do the math, but I was like trying to figure it out percentile based. Like I'd ask them, what was your high score? And a lot of these guys, their best ever was like 350, 400, and they were getting 80th and 90th percentile scores. That's really good. That's really good play for whatever their particular skill set is.
Yeah. No,
so we'll see, man.
Yeah, I'm really looking. And I think in Matt Tecchio, who's come through, he came up from Melbourne, Matt Tecchio, and he's got a personal best of 550 around there. And he put a score up yesterday around 450, but he's only been playing for about 6 months, so he's new to it. And I think he's someone to really watch. I think he's in the.
And who was it that only had a PB of 170 and got like 330 yesterday?
Yeah, who was that? I can't.
He nearly doubled his PB.
Yeah,
that's amazing. In a live competition to get a PB. I don't know how many people have done that before. I know it happened at the Kong-off last year. There was a guy who had like a 900 kill screen and got like a 906 to make the bracket.
Yeah. But I think someone like Matt Tecchio has turned his attention to it. He's come up from Melbourne. He now is looking for a cabinet, and his family's supportive, his wife and child. Yeah, so that's a big bonus.
Oh, that's awesome.
And he's he's a new face, so he's got the urge there. It's exciting for him. It's very fresh.
The fresh drive.
So I'm not trying to talk it up, but I think we'll aim a little bit. But I'm not saying he's a new talent. But it's good to see these new players coming. Also, Kai as well. He's been around it. And he's got. But he's going to get a lot of good instruction as long as he doesn't pick up some of.
This is his first Kong-off.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't pick up some of his dad's habits of smashing machines and stuff.
I was good at point pressing, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was watching him yesterday. Yeah,
he is, man.
Yeah, so I'm pretty pumped about today. I'm really quite excited about being here and doing the commentary.
I keep saying, I could care less about the. I had more fun watching last night than I did playing all day. Like it's so enjoyable to be able to watch the suspense and the games and the upsets and fireball came down.
Well, that was exactly so. Like for me, my involvement in games, people know I came in and left for a long time, but it was really I was more attracted to the community and the gameplay and especially the history of gaming and got
it sucked me in.
Yeah, and also and the deeper sort of culture and behaviour, like talk to people like Robert Murchik and that, like some of the things, and people back then like Dwayne Richard, there's some really great sort of
all the history, all the original Pac-Man history and all that stuff. All those guys, even whether or not they have a clean record or not, like Leo and Billy, all of the classic 80s gamers. It was an amazing thing.
And I think and using this as a platform for me, regardless of the controversy around all that is the most dull part of this for me. I don't find it interesting at all. Like you'll notice in my articles, I'm not interested in trying to stir up anything like that. I'm not interested in. I think largely it's gossip. A lot of it's old school. A lot of it's old school politics. Like something happened and now they've got a grudge about it. And I think it's one of the most fractured parts of this community that people aren't able to sort of put those things behind them and just get on with it.
I think that's very common in any endeavor that's passion driven. You know what I mean? This is a very passion driven hobby, and it's just like human emotion comes in and it starts running rampant.
My son coming in, right?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
What's that?
My son coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm certainly going to get Kai on later. So
is he?
Yeah, I'm getting him on later. Yeah. Sorry, Ethan. Yeah, sorry, Alan just wanted to step out for a second. But yeah.
You love it, Jacob. The Con Club shirt, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know. Where can they get those from? They look great.
So there's a group on Facebook called the Con Club, and it's like 600-700 strong people, and
Oh, so it's not a 1 million point club. You can get in.
anybody can get it. And that's the beauty, is that a lot of these people are just enthusiasts. Like they're not worried about excellence or pursuit of excellence or increasing. They just like the machines. They want to have them. Every month they put out a new T-shirt. They're all good. They're good people. A lot of people stream live. There's monthly challenges. Like they'll make up there's one thing called the Triathicon, where you have to play 3 games in a row, one of Donkey Kong, one of Donkey Kong Jr., one of Donkey Kong 3, and you add up the scores for all 3 of those games. And then at the end of the month, there's a prize for whoever wins it. And they do different stuff every month. It's very community driven. It brings a lot of people together. It's very positive. There's explicit no negativity clause in the community. Like anything that delete, remove, it's just positive. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's because with the
Position, let's go.
oh look,
Uh-oh.
Good stuff, buddy. Fun. Yeah, Con Club guys on Facebook.
All right,
Setting us up well. Look at
everyone. First 8. Let's get seated.
that. Hey Jimmy, just a quick idea.
Be seated.
A chance of maybe getting that belt behind us while we're sitting
Oh
here.
yeah, that's a great idea.
I thought of it yesterday, but I thought today'd be better to have it up. Yeah.
Is everybody? Let's see who's missing.
Brian Allen.
Brian who? I'm kidding. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 1. All right, everybody's here. Okay, you have your. I would say quarters, but I believe the dollars.
Dollars.
Capitalism.
How do you think they afford these nice whiskey?
You got to pick these beautiful barrels. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Hit that button, baby. And we're off.
If you can grab that belt, that'd be cool.
Thank you, everyone.
I don't know where you can hang it. All right, here we go, guys. Johnny Bond on the right, as you can see, and Greg Pell on the left. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's yesterday I saw a start game where someone lost their jump man just running on that first girder, so hopefully that won't happen today. All right, so I imagine everyone's just going to run these as typical strategy, and as I understand, is just try and get to level 5 without point pressing in these sort of competitions. Looked like Greg Pell had a few messy looking barrels there, but I imagine these guys know how to get out of those problems pretty quick. And I'll try and keep notice of the comments coming in, so if you've got any questions, yeah, jump in. Richie's going to join me. Morning, Richie.
Morning, Phil.
So yeah, you're just looking at this first level here. I imagine now, Richie, if this was you playing, the idea would be just try and get to the top and up to the next level. Don't muck around too much.
No, definitely the opposite. I'd be on the bottom, just taunting the fireball.
Oh, really? You'd be up there. You'd be point pressing first level.
First level, I want a good 12K on the first level.
Oh, okay.
I just quit. No, I'm just kidding. I agree with you.
Oh, okay. Ooh. I always find that a bit spooky climbing up that ladder when they've got to jump like that. It looks so easy, and I guess it is once you get up there and you're good at it, but it's just getting that timing right, familiarity.
When I was a kid, I felt that once you got up to level 5, it was so hard. And now once you get better at Donkey Kong, level 3 and level 4 are the ones that are hard.
Oh, really?
They're a pain in the ass because it's a different flow.
Yeah. Yeah, well, everyone says that, level 3 and 4 have got the wild barrels are just a bit too much. And I think, I wonder if that makes a difference in these sort of competitions. You start to think about that a bit too much, I guess. I know I would. I don't think that I'd ever make a strong competitive player in a video game. I think live play like that, it's just not in me, I don't think. I'm not that person. Yeah. So I think, I didn't watch, though, we were just talking about too much, but we can see the star pattern in work here, the star strategy. Which I did try the weave, and it seems like the star is much more comfortable than the weave.
Yes, I like the star pattern.
Yeah, it seems to be the favourite. I know Alan Stahl was saying he was yesterday used the star a bit more than the weave, he said. It's just a sound of barrel jumping behind us. I don't know if the audience can hear that, but it's just... No, Hugdy, I don't... or Hug, whatever. No, I don't play Donkey Kong. No, in Australia it was not very popular at all. We got the bootleg mostly, Crazy Kong. I don't know where you are from, Hug, but... Believe in the Web, yeah, but it just wasn't popular, and shoot 'em ups, shmups, or as a lot of people call them, are much more popular in Australia. Donkey Kong was popular on the old LCD Game & Watch, the flip top one. That was popular like that. But it didn't really pick up. And it was only really the Kong off, the King of Kong film, that really sort of pushed the popularity. And then, of course, the Kong offs to bring in competitive players. But I think it's even indicative of the scores where we still don't have a 1 million point player in Australia. We've got a couple of very close. Shane Saul and of course Alan Stahl are the closest to 1 million points. But I think there's just, like we've got top players in Space Invaders, of course Richie knows, with John Tannehill and Wonder Boy and Nibbler and things like that. But yeah, just Donkey Kong hasn't, but it's drawing that attention now. So I'm Dirk. Am I Duck? Is it Duck? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Hi, Duck. Yeah, so I'm not a Donkey Kong player, but I have to honestly say I've got a much stronger appreciation for the game now and find it quite entertaining to watch.
Is that Jacob that gave me a shout out? I love you, Jacob. I think it's you.
I'm just going to, I think as I'm going through, I'll probably turn my attention a bit more to the barrel boards. So Greg's made his way to the top. And Johnny there on the right. I always find this much more entertaining now. They've got a bit more of a knowledge about the number 2 and 4 barrels, the way they can freeze, the way that...
You mean fireballs?
Yeah, sorry, the fireballs, or the firefoxes, as some people call them. The way that I've learnt that as they come up a ladder, we can see one there's frozen on the third girder, but the way that I've learnt that when they come to the top of the ladder or the bottom, they always go left and then maybe go right, but sometimes that left could be just as little as 1 pixel. And this sort of knowledge, to know about for players like Richie and and other higher scorers, these little things that they're looking for is quite intriguing. This is probably, there's not much to say here, as we can see in the girder. He's just going to keep hitting those points. Oh no, he's still got a rivet down the bottom to get, but as you can see, he's managed to cut off.
He'll just wait until that fireball comes up and climbs the ladder below him, and then go down and get the bottom one.
Yeah, he's got it.
But he's given up already.
Yeah.
He gave up quite a few points right there.
Yeah, why was that? Just probably just to move
he
on.
He just maybe tired, didn't feel like messing around, wanted to get going with his game. Early in the morning. No one had any practice, I believe, other than Alan. Alan was the only one here early playing, which was smart because your first game you're always not on. You need a warm-up game usually. For me, anyway.
Yeah.
I know most players also usually need a warm-up game.
Yeah. The other thing about these guys, and I'm sure no one will mind me saying this, but I always find that about Johnny Bond, the way he just
I saw
the way he
that
jumped
coming.
those 2 barrels. Yeah.
I saw that one coming. That was bad.
Yeah, he got out of a real tight fix there and then lost it on that wild barrel. But yeah, no, the amount of drinking that's going on before these, each night before these games, then people have to turn up. Like I know Johnny didn't go to bed till well after midnight, and to come in and have to play again, I certainly wouldn't be drinking that much before having to come up and play again in the morning. But anyway, yeah, it's an uncomfortable position watching this because I'm not really going for anyone. So I'm not sure who I should be rooting for. I'm just sort of watching.
Ethan Daniels, because Ethan is so generous. He gives away a lot of his money. He is a player that in the U.S. is sort of an underdog, but is ranked, in the top 10.
Yep.
Got to the finals in the last Kong off, but is just a little bit behind guys like Robbie Lakeman.
Yeah. Well, not to be unfair to Ethan, but that little bit behind's quite a gap, really, isn't it? When you get those higher points, that's
but right here is where Ethan Daniels should shine.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Ethan will perform very well. I mean, from the knowledge I've managed to acquire from talking to you guys, it's without a doubt he'll perform very well. Today I'm sure of it. But there's so many people you could think, wouldn't it be great to see this happen or that happen, and
I'm rooting for Ethan.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not saying I'm not either. I'm sure I'll be happy with any result.
Johnny Bond as well.
We just saw the Weeby freebie there. Yeah, it looks like. We can see Greg here on the left is not having he hasn't been given a free pass. He's got to juggle through these pies. And
personality-wise and people that I care for, I'd say Alan Stahl, Ethan, or Johnny Bond would be my favorites. And
Oh, you can't say that, Richie.
Also
You're like the
Sh-
father of. You can't have
also-
a favourite amongst your
also
amongst your
Sean.
family.
Sean Tagg, I'd love to see him win.
Oh, look, there's a lot of great guys here, you know. I'd say everyone here is you know,
Yes,
everyone gets
everyone
along.
here, but
everyone.
they're my favorites. I'm sorry.
You can't have favourites. Come
Can't
on.
have favorites. My mom
Yeah, but
tells
you-
my brother that I'm her favorite.
No, she only says that to make you feel good.
Says it in front of him.
So on the left there we can see the star at work. So what we're going to see is he wipes out those firefoxes. They're going to just be reappearing, spawning on the left there, and they're completely cut off. It's those sort of things. Once you know how it works, so you can see how much more comfortable it is to try and attempt how to get through these things, but it doesn't always go right, and that's the exciting bit when it does go wrong and people get through it.
What does it say? Vampire, polite. Thank you.
One little disappointment, I think, for the Kong-Off so far is no kill screen in the.
Not a single one.
Yeah, and the players put their scores up yesterday and didn't feel
I
compelled to
believe
play
that's
again.
Jimmy Nails' fault.
Jimmy Nails' fault.
It's his fault because seriously, think about it. He made it so that top 16, so you didn't have to play as hard to get in the top 16. If it was top 8, everybody would have been going and we would have got a kill screen. But on the flip side, the top 16 made it a lot more fun.
Yeah. Well, we might have. Yeah, it's true. You might have seen a bit more competition, but even the spread was pretty comfortable. You know, like there might have been a bit more pressure to stay in there, but hard to know.
It all depends on what we're playing for. Are we playing for biting your nails, aggression, competition, or are we playing kindergarten, everybody gets a trophy?
Not everyone gets a trophy. I know what you're saying. I think the difference is in the US, like it's largely US competitors come in. You know, Vincent LeMay turns up occasionally, but here the distance some people have travelled to give them the opportunity to sort of,
I agree
give them
completely.
2
I'm
days of
just
competition.
joking. I agree with Jimmy did the right thing. I'm only kidding.
Yeah, if this was a local event, we didn't. You know, you certainly could narrow it down to the top 8. You know, and just leave it at that. But yeah, I think.
So, is there a way to switch to other matches?
No.
Just like the people are asking for, because that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we will. We aren't going to be switching around. Just yesterday we had a few difficulties, and we just really want to sort of track a game through. But we're going to see other players, of course. We're not going to be watching.
You know what I'll do then? I will go take a walk and I will relay back. Is that a good idea?
Yeah, that's good, Richie.
Because
good.
everyone's asking, what are the other games? Can you give me a piece of paper?
Yeah, I'll give you. You want an update? Yeah, I'll write it down. Hang on.
Oh, we've got an
Look
update.
at Jimmy. He's like
Jimmy's on the
eavesdropping.
ball.
I know what the people want, mate.
All right, Jimmy's going to get on that. What a top load that guy is, eh?
Yeah, we got Jimmy Nails going to go do a run around for us. Can you draw and circle stuff on the screen like Madden, please? I don't know if we can draw. No, I don't think so. It'd be good if we could. It'd be good to sort of point to things.
Okay, it looks to me as though Alan Stahl has not lost a man, and he is at 72,000 points. It looks like Sean Dyke has lost one man and is at like 65,000. So Sean versus Alan. Alan's got a man that Sean does not, and is about 10,000 ahead. So there's your update on Alan Stahl versus Sean.
Johnny Blonde here is he's certainly racking up the points against his opponent. He seems to be clearing boards quicker and getting more points as he does so.
I just noticed they both lost a man.
Yeah, they're both down a man.
Okay, so.
Okay, we got
Read
it.
this. Can you read this?
Yep.
That's the amount of lives in the bank. Okay.
I'm smart. I'm smart, Mike. Come on, Mike. I'm smart. Okay, so update. Ethan is at 75K, has all his guys, and Kai is also has not lost a man, but he's at 62K. So Ethan is about 13K ahead, with both of them having all their men. Just like I said about Alan and Sean, I was dead on about that. And Chris J is at 70K with all his men, and here's a big shocker. Shane is at 62K and only has one man left.
Ooh.
Big shocker, because Shane was the winner of last year. Is that correct?
Yeah, he won last year.
Yeah. So that one, I'm going to go over and watch that one because Shane only has one guy left at 62K.
Yeah, we'll go watch it, come back.
I'm going to go over and watch that, and I will be back with a better update. Okay? So I'm hoping you guys are enjoying our show, and I'll be right back.
Is that your drink?
That's my drink. What? You want to sit?
No, I was going to ask you to just take it away. I'm just waiting for someone bumps it, that's all.
Would you like to sit?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. How about that? You want me to take that too?
Yeah, if it's not Jimmy's or something, just in case someone bumps it over.
It's so much better than not getting liquid all over.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. So I'll get a bit of update from Richie on Shane Saul's game, last year's winner of the Oz Kong-Off. Yeah, so Johnny Bonder's certainly progressing through these boards quicker and racking up more points. And as you can see up there, Greg Pell looking for the long spring to make his run for the ladder. And there was one, he's missed that one. That was one. So yeah, for those who may not know, I might go through that later on, what to look for. And here we are with Johnny Bonder. I only found this out yesterday. As Kong makes his way sliding back and forth from right to left, when he reaches the end, it changes the direction of the conveyor down the bottom. So the pies at the moment are going towards the right on the bottom conveyor, and there he goes. He's hit that soon. He goes left. So when he gets to this one, it should change direction again. Oh no, when he gets to the other end, sorry, it'll change direction again. So boom, and now they go the other way.
Okay, so I have an update for you.
Oh, here we go.
All right, so when I walked over there, Chris lost a man as I stepped up behind him. He wasn't looking at me, so it wasn't my fault. But so now Chris is down to only 2 men, and Shane has, two guys. He has 1 in reserve. So basically, Chris now has 2 guys in reserve. Shane has 1 guy in reserve, and they're right around the same score at around 75K.
Oh, Greg just lost a man there.
So that's that update. Alan and Shane are still both have 2 guys in reserve.
With the Firefoxes on these rivet stages, some are just so aggressive, can't they be? They can really just go for you, the fire barrels.
Oh yeah, especially on the pie stages. I found the fireballs are just like tracking devices.
We just saw Greg Loser on the ladder, but I was watching them closer yesterday, and like you've got these freeze ones, and which I imagine were intentionally put in just to sort of give the player a bit more of a chance. But as you can see, one there at the top of the ladder, those 2 are frozen. And after a freeze, they always turn right, even if they may not move right. Apparently, they go right a little bit, and then they can possibly go left. So it's interesting some of the programming in these old games that people manage to.
2 men. Johnny just lost 2 men.
Oh wow! So there's
like bing bang. Johnny may be the first out. This is a tough one.
Yeah.
I've been here, and it is quite straight. Look, see how the fireballs are very aggressive on Johnny. Johnny's just getting a bit of run of bad luck.
Yeah, like he's not got the weeby freebie, as everyone calls it, but he's not getting the free pass yet. Oh, he's got through. He'd be happy to get through that.
Yeah, he'd be happy to get past that and on to the next.
Must be like sitting on that conveyor right near where the pies come out, or the cement bags or whatever. I guess you just hope for the best, don't you? Fingers crossed you get through.
Johnny is still a good 30,000 points, 25,000 points ahead.
Yeah.
Though, so if he does crap out, Greg has a bit of catching up to do.
Yeah. Johnny's really fallen in love with Australia. Like he's came last year and come again this year, and he wants to be here again next year. He really enjoys coming out to the Kong-Off. Certainly makes the most of his time here. You know, like everyone's seen the scars from patting a crocodile.
That's quite amazing.
It's quite insane, you know.
Yes, we can see the chat. We're not really focusing on the chat, but we see it. Right now I'm trying my best to keep you guys updated with what the other games are as well. But we can see it. Hey, Dan. How you doing, Mr. Desjardins?
Looks like Greg's picked up the hammer there. Well, he has picked up the hammer on the left, which is probably not what you would want to have happened, but of course he must have had to pick it up, and he's managed to get through. Here we go. He's got a couple of Firefox up there, so he's just gonna. And we see that one there's frozen, and as you see when it came out of the freeze, it went right.
Oh, he had a chance. He should get down and go back and around.
Yeah, he's stuck there, and and
Nice.
he's done it. Nicely done.
Nicely done. Oh wait, it's a game over. I'll be right back.
All right, cheers. Looks like someone's knocked out.
All right, it looks as though Shane is out.
So last year's winner's first one out.
First one out is last year's winner. What were the scores, guys? What were the scores? Shane is out with a 107-200, I think he said. He's still playing, but he's at 116. Oh, he's finishing. Okay. Okay, so that's the end. Sorry we weren't filming that game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lucky dip on which ones we're going to show.
Strange. Shane, the winner from last year, is the first out. Sort of like last year, Andrew Barrow was the first one to hit a kill screen, but he was the first one out.
I sort of wonder whether the players should have all just been given a 15-minute warm-up game, just get on, play for 15 minutes, and then we'll start officially, just to sort of get a feel for the machine.
Yeah.
Feel confident, just relax.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose they had ample opportunity to do that. 3 people sitting around waiting to play, but they could have.
I was too busy talking. I could have been practicing. I was bloody talking.
Yeah, Ethan is a great guy. Ethan Daniels.
All right, I'm going to give you guys an update. Let me go look at Ethan and Kai. Thank you very much.
While I've been here, we've been sharing a room, Ethan and I. So it's been good talking to him about various things. Very even-tempered fella, which must be good for Donkey Kong. So we can see Johnny Bonds finished his game there. So we might see if we can get a switch across at some point. See if we can, or maybe we don't have those machines hooked up. I'm not too sure.
All right, so Johnny Bonds a winner, eh?
So we might try and get Shane on, have a bit of a chat.
So before I go any further, Kai is down to 1 life in reserve, and Ethan has all his guys and still going strong. So I'm gonna step out of the hot seat.
Do you want to grab Shane if you can? We'll get him over here and have a chat.
Or Johnny, I would say. Johnny's probably more pumped right now than Shane. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny! I'll go get Johnny. I think Johnny would be a good interview right now.
Yeah, okay.
Then we'll get Shane later.
Okay, no worries. Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, hi, is that the Galaga God or the Galaga King? Yeah, it's Phil. Hey, Johnny, how's it going, man? Nicely done.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, it was close, though.
Man, you can feel my hands are sweaty, right?
Yeah, they're cold.
It was nerve-wracking.
Yeah. You were. I was watching the barrels. You had a few messy ones. We had to jump through 3 barrels in a row on that. You were really.
I got the fucking wild barrel and then the pie factory. No mercy.
Yeah. No. Whoever the Galaga thing about. Yeah, I'm here on the commentary. Johnny Bonds just stepped in from all the way from Denmark, so he's out here again for the second Australian Kong off. But yeah, I thought it was getting close there for you. You were clearing boards quicker and had a good sort of 30,000 point in front. Should have lost your man.
I was glad when I was just ahead and I knew I felt a bit safer. But it's funny how you can play a game and there's nothing, but when you're up against them, it's just a completely different game. I don't know if it's just me, but the nerves just gets to me.
Yeah. I was wondering why people didn't have. Looks like you're safe though.
I made Jacob.
Yeah, it looks like because you got 140, didn't you? And Greg Pell's just out, 123, so you got through.
So who am I meeting next?
But you sound like you were defeated then, though. You thought like, I think I'm out for good.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, it's good. Yeah, you had those extra points. But yeah, Alan Stahl, he was here a bit earlier and he put a few practice games in. But yeah, I was wondering why everyone wasn't warming up for a few 15 minutes, No,
I wouldn't want to do that. It's like riding a bike. You know how to do it. There's no reason to muck around.
Yeah.
So who's moved on? Like Alan and they're still playing.
I think we're going to get a bit of a.
Phil, you need to sign one of these for me.
Oh yeah, no worries. Take it whatever. But I think Richie's gone to check around who's still playing. and where we're at. So how do you feel now? That one out of the
I
way?
think you just need that one out of the way, and now I actually feel pretty good.
Yeah.
The beers helped. I needed. The last
The
year
beer
I
helped.
didn't drink, and I was. My hand slipped off the joystick. I was so sweaty.
Oh, yeah.
And now the beer always comes my nerves down a bit.
Yeah,
so-
Tanner Rousseau was like that at Score Wars. He'd come in with he'd have a couple of beers before the
Yeah,
first game.
no, I think that's a really good idea. Of course, when you hit a certain point, it's only downhill, but
Yeah.
just a pint or two.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bell curve, I
It
think.
really is. You don't wanna.
It can sharpen you and then it can dull you. I
I
think.
can really backfire.
So who's on Greg's machine now? Is that someone who's playing on Greg's machine? Someone's got on and who knows? People might be just playing some practice ones. So if you tuned in, that match is over between Greg and Johnny sitting next to me here was the victor of that match. So yeah, hope we'll get some updates soon. And
Should be able to see what's going on over here. Sean is at 147 versus Alan Stahl, who's at 180. Both only lost one guy. That's a pretty good match.
so you think you might try and make it to the US for a Kong off at some point, Johnny?
Yeah, most definitely. It's been
Yeah.
on my bucket list since
Yeah.
2011, the first Kong off
Yeah.
in Denmark. We met up a few guys and we were playing Kong that whole weekend. And just watching the stream and everything.
Yeah, we'll be watching it. Well, provided Barra gets through the first round, we'll be. No, he's not up yet, so we'll probably watch Barra and Richie Knuckles on the next round, I guess. Looking at which ones to choose from. That's probably one that a lot of people would like to see. We had ideas of flicking through the machines as we went, but it became a bit of a technical problem yesterday doing that. Yeah, I saw someone there saying that the Barrow Richie Mats, you never know what's going to happen really. Like it was getting down to the nail with you and Greg then.
Oh, yep.
Yeah,
so
so-
when did he lose his last man? Because I feel like I was on my last man and he still had a guy.
Yeah, it might have. Yeah, now I can't even remember. Just even though it was so short. But I was watching. I think the points was the big difference. The amount of you had a good, I think 30,000 point in front or something like that. That makes a bit of a difference. I'm not sure who's on the machine they're playing now. Hope we get to watch Barra. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll watch Barra and Richie Knuckles next. I think that'd be one that we'll certainly put up on the screen in the next round.
So
I'll make
Ethan
sure that
just
happens.
beat Kyle.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy.
Ethan, you just won. All right. Congratulations.
Dude,
Come in,
saw
Ethan.
that shitty
Hey, Ethan.
freezer up on the top, man. That was so brutal. And you had
Zero
already
point
had
in
it,
the timer.
man, so it was like,
Come in, because otherwise we don't hear the chat. Otherwise.
yeah, that's fine.
Rather than talk on the side, we just don't. It just sort of interrupts.
oh yeah, that's right. You already yelled.
Yeah.
I have a short attention span.
Yeah. So you finished your match. Well done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're through.
It was like this weird. This is something that like comes up in the Tetris tournaments when you're like playing head to head, and like someone's like, "You won," and you're like, "Are you sure?
Yeah.
You sure?" Because I don't want to stop right now and find
Well, we
out that
saw
I
what-
actually lost. And
We
I was
saw
like,
what
"Wait,
happened
you
at
sure?"
Score Wars.
Yeah, exactly.
In the second round with Andrew Laidlaw and Andrew
So
Barrow.
they're like, "You got it." I'm like, "You sure? I don't need more points."
Yeah.
You sure? Okay.
Because and often the comments coming from another player, it's not coming from any kind of adjudicator. And you're thinking, are you looking at the right match? Like, oh, I thought you were versing,
Oh, it was 168, not 186.
Yeah,
I forgot to tell you, I'm slightly
oh, you weren't
dyslexic.
playing Barrow. Oh, I thought you were. You were playing short. Like, Jesus, I just gave up.
Oh,
I think they actually need, like, the thing is what's missing in the community, and this isn't being negative at all, because it doesn't have an international standard, like every organisation's a bit different.
Right.
It'd be good to have a set bunch of rules, say, look, if you're seated playing, if you get up, stand,
that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I think because it's like a communication there, so there's no
Yeah.
kind of official standard rules there. So it's more house rules or like, a gentleman's agreement. But I think an official rule saying, okay, you're a seated player, if you should get up without, in chess for instance, a good example, if you're going to touch a piece on the board, if you touch a piece, the official rules on chess, it's touch and move. You can't just touch it and go, oh, I've taken my finger off. That doesn't matter. If you touch it, you have to move it if it's a legal move. And if you don't want to move that piece, it's a pawn, you have to move
That is a
another
great
pawn.
idea.
So the way it works is it's a French term. So if you touch a piece and you want to say, I'm just adjusting that piece because I don't like how it's sitting, it's a bit confusing, or it's
Right, like
you
not
say-
in the center of the
yeah,
square.
it's j'ai du, which is I adjust. So
Okay.
you say now it's j'ai du.
You say that before you touch it,
Yeah,
though.
you have to go j'ai du, and you can touch any piece, even your opponent's piece. I think you're allowed to touch. So when you say I adjust, if you touch an opponent's piece and you can capture it, you have to take it. If you don't announce that beforehand, so I think employing something like this in the game that you're you know, there's some
think that's a great
comment made, you or a signal or something saying, you know, I adjust, or you know, like to stand up or do something, but some rules like that would really clarify some of this stuff. And also players coming in made it clear, like, you aren't an adjudicator. It's like a police officer. You either are or aren't. You can't go in and say, oh, no, I know the law. You're allowed to do that, because that can throw confusion. You need someone on the floor saying, look, don't listen to other players. You keep playing until I come over and officially say you have won
Right,
or lost.
until you feel my hand on your shoulder that says it's over,
it's
and you
over.
turn around and you see his hat, then you know.
That's it. So you say, look, you have things like don't touch players, don't pat them on the back. These are, you know, these aren't a part of etiquette and protocol. Only person who can do that is an official adjudicator. Come up and say, you know, they'll give you a touch on the right shoulder or left shoulder saying you've won, and you know it's coming from that person. But I think it needs these kind of things because I hear complaints often when I talk to people like this happened. And
Another end of that is like during the high score competition part, usually during the day, like some people are more animated players.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain player who wears a tie who loves to punch the shit out of a machine when he's not having a good go. And like let's say you're sitting right next to them, they're gonna shake the machine and punch it, and it's like, what? I'm in the middle of a game right here. So like, not only should there be rules about standing up, sitting down, you know, basically you're trying to minimize the ability for there to be lateral psychological head games going on.
And because this is a new sport across the board, in games have lasted for decades and centuries. Like you look at tennis, for example, we have racket abuse. You know, we have rules that surround this. Say, look, we'll have cabinet abuse. Now, a little bit of something, you say, well, no, you can't have that. There are other players here trying to compete. We saw this at Score Wars. There were, you know, things that were being done and said, actually, I'm trying to have a game here. I don't want a conversation.
You can't, even though you're not used to competition, but you just can't change who you are, and if you die, you're like, fuck. Even though you know right after, oh, I should have said that. But you can't just change that. And maybe that's just going to psych you out a bit if you're playing against me. But it's just, that's a part of the going head to head. I think it makes it fun. You just,
well, I think like
those random elements.
Yeah, like in sport, like cricket, which you don't need to know the rules, but there's a term called sledging. You can't verbally say things to try and put the batsman off.
No, that's fair enough.
Yeah, because you can, and there's some great lines in sledging which are incredibly funny, but they're banned, you know, and they've got microphones in the stumps to try and pick up sledging in cricket for that. So
I think that was good fun back in the day when you could.
You could. In many ways, it's great that it was there, but now
maybe not great for the players, but if you're sitting on the sideline, that's
And I think when people are travelling a long way like yourself, Ethan, you need certain rules for this. And there's another one in one of the famous quotes in chess by Nimzovich. It's a great line. You could almost. It's actually something you could apply to your own thinking, which was Nimzovich was a fantastic chess player. I can't remember who was versing in a match, but he was a chess master. He sat down to play this game of chess, and his opponent had a packet of cigarettes, and he put them on the table. And Nimzovich called over the adjudicator and said, I can't play, I can't stand smoking, it's a disgusting habit. Just wait for Ethan to come back. He said,
I was going to lay him down there as a joke, but I don't even
but he said it's a disgusting habit, and he said, yeah, there we go. So he gets a pack of cigarettes and just puts it down. Where's the camera? Just put it on the table like that, and said, where is that bit of paper? Here it is, this side. So he put it down like that, and Nimzovich got up and said, no, I can't play, and called an adjudicator over and said, I'm not playing while I don't like smoking.
Because that's going to take 10% of my mental space.
And the adjudicator came over and said, but he's not smoking them. And he said, that's ridiculous, he said to the chess, because the adjudicator was also a chess master, because you're a chess master, you should know better. And the quote is, you know the threat is worse than the execution. So the point is, any sort of things that are distractions to put you. And the most famous one,
because you can manifest them into something much greater in your own head.
Yeah. So someone coming over and whistling next to you, going, "Why can't I?" And you think, well, you're whistling a tune that you know that guy doesn't like that song, or you know, there's certain things that you can put up players off, and in a close environment like this.
Even the gallery, I know that's not player-to-player stuff, but even the gallery can be overbearing at times. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the first calling off. Well, I wasn't at the first calling off, but at the first calling off, they had ropes. They had red velour ropes that everybody had to stay behind except the players. Like, it was a tangible distance that nobody was allowed to touch. Yeah. At calling off 3, they had us roped. At calling off 4, they had us roped. At 5, we weren't, and at 6, we weren't. And people ended up right behind you.
Yeah.
You know, like Billy had 20 people behind him with video cameras the entire time. Steve had 15 or 20 people behind him the entire time. And they play through that, and you learn to play through that, but in reality, that's probably something that should be addressed as well.
Well, that's a good, because I spoke to Hank when I was over in the US, like in April it was, and I caught up with him. We were talking about various things, and I won't mention the names, but or the name of the person, but at the Kong-Offs there was one person who used to turn up as a fan of Steve Weeby's, and he used to sit behind Hank and make sure his face was catching the reflection on the glass deliberately. It happened again after Kong-Off, and would sit there trying to throw him off his game. Yeah, that sort of behaviour. And there's not much you can do about that, but there's things
against
that can,
the spirit of competition. You know what I mean? Like,
but I think the players should be allowed to protest with that. Say, look, you know, like if you had someone who wasn't a fan of you, Johnny, like somebody, and it became a bit too repetitive, say you can quietly say to the adjudicator, saying, look, I'd like if that person just gave me a bit more space. He knows we don't, you know, like there's, but you can't get rid of the fan. But there are certain things you might be able to request, but if they aren't particular, you can get like in. Going back into chess, you know, like when Bobby Fischer played against Spassky in that match in Iceland, he was complaining about the shape of the knights, and you know, you think, well, this is getting ridiculous. Can we go, I don't like the colour of my joystick. Well, come on, let's be real. Like we can't accommodate sort of behaviour, you know, nonsense behaviours and stuff. But
the same thing. That's an extreme example of something occupying a space in a man's brain. The threat is worse than the execution.
Yeah. So I think that, you know, if they're going to have spectators in, I think, you know, partitioning the area off, you know, giving a good amount of space for players. These are sort of, like when we were at Score Wars, I said to the guys that they did a great thing, and on the day before the match, the finals, I got one of the staff, said, look, I think we need to address a few things. I think we have to have a meeting with the players. So what he got in mind, I said, I think we've got to treat it like a Grand Prix race. And he said, what do you mean? I said, we've got to get all the drivers together, sit them down the room and see if they're all comfortable with the track. Like, is it safe? So I said, okay, you know, regarding the rules, saying is everyone happy with the machines? Is everyone happy with these rules? And we went through a few things. So bracketing scores, like we treated it like pole position. If you got the top score, you got to choose what cabinet you wanted to play on. That was, you got first pick, you know, and it went down like that. I think if someone had simple things like once a match is over, the other person has to just surrender their game, right? They can't play on for a world record, things like that, because we've got to keep the game going.
And ironically, some communities, well, it's not really ironic, I guess that's not a good way to phrase it, but a lot of communities already have standards established for stuff like that. Like the Tetris community is very, very adamant about no. As soon as your game is over, you top out. Do not play on. That is rude. It's, you know, dismissive, and I don't care if you're about to get your first max out, you end that game. So I remember arguing with someone, I was like, if I'm about to get my first max out in a tournament, I'm going to finish the game. And they're like, well, that's not right. And I'm like, but if you get the players together and they can hash that out beforehand, you get to circumnavigate all that happening during the event.
Well, I think the good
when
thing,
it matters.
yeah, like with that's not to go on about scores, but I mean it was a really great thing for Gallagher. But John Klinkle he came in third, and he's kind of, because we had that rule established, so he had to finish his game, and he won a third. But his final score was, I think it might have been only 300,000. So you but his score would have been high, but he just had to let him go. But if it was made clear that we don't let players continue to play on, like because his opponent had lost all his men by that point. Just kind of,
like as soon as you're ahead by 100 points, you got to kill it all.
Yeah, because otherwise the players become so focused on personal bests and averages. We say, well, it's about results in the end. It doesn't matter what score you got, you came in third. So it sort of clarifies.
Right, it's a numerical result, not a score result.
So therefore,
Sean versus Alan, please. All right.
SEAM.
Sean versus Alan, then do control save. Control S.
Just like that?
Yes,
Sean vs. Alan.
Do you want the keyboard?
Is that okay?
Nice.
Oh, that's cool. They're both on the same camera. Oh, that's really cool.
Nice.
On a boom camera.
Nice.
What do we got?
That's Alan. And,
They're on the boom. They got a boom camera up,
cool.
so we can actually see them both from over their shoulders.
Oh, that's
so.
cool.
So what did I miss? Did Shane lose? Or did Shane win? Or is he still going?
No, Shane still lost. No, hang on. I'm not sure what happened there. Sorry,
Shane Chris?
Yeah, I'm not sure
What
what
happened in the
there.
Shane match?
he lost.
Oh, yeah, no, he did lose. That's right, because he was the first one out. He won last year, and he was first one out.
Going back to talking about things occupying space in your head, I was playing the game against Kai, and I heard that, and it literally just sucked me away from the game for a minute. I was like, oh my god, last year's champion.
He's out?
Yeah.
He's first one out.
Yeah. Yeah, you lasted longer. Not that matters, but
Well, I lost
you
him
had
last year.
you had terrible randomness.
And actually, interestingly, I
that
think,
freezer with 500 on the top.
and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Chris Jennings was the last one in yesterday. He came in at
Yeah, he's the one that ruined the Star Wars.
Yeah, so he
got bummed out, came in again, and
he put a. So
that's right. Yeah.
He was the
in
last
17th,
one.
and then he bumped up to.
Yeah. So it was the last score put in on the day. So there you go. Like there's a last year's winners beaten by a lower ranking from yesterday's score. So we don't know what's going to happen today. But yeah, going back to what we're saying, I really think that it would be very easy to draw up. Some of that, looking through various sports and certain behaviours, and it wouldn't have to become so bureaucratised that it's tedious, but just trying to find certain measures of
behaviour. It would be great to have an
behaviour.
international standard because then you could apply it anywhere. You could have the exact same format anywhere. Like if you guys want to host one or banning one, so whatever, anywhere. It's just like this is what it's going to be, and the players can show up and know what to expect.
And it's not. I don't think it'd be a case of should. But where possible, do you know what I mean? Like there might be certain things we just can't accommodate that idea.
Right.
So it's more.
But you could have like a level of the seal. You know what I mean? Like this is what's the word I'm looking for? Endorsed.
Yeah.
Endorsed by the whatever, or adhering to the national standard for you. Actually, really interesting.
And you might
not.
Say there were 10. You might not achieve all 10. Saying yes, and it'll be made clear. Like these are things say for instance we don't have a. Roped off area. We just say we can't access. We don't have the space, so we don't. That's one thing that's missing. But it's known to people going, well, I'm not going to have that. It's like the difference between playing on a clay court or a grass court. Well, they're different. Sometimes it just varies.
Entirely different beasts.
It's head to head, or it's just keep playing to put on.
I honestly think that's something that as a community we really should work on. For you literally could develop one set of international guidelines for the entire arcade community. As far as competitions are concerned, when you can walk, when you can start, when you should kill yourself, what you can do as far as audio or physical noise, machine damage. I think that's a really, really interesting concept.
Because it's not an idea that would talk about the behaviour of the game itself. It's just like I said, the general protocol and ethical behaviour of players against each other, what's expected, So if,
it's like a recipe, and then you use any ingredients you want.
So
in this case, the ingredients the game. I think that's a super idea.
And I think
listen to that, chat. Somebody get working on that. I think we definitely need to do this.
Well, I think especially in what's happened over the last this year, we've seen people's scores removed, and certain people have come into question and not going back for years now, certain behaviours and attitudes. And I mean, a famous one, and not to not throw names out, we all saw it in it would never happen today, I'm sure, but in the Kong off film where Steve Weavy's playing and Brian Cook comes up with a jug,
slaps the TV right on top of his head,
puts his drink on top, and you sort of think that just wouldn't happen today,
it wouldn't.
It's almost like blinding something, it's like, and whether it was a deliberate thing or just lost in the moment, doesn't matter.
There's a kill screen coming up if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
That was another major head game. Literally running around the arcade screaming, and then he did it anyway. That's the beauty.
Exactly.
Which means he's clutch. That's the one thing about Steve.
Saying,
as a
mind
character,
games
he's clutch.
And you're sitting there, die.
He's clutch. He's clutch, dude.
Yeah.
Steve can push through that stuff. That's the difference between. When I say winners and losers, I don't mean you're a loser. But I'm saying that's the difference between someone who's always at the top and someone who's there a lot of times but never wins.
And I think that could be done out of enthusiasm. Sean about to get personal best. Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. Wow. His best is 300. And he still have 2 guys left.
Tagster. Love it.
Yeah, we might try it. We come back to that through the day, those ideas, but let's have a look what's going on in this game.
I agree.
Can't really see the scores there.
Jimmy, is there any way you can adjust the focus on here?
No, I tried. I turned it off before. I would have to reach in,
go
against the screen and then pull it away.
Yeah,
It doesn't have a sliding bar in the...
Nah, leave it. We're just talking about whether we can get a clearer shot on that, but we don't want to torment the players too much.
Yeah, you go to properties, configure video.
So who is Sean's on the left there? Is he? Yeah, Sean's on the left, so the names match the sides. And I think it looks like Sean's got 1 man and Alan's got 2. Can we make that out in the top left there? You guys, it looks like
have 2.
So regarding Lies left, Sean's behind 1, but points I'm not too sure about. I might just try and duck out and have a look at that score.
I can tell you. Stay there. I can tell you.
Paper and pen?
Oh, it's okay.
It's like 2.
You slide over. Just slide over. I can close it. All right, Johnny.
Okay,
It's all us now. Now it's the Ethan and Johnny show.
Yeah.
You can have a play.
I don't want to break anything, sir. You know what it probably is? It's probably the brightness. It's so bright that it's
it's true,
washing
yeah,
out. It's
because of
washing
the-
out the
the
whites.
marquee.
Can we get that window off the feed? Hang on.
That's probably better.
What?
I reckon it's just.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why it's up there.
I just darkened it a little bit, and it actually brought some resolution into the.
Yeah.
What's killing it is the overexposure of the marquee. You know what I mean? It's trying to catch that, and it's washing everything else out in the process. No, the Conky, what is that? The Conky Dong, I'm gonna assume. We are using $1 Australian coins in $1 Australian coin mix.
But you can also use a Netherworld token.
Yeah.
They have their own
Yeah.
made. They're also so cool.
I know, they're so cool. So, this has nothing to do with Donkey Kong, but this place is unbelievable, guys. All the machines are $1 coins. And there's about 100 people in here at night. It's incredibly hip. It's incredibly lively. And there's coins dropping, gotta be every 5 seconds. So if you're any good at math, think about what $1 coins dropping every 5 seconds adds up to when there's about 80 machines. It's unbelievable. It's an amazing business model.
They have great beer on tap.
Yeah.
Anyone on the stream, you get over here and visit.
Do you want one? I'll go grab
Put it
one.
on your wallet list. Yeah, I'll grab
What do you
mine.
want?
My wallet is down here on the table. Just any pint, really, not too heavy on the alcohol.
Like lower
but-
alcohol?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh, awesome.
Can you
Thanks,
hang?
mate. Sorry?
You good?
Yeah,
You got
fuck
this?
yeah, fuck yeah.
Don't pick on Johnny, guys.
Be nice. All right, I see Ziggy in the chat.
You want your water too? You said it was.
No, just beer. Just if you want to pick up my wallet, it's on the table.
Oh, no,
All good. Phil, you coming back in?
perfect. No, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm going to grab drinks real quick.
Right, Phil?
Yeah, so Alan's in front of.
Just beat his PB, didn't he? And 2 lives left, and it's
So Sean's just passed his personal best. I think he was on 299. So
Yeah.
So what?
Spoken that it's his personal best right now?
No, I'm just saying. So that is his personal best.
His
Yeah.
personal best was only 275.
275, and he's now 300.
300 with
Yeah.
a man in reserve.
And I think Alan's at 330 or so, was it?
Yeah, Alan's
Yeah.
got a bit of an edge.
Yeah.
But still, Sean, personal best.
Come round, Richie, and hop on.
Head to head, that's unreal.
Yeah, so Sean's just passed his personal best in the first round of the finals. So, which is pretty exciting, giving it, certainly for making Alan work for it.
No, Sean did 300,000 on his Switch. No, what's it called? Switch, the Nintendo Switch. He's been playing for 50 hours leading up to this event.
Oh,
He's
fantastic.
been grinding like a madman.
Almost as mad as Alan.
Hopefully it pays off.
Alan we were talking last night, and Alan said on a hard drive he's got over 10,000 games of Donkey Kong in his life.
What?
So he's 10,000.
That's insane. Seriously, no one has played as much Donkey Kong as Alan.
Yeah, that's apparently, as far as we can tell.
Combine Robbie, Dean, Wes, Alan has played more games than those 3 guys combined. I'm sure. He's so committed.
It's funny, there's a lot of stuff that seems to surround Alan. Like, you've got the Alan off, you've got this race with Shane Saul, for the first
Australia's
points,
best and all
first
that.
Donkey Kong kill screen.
Yep.
And I think that I genuinely believe that the Star Wars is going to be an event that he's going to do at home. I'm going to forward. That has to happen. This stuff's surrounding. Hey, Richie, what a great first round, huh?
Do you guys realize that this not only is Sean's personal best on competition during the first round, but this is also the longest going match we've had in history.
Oh, really? In the first round?
In any round in Kong off here in Australia, we've never broken 300,000. No one's ever gone this far. I believe this is the longest first match we've ever had.
Wow. Well, this must. I mean, the Kong off. I was going to ask you this later, but I'll ask it now. Have you kept, I know that the Donkey Kong forums really track the results of the Kong off, but I think it's important to keep a record of the history of that, because we just don't know the future of the Kong off. It seems to be getting bigger and broader, and we were talking yesterday, a possible idea of one in London, and Billy Mitchell was saying to me last week that there's talk of one possibly coming up in Montreal. To keep a sort of an accurate history of those things is, it has all the stats there. It's like the sort of stats you might find in something like baseball or cricket.
Yeah,
I know all the stats are on Donkey Kong forum.
Or they're in certain people's heads. Like, you talk to some of the players and they know all the stats. Yeah, it's a shame we can't get in closer, but we just don't really want to interrupt the players. But even from this distance, I think we can sort of make out generally where people are sitting. Like, I can see quite clearly there where Sean is, the top girder there, juggling around looking for that long
He's
spring.
at 328 now, and Alan's at 360.
You see Looks like he's shifted his chain, because when I spoke to him before the Kong off, he was very much a weave strategic gameplay, but now he's doing a star through it, so he must have seen that that's the way of the future.
You learned.
What's the Conky Dong in no way represents us as Americans? Please do not judge us by their
This
comments.
Captain Jive has been an asshole from the start.
What is the Conky Dong?
I have no idea. I'd like to know who the true identity of Captain Jive is. He's been saying a few things that kind of burn my shorts.
Well, it's sort of a weird thing, like who would have thought that, one, it's a Japanese game, so it's not really representative. Chris Tedder. I'm not sure your point there, Chris, about maybe I missed something in the streams. I'm not judging. I'm just wondering what you're suggesting regarding the Conky Dong. Anyway, I'm not going to get dragged into it, but yeah, there's something point to be made.
You pay little attention to the people that stay home in front of the keyboards, not come out and represent and be around us as human beings.
Now, some of my mates in Denmark, they're playing Donkey Kong right now and they're watching it, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You got your buddies back home. I'd like to get to Denmark. I mean, I've told you yesterday I've been to
That's
Norway.
nothing to do. It's cool and.
But that's not true. Like, I mean, I have an interest in it.
Copenhagen is pretty exciting, but the part where I'm living is just.
Hans Christian Andersen's Danish. I'm a big fan of Hans Christian Andersen.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, in any event.
Yeah, I don't think Richie was suggesting everyone should make
I
their way
don't
to
think
Australia.
of course, and it's hard to get here. I'm not saying it anyway. I mean the people that mouth off.
I think that the last year, I think, hasn't been good in many ways for the Donkey Kong community. There's a lot of people on the sidelines who like to bring their opinions into certain events, and they're not actively involved in the community. They're sort of it's just like it's just a political sideline, just a bit of hype, and they just feel like they can
everybody
join in
hides
the conversation.
behind the keyboard at home and says, gives their opinions, and usually the way I look at it, the internet gives everybody an opinion, where in real life, if a certain person like this Chris Teeter was to be walking down the street, I could care less about what he says. But here on our forums says something, it's just amplified for everybody to see.
Yeah,
so bloody fuck off.
I think there's every opportunity for people to, of course, to join in and talk, which is what we want people to do. But I feel that this past.
A mate from Denmark wants me to hock you, mate.
Oh, okay.
It's had its ups and downs. But yeah, I'd like to get to Denmark one day. Like I've been to Europe, quite a few times. But
if you do, you have to visit the Shed arcade.
I'll be visiting you, Johnny. That's where I'll be staying.
Yeah.
You'll take me yourself.
Yeah, most definitely.
Well, I'll be in Switzerland in 2020, so I could easily make my way up there to Denmark. So you never know.
Ooh, tax days on this last guy. Just finished the rivet at 3:44.
3:44, and he has never been across 300 before.
And Kierkegaard's from Denmark. Did you ever study him?
No.
Kierkegaard, he's the founding father. He coined the phrase existentialism. Existentialist. He was the first published, written on philosophy.
Alan's got a little trouble, guys. Alan's got a little trouble.
You're into philosophy, though, aren't you?
Where's he going?
Well,
Alan's got a little. He'll make it.
Well, you live your life like that. You're very much a man in the moment.
Alan made it.
So Sean's lost a life. We've missed that now. Alan's lost one too, but Alan's got one in reserve, and Sean's. Look, regardless of what happens here, no matter what, Sean's his personal best. It's a win-win regardless.
Yes, Sean won. Yeah. Even if he doesn't move on, he won today.
Yeah.
That's such a fuck. Ella has been so consistent, and it's just hard to believe. He's playing well. Oh,
nice.
Did you see that barrel combo?
Yeah,
Did? Man, he's on fire.
Yeah, people are probably out there if they're watching. Johnny's here next to me, but he's also in spirit playing on the machine on the right there. We're not sure who that's playing. That's not a competition. So anyone who's on the right there, that's just someone having a practice game. It's got nothing to do with what's going on. Yeah. He's doing it telepathically. So he's a Jedi, Johnny is. He's just Yeah, so Denmark, Kierkegaard. interesting writer. He had something quite interesting to say. He said he wasn't a big fan of freedom of speech. Not that he was against it, but he said what's more important is freedom of thought. So that's very much applicable to what we're saying. Like, if you've got an idea, you can keep it to yourself. You don't have to blurt it all out over the place. Or if you've got an idea, think it through before you say something, you know. So yeah, some great minds have come out of. We've got Hans Christian Andersen, Kierkegaard, and Johnny Bond, legends, and Lego.
Oh yes. That's pretty much the only thing we're famous for that I can think of.
No, I just gave you another two. Yeah, well, that's Hans Christian Andersen, The Mermaid. People don't realise. Like, everyone goes, oh, Disney. Oh, the Little Mermaid's Hans Christian Andersen. Much more violent story too.
Oh, it is.
I'm so bloody proud of Sean right now. Look at
Ugly
him.
Duckling. That's Hans Christian Andersen.
It is, yeah. And the Princess on the P. It's called
The Prince and the P. Yeah, well, the Princess and the P. Sorry, that's Hans Christian Andersen.
Fuck yeah, it's closing in on what?
Another great story, The Lovers, The Butterfly. There's some great. Pick up a copy of Hans Christian Andersen right now. Beautiful stories. Anyway, I better get off the subject of literature. Like, we're on a Donkey Kong forum. Let's talk. Here's something, Richie. What's this? That Kong Philly, Richie. If you do a Kong off in Philly, you should do it at the
The whole problem with that, my friend, is if we were to do a Kong off near New Jersey, it would be at my place. And that is how we're probably going to end the Kong off franchise in the States at some point, would be at the last one at my place in New Jersey.
Do you sell yourself ending it at some point?
At some point.
Or just pass it on to somebody else?
Yeah, at some point, maybe at 10.
Yeah.
Oh, you need the anniversary, yeah. The 10th.
What was that, Jimmy? 400.
Nice.
Yeah, Alan's just passed 400k. But I don't see it ending. Even if you were to step down, Richie, I just see someone else sort of trying to pick it up again.
The text is on the elevator screen with free 67.
Like, say, at that point, at 10, I'll be close to 60. So we should probably have someone in their 20s, young blood, pick it up and take it and run.
Well, I think someone like Doc Mack could easily pick it up.
Oh, I wouldn't be closing. I wouldn't be we're around the same age. Only reason I would be stopping is because I'd be too old to run it.
Yeah, but Doc Mack, it'd be very easy for him to sort of,
But he'd have to acquire all the Donkey Kongs.
Well, that wouldn't be hard for him, the amount of cabinets he's got.
No, Donkey Kongs. Donkey Kongs, Donkey Kongs go for a lot now.
Oh, yeah, but
you need at least 12.
Well, they've got 8 here. You could do it. Well, anyway, I'm sure, if you look at the list of people, contenders who could easily pick it up, Galloping Ghost. There we go.
What a legend.
Way to go, Sean.
There you go.
All right,
spin down.
Down wins.
Yeah, Sean lost his last man there, but that's a personal best. I might get him over on the seat when he.
Oh, yes, yeah. Don't jump out. Get Sean over here. That was fantastic.
You go grab him, Richie. Maybe get him over. We'll have a chat about that.
Get Sean over. That was fantastic.
GG
That was
Sean.
amazing. Don't jump out. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, no worries, Johnny. Yeah, it was a great game there. Not just a good game, a great game there of Sean's. And we'll get him over here soon enough. I was trying to get him. We got him on late last night over here for a chat, so I'll get him on early today. We'll get Sean on before he gets a few beers into him. Hey, Sean.
Thank you.
Regardless of what happens, it's a win-win for you, personal best. So what did you finish on exactly?
I don't even know. It was a bit of a blur.
Roughly, what was it?
370 something.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Because the personal best is 270.
278 on the Con Club. I think it was live on the Con Club. Yeah.
So 100k on, and that was the longest first-round game in Kong off history, I think.
The highest game by a mile.
Yeah, really.
Last year we didn't even cross 200.
Yeah, it's good. It was really good actually. Yeah.
Brilliant, dude.
Yeah,
I could see Shane lost a couple of lives early on. I could hear that going on, and it gave me a bit of a boost just to think, might be all right after all, keep going.
I think you players, the sort of 200 plus players, sort of. I think you guys don't need to be as modest you are. Like 200k is not an easy score to get. There's a lot of practice involved in getting there, and for players who can get there, it's a matter of how much you want to improve, isn't it? It's not something you're grinding away at.
You've got to put a bit of time into, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've probably put about 60 hours in over the last 6 months. It's not too bad with kids and a dog and a wife. So no, it's good. Really happy with that actually.
And
I didn't realise there were so many people behind me.
Well, everyone went very silent. I don't know if you could hear us talking,
I couldn't really
but everyone
hear
went quiet to give you
anything.
guys a really good chance to play there.
Yeah. Try not to. No, it's really good. Really enjoyed it. I'm really happy to done something half decent at the event. That's good.
And you had a strong competitor there.
Yeah, I was.
There you go, Andrew Barra
really
holding
good.
something up there. What was
I
that?
don't think
Barra?
did Al trip it? Yeah.
Did we get a closer look at that one? Handsome man.
That's good.
Yeah, so.
I'm just glad I got over the first stage. You know, when you get past the first level without dying, that's always the bonus. It always feels nice. So it takes the stress off a bit.
Yeah, I think everyone feels that as well, even watching it. You know,
Just even that level 1, you know, it's always something daft that
you'd
happens. You know,
you'd really have to despise someone to want them to lose on that first barrel.
I know, yeah.
Just you have to loathe the person, you know.
Yeah, that's right.
Just to watch it.
No, it's good, really good.
It'd be like the equivalent of sort of coming out in cricket and bowling a wide or getting out for a golden duck, you know, like just
So how
completely falling apart.
did Al lose any lives? Did he? Or?
Oh yeah, he was only one man in front. You know, if he lost a life, he soon lost one after. So he was I think he might have been about 30,000 points in front. I think. I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but it was about that. So he was clearing boards a bit quicker and had a few more points.
Yeah, he's good at getting the point. He's a bit better at the point pressing at this stage. I'm just trying to learn. I'm not doing the point pressing at this stage. I'm trying to just learn the game a bit more. And if I waste my time on the point pressing, then you're still no good at the game. It don't help. It's not going to get you any better, is it?
Yeah. Well, I think from my understanding, this is. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pontificate if I know, but talking to players at a 200,000 level, it doesn't seem to be that crucial. I think it's running boards and just get up. You know, hit a kill screen. Like it's not really sitting on point pressing. And there's plenty of points to gather. Just getting better at the game. You know?
Yeah, I think the kill screen's the one, isn't it? First. And
well, imagine there's other people like for you like.
Good. Yeah.
You know.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers, getting that 300k, you can do it.
That's the first time I've done it. Yeah, that's the first time I broke 300. So it's nice to be able to do it.
Yeah, so once
an event, that's a good thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like it's the added idea, you did it live.
Yeah,
so at home you got the comfort of trying to better it, do it again. Yeah. And then once you do, I suppose it becomes at 400, then 500. Think, oh well, I'm halfway to a kill screen. Really, in a point sense, you're past halfway.
Maybe level 10, I think I got to something like that. So not far off. Yeah, halfway. So what happened with the other games then? Because I didn't obviously.
Well, the one we were watching was Johnny Bond versus Greg Pell.
Yeah.
And Johnny was all men out before Greg, but he had about 30,000 point lead. And Greg just didn't match it.
I didn't quite get there.
Yeah, so Johnny was sitting here when Greg was still playing.
Yeah, really. Wow. What did they end up with score-wise? You know?
It wasn't that high. It was maybe. I remember. I remember them sitting around 90,000 points at one. That was early on, so there must have been 100 plus. But it wasn't much. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't like 150 plus. I don't think so. It was,
yeah. Well done, Al. Well done.
Hey,
that's good. Really good game. Enjoyed it.
I was pressing, mate.
I made Alan Stall have to get some water.
Going back.
It was good. It was fun.
I think I'm going to have to we've got to put the pressure on the idea of the Star Wars has got to happen.
We're going to have to mock up some posters for that.
I think we just got to get those guys out there in the Donkey Kong Club and other things. I think the Star Wars has got to be a calendar for early next year.
Somebody needs to do that now at home. Knock up a Star Wars poster. Come on.
With the right lettering, we're running Star Wars. A picture of that, like maybe Alan as. Darth
He's
Vader,
got to be Darth
Luke,
Vader,
Darth
hasn't he?
It has to be.
That's right.
So we've got to. There's been a few quotes.
Darth Vader with a bum bag. You know?
I know. Leslie's favourite was Kai. He's your father. I think was the one I liked the most. And there was another one that came up this morning, which was what was it? Something about barrels. They're not barrels. Or what was some Star Wars quote? I can't remember what it was like. Yeah, because there's so many you could pull from. Like they're not the droids we're looking for. Like they're not the barrels. There's too many
else in there. Yeah, brilliant. Oh man, oh it's good. I think I'm gonna have to go and get a beer, Phil.
You go get your beer and you can catch up again later.
On, yeah.
Yeah. But
I'm looking forward to watching this one and see what goes on.
yeah. Well,
Free shower chair cards, don't cheat.
Al, nice game, mate. Congratulations. Might get you on.
What are your cards, Phil?
Sorry? Oh, you grabbed one.
Yeah.
I forgot to hand in there yesterday.
Yeah, you need to sign it.
Where do you want them, on the front or the back? Where do you sign them? Where do you want them, on the back or the front?
Phil, there's a silver pin here if you want.
Oh, okay, that's not good. Sorry, guys, just some of Walter's cards. He wanted one on the back as well. And I'll sign one.
Phil, keep signing. I would love a few. Seriously, congrats again. That was insane. Man, good on you.
That's good, yeah. Nice to be able to get a good score.
Yeah, sorry, a bit of interruption there, but game will start soon and we'll get back into it. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people wanting to tune into this game with Richie, with Star Wars, Kong Strikes Back. Nice one, guys. There'll be a lot of people tuning into this game, like Richie's got plenty of fans and Barrow's got plenty of fans. Barrow's just, quite an epic player, really. Like, you talk to people like, or various people, Glenn Updike to Robert Murchek, who quickly, and George Riley put Barrow in the top 10 players of all time. He's really quite a remarkable gamer. Yeah, go for it. And so there'll be plenty of interest here to see how Barrow last year kill screen.
Okay, everyone ready? We have everyone sitting down. I don't want to start before everybody's mentally prepared. Guys on the other side of the room, are you guys ready? I see John McNeil standing up. John, are you ready? Get your underwear on. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Thank you, everybody. Good luck, everyone.
And racing. Hey, Jimmy, reckon we get that belt hanging here or something? Oh, you're all right, mate. All right. Any Barra fans out there? Any Knuckles fans out there? Let me know. And feel free to any questions or queries or kill it, Barra.
Sorry, what did you say?
Any chance of getting that belt? Maybe if you can. Is there anywhere to hang it or something?
Yeah.
Here's Jimmy's come on to showcase the belt. That's what they're playing for. It's a nice looking belt. I'll just give us a look. We'll just have a close look here.
Right up there. Oh, baby. Australian Commonwealth Champion 2018.
We've got the Netherworld logo that runs around.
It's pretty heavy, so it's just going to drag itself.
Yeah, just have it up there in the background. People can see it there. Even if it's safe there, is it all right? There we go. That's why they're playing with the belt in the background. What a first round, Jimmy.
Yeah, it was good.
Oh, mate.
Great.
That's fantastic.
Hey Stu, how are you, bro? What up? Yeah, like that was. I didn't keep enough data of last year. If I did, I lost it of what the actual scores were in the finals, but they were low. Finals were done and dusted pretty quick. So to get Alan to do a 400k game and Tagster to do a 380 or whatever he did.
Yeah.
Oh man, so good. Thank you, mate. So yeah, thrilled with that.
Oh yeah, like
really good.
Things like Shane Saul, first one out. And he was the winner last year.
Yeah, so.
And we had a similar thing like Barrow, highest score in a kill screen and then the first one out. So we're seeing and Sean, we just had him on, was so personal best to improve his score by about 100,000 points.
Yeah. Like,
epic.
What a moment
and live
to do
it live.
Yeah. And with all the pressure, like those other games ended pretty quickly, and then the whole room went quiet. We put the camera over their shoulder.
Well, talking to Sean, he's genuinely in it for the fun.
Yeah.
He just loves the event. He comes, he's cheery. He can have a laugh. He doesn't have any ideas about. He's here to play and just have a good time, And to be able to, it was a win-win. I was saying, like even losing didn't matter. Like he improved the score, did it live. He was. I'm sure he was back on
in his position, if I got anywhere near my PB, you'd just be like, don't even care what happens. This is amazing.
What we saw yesterday, like Ben there just walking past the screen with the shirt on, like he did a personal best, just mucking around, and he hit level 6, and he was so stoked. He knocked the camera off the board, off the
camera off the machine. He was so excited. Yeah. Who else got TVs yesterday? I think Sean Ruland did. He went from 170. Sean, who's playing Estelle now, he was previously only 170, and he got 300 yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're trying to figure out who that was.
Yeah. So yeah, man, thrilled. So what are we doing for time? So that first round took an hour and a half.
Wow.
That's good. That's okay.
So what's our plan? Like, are they, like we're gonna have little intimate, like little breaks in between to set things up, I'm sure, and things like that.
Not really. I'll give them a few minutes break. Probably like a 15-minute break after this round, and then we go into the next group, which again is 8 players. I might even try and might get rid of this and see if I can get up the bracket for everyone to see.
Oh, okay, so Jimmy's just pointing to the matches on there. And might just try and readjust that to
maybe I can get
get
that
a
up.
clear idea.
So if I go fresh, there we go. Let me see if I can get this in for y'all. Okay.
Sorry guys, just checking a message there.
Okay, we'll try another one.
Yeah, sorry about this, guys. Jimmy's just.
That's right. They can't see what
they
can't see what I'm doing.
No,
it's in studio mode, so only you and I. Well, the room can see the studio.
Okay,
the mess
sorry.
I'm making.
Ignore my Luddite comments.
My browser. No, I want.
Big screen here, just watching Barra's game. I'm sure Barra's feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. He played 2 games yesterday, both pretty much in the same score range, 400 plus thousand.
Let me get this out of people's way.
It's always that. I've learned that you can't really steer those firefoxes, but you certainly seem to be able to influence their behaviour a bit, as they go up and down ladders. Like moving yourself as a target seems to shift the behaviour of them. I'm sure there's people out there who have looked into AI, particularly people like mentioned before, but people like Ken House and the roots of those sort of programs. I know others do it as well. 32,000 plays. Well, I'm just trying to see that. Ooh, 29. So a little bit in front there. Barra seems to be getting through the boards a bit quicker. Nicely done, Richie. Turned around on that barrel pretty quick.
Yeah, we started 10 a.m. local time there, Simpson. Well, it was probably more like 10:30 by the time we had a chat. It was about an hour and a half ago. So the first group of round 1 has finished. Ethan beat Kai, Alan beat Sean, Bond beat Greg, Chris Jennings beat Shane, which is a bit of that's an upset because Shane was the defending champ. He won last year, so that's a big one. I'm not having much luck getting this thing up for you all. Whoa! Maybe I can get an image. Maybe I'll try that.
Sorry about that, guys. Just a few messages had to send back home. Not a lot happening just yet. There's always stuff going on, I suppose. Yeah, that's correct. Shane Saul, who lost against Greg Pell.
Yeah, you're right, Stewie. Man, Chris played incredible yesterday.
It's Chris Jennings' time to give up pinball.
Yeah, he's a good pinball player. He wins pinball cups as well.
Yeah, we'll try and keep an update on players as we can. It's pretty hard to get around the room, well, certainly from where I am, but I'll get updates when people bring them in. So there's enough people here who are interested to sort of pass that information on. Yeah, apologies. We were going to have Jeff Harris on today, but he can't make it. He was all geared up for it, but something's come up. Would have been great to have a bit of a chat with Jeff.
Oh, here we go. Oh, no, that's not working. I thought it was.
Oh, that's good. Why is that not good?
It's only got, it's like cropping there. It's not showing this half of the bracket.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Simpson 99, yeah. Happy to chat. All right.
Thanks, Andrew. I was just trying to crop in the bracket picture when I'm having trouble playing with the browser.
It's like Richie's managed to sort of sped up a bit through a board there and
Yeah,
sort of neck and neck now.
Yeah.
A few points behind, but nothing.
No, he's ahead now, I think. Or is he behind? He's at a 40, 58. Yeah,
It's a few points behind, but marginal.
Yeah, they're both. Right, I might give you. I'll jump out and get an update of.
No, you give us an update. That's fine. Oh, can I reduce one of these?
Just go out of studio mode.
I just click on that once there's studio mode.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Phil learning the ropes. Yeah, that's right. Alan won his first round match, and apparently it's the longest first round match in Kong Off history. I think Richie was saying, or certainly in Australia with the second one, but I think it might have been the longest ever, something like that, in the first round. Not sure how true or how accurate that is, but someone out there might know the stats. Yes, there's only not many points between the match we're watching now with Richie and Barra. I was saying, I know there's a lot of fans out there of Richie's and Barra's. I know Barra's got his huge fan base with the amount of titles he plays. I don't like that people are hanging over players' backs. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, like maybe certain things need to be put in place to prevent that. But oh, here we go, we've got an update here. So what are we looking at there? Who's that? John McNeil versus Michael Kibbe. John's at 61,000, Kibbe's at 67, and John's got one man. He's down, like he's got two. I think it's the way it's written here: 2 men in reserve, and then Kibbe's got 3. Or whether that's anyway. There's either way. Like Kibbe's in one man in front. So I'm just making sure I've got this correctly. Where am I looking at there? Matt Tecchio versus Jay Mack. Matt's at 52, Jay's at 61. Both have equal lives, and the real difference here is Estelle and Sean. So Estelle is 62k, Sean's at 56, but Estelle's well, way it's written here. Well, anyway, the point different. Like there's Estelle's got 3 men, or I assume that's 3 men in reserve, and Sean's only got 1 man in reserve. So that's probably that game might be decided sooner than the others. Change the audience general 4 camera into gameplay camera. Yeah, I'm not. That camera's just mounted up behind me up here on one of these barrels. I'm sure they'll change it when necessary, but for whatever reasons they're keeping that on the floor. I don't have any control over that, and I can request something, but I'm not. To move it over to a player means putting a tripod in the room like they did for that last match, and I don't think they're going to do that just yet, or whatever they did last time. However, they managed to divide those up. So looking at this game, like they are still very close. Barra's got a slight lead in points, but nothing to boast about. Looks like Richie's actually gonna. Oh, they're both like looking for that. So Richie's finishing that board just in front of Barra there, but they're basically neck and neck. Oh dear. Sorry, guys. Yeah, like watching this pattern here, it's kind of like they're in the same position with each other. Oh, well, except Barra's picked up the hammer. Now Richie's picked it up. It's almost watching like a 5-second delay. It's the same game being played almost. But yeah, they're on cabinets right next to each other. So if you can see down there on the left of the screen, you can see Richie there, and then Barra next to him with a hat on, like at the very back there, the furthest player from the camera. Yeah, it's very, very close at the moment. Richie playing for the long game. Yeah, I'm sure there's players out there who can better read the play of what's going on here. Maybe he's trying to get a few more points. Barra's from New Zealand. He's living in Auckland at the moment. I think he might have been. I'm not sure if he's originally like. I think his hometown might be Wellington, but I'm not sure. But yeah, he's from New Zealand. And New Zealand only has a population of about 4 million people, I think, maybe just over 4.5. It's spread over 2 large islands off the southeast coast of Australia. Yet they have 3 billion point players in New Zealand, and Australia doesn't have one. So it must be indicative of something there. I'm not sure what, and there's very little arcades available for players to actually play on. So it's just population just doesn't support. Well, it could do, but it just hasn't. Big pinball community though. Apparently, Jimmy will be able to give me more on that. Big pinball community in New Zealand, isn't there, Jimmy?
Big pinball
in New Zealand.
Yeah, man, they have one of the best pinball events in the world. Pincade. It's all at private people's homes, but you arrive in either Auckland or Wellington, and there's like a tour bus, or there's a sequence of events where you go from private collections to private collections, and it's regarded as one of the best events in the world, hands down.
So just quickly there, Jimmy, someone said that something's wrong with this scrolling thing. It says match play events / something's wrong. I'm not sure if that makes sense to you.
Okay, let me just double check it. I've got
to get that fixed now.
QBB 9K. QBB 9K.
Match play, should it be matchplay.events /live QBB 9K /bracket?
There should be a live. Thank you. Thank you, sirs. Or ma'ams.
Yeah, so something's missing there. I'm not.
Yeah, it should say live and then another /. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I'm going to get this browser up too. I had a little play before my other computer.
More stuff to do in Australia. I'm not sure if that's a question or not, but I wouldn't think there'd be more to do. Like there's something. I mean, anyone who's seen Lord of the Rings can see the geographic, just dynamics of New Zealand. The north of New Zealand's got volcanic activity. The south has got Milford Sound. Kipling, the author, said that he thought Milford Sound was the most beautiful place on the planet. Yeah, he was a big fan. Those who are a reader of Kipling. Looks like Estelle's game's over.
But let's get those details.
I think that
leave it in studio mode for a couple
no worries. I dare say Estelle has won that game. Just a very strong player against Sean Ruland, who's a sort of, from what I understand, a bit of a newcomer to the Donkey Kong scene here in Australia. I'm not sure what the scores now were between Chris and Shane. Shane was the first one out, so of course Chris's game would have ended, but I'm not sure what the difference was between those scores. I'm sure we'll find out at some point. I'll get Chris or Shane on the bench here at some point to have a chat.
Sure, that's worth having there because you can't really read it.
Yeah, it's too small, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Just Jimmy. I'm just distracted by what he was looking at. But anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll just leave it as it is. So back to this game. Let's have a look. 123 plays 139. Still same lives in reserve, same level. So they're both at their start. Someone out there.
Recently, but that's it.
Someone out there wants to do the maths on there on what pace they're on. They can. I was doing a bit of that yesterday, but I don't think I'll bother too much today. Maybe in the finals we can look at something like that, the very final match. But someone else might want to give us a rundown on where they think they're at. Yeah, Richie behind 13,000 points. Thanks for that, King the B bag. I don't ever understand why people have these kind of other names. Like just Bill or Jessica.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up. Keep track of who's who. Barra versus Ethan would be pretty wild.
Oh, there we go. Pace is likely 800, 900k.
Wow, they're cooking.
Yeah, it seems pretty solid, and because they're sitting next to each other, I imagine, you know, occasionally between boards they might have a glance at the other to see where their score's at, or maybe they don't want to know. Barra's no stranger to competitive play, though.
No, exactly.
You're having a chat in between the match there, he is. Doesn't seem too worried, and he's having have a sip of beer. We can see in the camera there. Up the very far on the left there, you can see Barra with the hat on.
Sorry, Sean. Lost one.
Oh, okay. Richie's just lost a man. And I imagine that's just different from player to player, whether they feel they've just lost that edge or they just managed to refresh.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because you're listening, playing side by side, you're listening to the other player as well.
Yeah.
So that's.
So it's a bit of a giveaway if you actually sound off that you've lost a man, could give someone else a bit more confidence. I know golfers have certain strategies for it. When they have a bad shot or even a good shot, they reset, they play their shot, and some golfers use a imaginary square around themselves, like that's their office space, and when they exit that office space, as they walk to the next ball, they don't think about the match, and they have to reset and just treat each ball as it lies, don't care about where you've come from.
Yeah. That's how the best players in the world do it, is they just manage to think about each shot one at a time, not thinking about the end goal or the prize money or the fame or the glory. That's the hardest part.
Yeah, well, I know a guy he's still involved in Tennis Australia, and he trains a lot of young people coming through. You know, I think he might have been involved in Leighton Hewitt and people like that. They use lots of psychological tricks like that.
Yeah.
Often some will even have something in their bag. You know, they'll have a picture of something, and when things go bad, they'll glance at it to say, look, life's not, this is just a game. They need to reset, like get perspective.
I believe it. Even
I heard that I think there's talk of Billy don't come to contests for free that he's banned in. No, there was no ban on Billy. He was free to come.
Let's have a look. Kibby's still. John McNeil's down to 1 life.
Oh, John McNeil down to 1 life.
John McNeil. Kibby's still got a full set. John McNeil's down to 1.
Oh, okay.
So I can go to brackets.
Yeah, so John McNeil's the Wonder Boy champ.
No.
Oh no, what am I saying? No, that's Neil Cairns. Yeah, Neil Cairns. Sorry.
So Estelle Big
Sorry.
Sean.
And Michael Kibbe, he'll be having a crack at the marathon Nibbler world record on Monday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Kibbe's in front by about 20,000 points in 2 lives at the minute. Barra's stretched out to nearly 30,000.
Oh, Richie's down to 1 man.
Oh, Richie's lost another one.
Yes, so that seems to have thrown him out quite a lot.
Yeah, that's right. John McNeil is the bump and jump.
Bump and jump. Yeah, I was talking to Michael yesterday. We'll get him on the bench later on, but he's tomorrow's game. He's not expecting to break the world record. It's his first run on an arcade. Like he has the main world record, which he set here at Netherworld. Yeah. But this is the first run through on a cabinet to get a feel for it.
Yeah, exactly. Anything could happen. The cabinet, something might go wrong with the cabinet. He might just not feel prepped. That said again, he might play out of his skin and just feel for it, have a feel for it and fly. Hope he does. Hope he kills it.
And Richie will be playing again tomorrow with the Space Invaders against John Tannehill.
Yeah,
that's the plan. Cabinets are set up.
I'm not sure what time that's happening.
Yeah, we might get a bit of an idea later.
By the end of the day.
And Jimmy and Ben here at Netherworld have a US cabinet and a Japanese cabinet. So John will be playing with a joystick and button, and Rich will be playing with his preferred left and right button and fire. So they both got what they like. So could be a lot of fun. I'm not sure if they play, will that be streamed at all? Or yeah, they're going to stream it. So those who are around
I'll have a double here, and then I'll have Kibby on there as well. So we'll be streaming Kibby from 10 a.m. I think, and the space off at some stage tomorrow as well.
Unfortunately, I won't be here tomorrow. I was hoped to be here, was always the plan, but just due to other timetabling and demands, I just can't be here tomorrow. But I'll be keen to find out the results.
So again, these are high scores. Like last year, people were struggling to get to 200 in finals, and Barra's about to hit 200. Let's have a look at the others are. Yeah, we pretty much have 6 players on the cusp of 200, so the quality of finals is.
And I think that's going to really change people after this next round. People are going to be thinking, well, I've really got to lift my game. And then,
well, Johnny Bond got lucky. He got through, so he's due for a really strong game. So who will he be up against next? He will be up against the winner of Barra and Richie Farr. So Johnny's going to need the game of his life anyway. Likely against Barra. Richie's down to his last man, so this is nearly over. So maybe after that we'll try and head over to the Jay and Matt game, because they're both playing really well. I think that's where we'll head next. Yeah, don't die, Richie. Hold it, man.
Sorry guys, if you see us sort of looking up like this, we're just looking on the big screen. We've got a big projector screen here for the audience to watch. We've got people drifting in and out of the pub now. Like I'm sure the crowd will get bigger through the day. So people start piling in, I'm sure. We had a pretty solid crowd yesterday, especially towards the end of the day.
Where are the other cards? Where's Shane?
Richie's down to his last man. Richie's out.
I like Richie.
Heard that damn it there. So Richie's out of the tournament, and Barra's going on to the next round. So Barra, go. A lot of people happy with that. I mean, happy, his New Zealand supporters and just fans in general. Like he's got a lot of support, around the world, which is, it's just evident when he's putting scores up and playing. Congrats to Barra. So I think we'll see a split screen soon of another game going on, and maybe Richie or Barra will come out to sit down, or anyone else from one of the games just finishing up would be good. Hey Shane. Shane Saul reluctantly coming to sit down. Hey Shane.
Hey.
Yeah, bit of an upset.
Yeah, it was.
But it's just how it goes. Like last year's winner, first one out this year. It's almost like just sort of echoes Barra's performance last year. Like kill screens first, in the bracketing rounds, and then first one out. Yeah. But it just goes to show anything can happen.
That's it, yeah.
How'd you feel going in though? I guess you felt pretty relaxed, or just...
Oh, no, I had nerves.
Yeah,
nerves, yeah.
What do you think that was? A sort of feel that you might have to, just because you performed so well last year, just got in your head a bit, or...?
Probably a little bit, but even yesterday when I was playing the qualifiers, I still felt, just a bit nervous,
Yeah, I caught Shane coming in and said, how are you feeling? And he said, I feel a bit nervous actually. He said yesterday carrying in a spare, I think he bought his own circuit board in case they needed one for a board or for a cabinet. And he said even then he wasn't feeling the most relaxed. I guess if you hadn't won last year, probably a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
I guess that is the case. If you've got something to lose, then you've got something to prove, haven't you? Do you know what I mean? If you own the title, if you've got something, you think, well, geez, I better put my real game on here. And
Yeah. There's always next year though, so to come back.
Oh, you'll be back again, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Either way, you know, in the Kong Off and Donkey Kong history, you're written into the history books.
Yeah.
You know, which is pretty good. You haven't been to the US for a Kong Off at all, or
no.
Any plans to do that, just to be a part of it, or?
Yeah, we'll just have to see what comes up. Yeah.
And what about for next year? You'll be still trying to going for that 1 million point score?
Yeah, I'll be grinding away at it next year, I reckon. I'll probably have a break for the rest of this year and then pick it back up early next year. And
I mean, really, it's just a matter of time for you, I think, to get there.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you don't have to be silly about that. You're so close, you know. I know that those points don't come easy. That 900 to 1 million is quite a bit of work, but but it seems very much within your reach to do so. But Alan's been playing great these past 2 days, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had some really big games. It's been good.
So he'll be feeling good.
Hey?
He'll be feeling good.
Yeah.
Alright guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we call the next round.
Might squeeze over and see if Barra wants to jump in. Do you want to slide along? Or? Hey Barra, Andrew.
Take my cab. Estelle and CJ, Alan and Kimmy, Johnny Bond.
Yeah, Barra's going to come and sit down and have a chat. Bring in his beer.
Who a good choice.
We sliding across?
You slide on the front. Congrats.
The mates.
Cheers. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, it was very close, neck and neck for quite a while through that game. I don't know if you were getting a chance to glance across.
Yeah, I saw Richie was on his first one. He's like 130,000 for his first guy. I was just pumped when I got past 4-2 because that's when I bombed out last year. I lost 3 guys on that one pie factory, so as soon as I got past that, I was super pumped.
I mean, I'm sure you two can sympathise with each other, like with Shane out, first round this year, and that happened to you last year, and you had the kill score winner from last year. Like these things happen, But and it seemed that Richie, after losing that man, he just seemed to just crumble away from it.
Yeah, I lost a couple on the springs and maybe a bad pie factory. I'm not too sure. I'm trying to concentrate on my own game because I get nervous enough. You can make so many simple errors when you're nervous. So it's just
exactly.
You can't even control the joystick sometimes. You're like twitching on the jump button.
Don't
want to press it at the wrong time, like when you're on a springboard or something.
I guess. I mean, I've never really. I've never really been in a tournament as such. I haven't. But I imagine it's a bit like going to a school exam. There's that feeling of going, and when things start going wrong, just, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? All that sort of, those answers that you have start to disappear. They start to fall away from you, I suppose,
Yeah, it is.
But Alan seems to be very composed, seems really comfortable.
I mean, it's not the Alan style we know and love on the streams, is it? Everyone's turning up like, I thought Alan was going to be smashing cabs and raging at the calmest person here.
He's very zen.
And he's super consistent. I don't know, what do you have today? 400,000 or 500,000. And he 700 yesterday. A couple other big games.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Richie seemed very relaxed starting on, and it was like there might have been a point, I don't know, maybe 1,000 points between, even less at one point. I was somewhere there, I can't remember how, but there were some stages where it looked like it was like a 5-second delay, like you could be almost the same game going through it. But anyway, then just often with video games things can turn to muck pretty bad. Like lost a man before I knew it was all over. So
always good to get off to a good start. We've got Johnny Bond now, and he's going to take my cab because he gets precedence. So that's okay though.
Yeah, well, Johnny, I think he felt pretty lucky that things because he was out and Chris was still playing.
Yeah.
So he was sitting here while he was still on his last line.
They can't see that, just us.
Oh, really? Oh, so you got like a live one on the
Yeah, I think this next round will be a bit of a...
So who we got? So obviously Estelle must have got through. Didn't see their game. Oh, Kibby beat John. Oh, yeah, he just beat that.
So we've got Johnny Bond versus Andrew Barra, Alan Stahl versus Michael Kibby, Scott Definite versus Chris Jennings, and Ethan Daniels versus Matt Tecchio. Yeah, Matt, I'm not sure which one we're going to be looking at. It was exciting watching Matt play yesterday. Like, don't know him apart from yesterday, but he was. I mean, I was impressed by his game. I don't know if you guys watched him much.
I haven't really seen him play. I've never heard the name before. He's sort of just come out of nowhere. And, he's got what 400-something thousand yesterday, or I'm not too sure. 400.
He's 550 around there.
So he's
he's only been
kill screen capable player.
He's only been playing for about 6 months, and quite keen to get a team.
Alan's playing Kibby again this year. They played last
Alan
year.
Kibby, a rematch last year.
Rematch.
Michael's got, I was just saying, Michael's got a lot of gaming on today and tomorrow. Like he's doing his nibbler run tomorrow.
Yeah, so it's hardcore practice for that.
Yeah, so.
Horror.
Alright, nice. So we doing all these ones at once now, or how is that going to work?
I'm not sure.
Are we going to have a couple of rounds again, or just do them all?
I'm not sure if we're going to play them all at once, or I'm not sure how. I mean, seem to be race through them, I suppose.
Obviously, we've got 8 cabs, so we can do as many as we want now.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if they'll probably slow down after this match, this round, I suppose. I don't know. No point in rushing through the last 2 rounds.
You want the semis and the final. Well, obviously, the final's only one, but semi-finals, you probably want to stream them each.
Yeah, imagine that will be the case. It'd be a shame not to do it that way, I think. Yeah.
The pressure of being defending champion too much, mate.
Yeah, we're just talking. That's saying you've got something just trying to hang on to. So
I mean, you won the first ever. You can't take that away from us.
That's saying, he's in history books.
So I guess you had the higher pressure on me last year, qualifying first, and now you are defending champion. So maybe it's better just to hang around the middle somewhere. And just,
That might be the strat for next year.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I was just saying, I think I think Shane will hit that 1 million points next year. I'm guessing, not to jinx him at all, but
We're going to see one Australian get 1 million. We've got 3 of them in New Zealand, by the way. There's only 3 people in the country that play too. So.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier.
Yeah, well, because Australia was like being and they breathed in it. They released it last night.
Just trying to our game going to the stream. Not sure which one we're going to look at. We probably will look at Alan's game, maybe. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
We've got Alan and Kibby. That'll be a good one to watch. Ethan, Matic, Ethan's.
I might request that actually. What do you think? We watched Johnny play earlier. We just watched Barra, so it'd be only fair to sort of see a few other players. I'm sure people want. So I think we might get that organised actually. If you guys have
yell out
commentary, you're having talk. Sorry, mate.
I'm only just like.
Oh, you're here all day, you missed the commentary man now.
I don't think so.
What's happening, buddy?
Who's in chat?
So predictions for next round, what do we reckon? We've got Ethan, Matt Tecker. It's hard to see Ethan losing. I mean, he hasn't lost a man all weekend, I think. So.
Hasn't lost a man.
Yeah, he hasn't lost a man.
Yeah.
He's going to be great. Matt Tecker is obviously a great player. So could go deep. It could go deep. Chris Jennings, Estelle, you'd expect Estelle to go. How did he go in his last game? So I didn't see any of that. It seemed like it was over pretty quickly.
I think it was, yeah.
He played. Who did he play? Yeah. Lucky.
I think he played Sean in that last match.
Played Sean, right.
Yeah.
Alan Stahl, Kibby, that's going to be a big showdown. Alan Stahl and Kibby. Rematch from last year. Who come through last year? Alan.
Alan did, yeah.
So Kibby's going to be looking for some revenge.
If I had a game like that, then I should have a chance. Just point me up losing my last before level 5.
Johnny Bond.
Let's
see if I can take down the Croc. Hoping the pressure gets to him. We'll see, but we all know he can put up a good score at any time.
Yeah, you put up a monster yesterday after not really practicing
600,000 something.
So.
who's that? Is that? Oh, it's Kibby. Everyone's here. All the mates are here.
Change your colour.
Yeah, we can't read it. Marky D, sir. Oh, we've got some cool Gallagher cards here.
Yeah.
Mr. Serious Face. Mr. Serious Face.
Oh, yeah. Just slide up here. It'd be good to stretch my neck the other way.
Oh, yeah.
For those out there, with my dodgy eye, my evil eye. Oh, I've lost. It's better. Yeah. So yeah, we're going to be watching Alan and Kibby.
All right, that'll be a great match.
Yeah.
Rematch from last year. Alan came through that. I don't know how Kibby's been playing, but.
Oh yeah, sorry, I did that. Just I think it's taped together. You might have to tape those. Just I was worried that someone's going to. Sorry for technical difficulties. Ethan Daniels looks pretty relaxed there on camera.
Yeah, I mean he's super calm, cool, calm, collected, isn't he?
Yeah, we were talking earlier. Ethan and I were, and Johnny Bond on, and I was saying that it'd be good to have a sort of a arcade standard like etiquette and protocol rules. You know, like
some like gentlemen's rules for the comps, you mean?
Yeah. And this happened. You know, like if you like what behaviour of spectators and things like that, what they can and can't do. Not that you can police it out, but one was when someone will come up and whispers, "Oh, you've won," and you think, and you might take that advice and think, "Oh, well, I'll stop playing," and then they find out, "Oh, I thought you were playing such and such," and they gave you the wrong advice, stuff like that, or singing or making noise when you're next to a player. I think
we discussed some rules at Gallagher Scores. Obviously, we tried to hash out some rules, and there was some grey areas there about. Like machine malfunctions, and if you're deep in the game and something happens, we do definitely need some maybe general rules.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be many.
Games.
And that was, I was saying earlier, was I felt that was required in the organised scores, sit down and treat it like just is everyone happy with what we're going to do, and I think it'd be quite easy to put one together, and I suppose just putting it out there to that community to maybe have a push for it and agreed one somehow.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there is no international kind of federation for this.
That's right.
But I think it's something that could be done, in the community, and it doesn't get bureaucratic, but we saw it at Scores too, and I don't think it's often intentional. Like Mark Schultz was there and got very excited about your match with Laidlaw, and it looked like it was over, and he was going, "No, keep going," and yet we said, "Actually, you're not the adjudicator," and it wasn't out of any, and it can throw confusion in, can't it?
I know they at previous Kong-offs in America they've had rules around point pressing and stuff. Don't just leech the elevator stage all day because it's not spectator friendly, and that gives you an advantage when you're behind the other player in terms of the boards because you know what place they're playing at and you can adjust your own style of that.
But
that sort of stuff can be written into that as well.
Well, they could be written into.
Is this yours?
I mean, that could be written into the Kong-off stuff, but I mean, in a broad, just general one, would be stuff like, because I remember at the score was like John Clinker, because the rules we had when you finish a game, you just sort of walk away. And he was always a bit disappointed that his winning victory was like 300,000. But he hadn't lost a man, or maybe he'd lost one, and he could have put a better score up. But it just gives some transparency to how those things are resolved and decided. And also for, I was saying it could be just as simple as, a ref or adjudicator or umpire, whatever it is, comes over and just, it's only they will actually make contact and say, "Look, you've one barrow, this is closed," a hand on the shoulder, that sort of stuff.
An official ending instead of.
Yeah. And another one I was saying like in chess they have terms for, if you want to adjust pieces. So if a player was to stand up at a cabinet, like get out of a seat, that's an indicator, something that maybe you make it quite clear that you're just adjusting or you want to do something. Because it can throw someone off. Going, it's like finished,
Or if you stand there and throw your hands up in the air, I think if you stand up, generally it's you're forfeiting.
Yeah, and we have that in cricket, like it's lots of sports, like walking away from certain things that there's you can make it clear that I'm resigning here and things are said or things are done. But it's something that could be addressed quite easily amongst the community. I think there'd be. And it would easily sort of spread from, because they're all played on cabinets. It's not about, it's just like a control panel, this and that. Opportunity to make sure you're happy. If there is a malfunction, how do we deal with it?
Yeah, exactly. Malfunctions are pretty tricky, because if you're super deep into a game and you're ahead or behind or whatever, you do want to start again. You don't really want to do that.
And that's right. Like, if imagine you're playing on a game, and say, you know, you two are playing, and your game malfunctions. Does that mean Shane has to restart, or do you say, okay, we're going to let him finish his game, and then you've got a chance to play against that, or you know, how do you, things like that where it gets a bit clumsy and no one really has a defined rule, and it wouldn't be hard to put together, you know, as a community, not an individual, but you know, just putting it out there. I'm sure there's people you can draw upon, you know, in the communities.
Well, there's been so many competitions now. There's experience around those situations. So we should be able to draw up some sort of general rules about it.
Oh, and there's decades of experience for some people.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And just make that more clear. I mean, these things are sort of surfacing up anyway, but I'm sure at some point someone's going to do something and it's going to be an upset, and then we'll see a grudge will be held and they'll feel cheated, and you know. For those at home, Ethan Daniels there with texting. It's exciting stuff. Yeah.
I think with machine malfunctions, I think you've just got to roll with it and just make sure your machine is, you know, up to par before you get on.
Yeah, yeah.
If it malfunctions, that's just part of it.
That's just it's like a tyre.
That's just part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's right. It's going to happen. It should be a rare event.
Yeah.
You just don't want it to happen to you. You know.
Yeah.
You don't want it to happen to anyone really. But.
And it's and also things like I was saying, like in things like tennis, like racket abuse, like someone punching the machine. You know that's you know.
Obviously lent on that at some stage.
Yeah.
Right, are we ready to do round two? I'm ready to do round two.
Yeah, we're just about to start round two. Jimmy, just a quick question.
Kibwai.
Yeah, but things like that, you know, because they can be off-putting for players, like little cycle, like someone yelling and screaming, doing good or bad. You know?
Or going like this in front of your face. Yeah. After you've messed up a challenging stage, you know.
Yeah.
That's just one example of.
Is that from personal experience?
Yeah. I heard it happen to a guy.
Barron must be a national hero in NZ. Oh, you'd have to be.
Yeah, there's going to be a standing ovation at the airport when I get back. You know, with people with flags.
It'd be like Michael Jackson arrival or something. You know? I think they're going to dress one of those 747s, aren't they? It's going to say Barron, Team Barron. But you have got a lot of fans now, haven't you?
It's actually quite funny because I'm seeing people here I've never even seen before.
Yeah.
Which is great. It's awesome you get the support.
And for those who aren't, like, you know, you might be in here just junior, like, Barra's not just a DK player. Not there's anything wrong with just being a Doncon player, but you play on so many games and you're so good at so many. Like, I mean, that's where a lot of the fan base, it's not just, I'll go Donkey Kong, but it's actually, and not go New Zealand, like a lot of these people aren't from New Zealand.
It's CAG in general is what it is.
There was a question earlier.
It's all about Astro Blaster these days.
Astro Blaster. You must look at that. Who's Barra? There you go, Jason.
He's a good mate, Jason.
Obviously not. DK3 talk stuff.
Okay, well, since no one's here, I'm taking the place of the. I'm going to play Alan. Come on, everybody, where are you? Woo. Who's Alan playing? Gibby. I'm taking the place of Gibby. Gibby, to the front.
Nibbly.
Grady, going once, going twice. I take his place.
Just waiting on Michael Kibby.
Michael Kibby. Here he comes. Alright, and they all come.
There we go.
Here we go, round two.
March
all once. What's happening?
Everybody get in your machines, please.
Sounds like we are, Barra. Are we all doing it at once? Is all games at once for this one?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Cheers, mates.
Did you guys pick your machines yet? Ethan Allen, that's a furniture store.
Ethan Allen, Johnny Bond.
I'll sit in for a minute. Yeah,
Wow. Try and get that. Okay, someone comes.
Johnny Bond to the front.
Ethan versus Matt, Chris versus Stell, Alan
Johnny
versus
Bond,
Kibby,
going
and Johnny
once.
Bond versus Barra. He'd be at the bar for sure.
Johnny, be good. Be good, Johnny. Johnny!
Talking about other games, so what else do you play?
Wonderboy.
Oh, Wonderboy, yeah.
Yep. And Daytona recently.
Oh, yeah. How was that? The
Everybody get your
Daytona tournament?
machines.
Yeah, not too bad. Barrow's still in front at the moment.
Sorry?
Barrow's beating me at the moment. We're just having a friendly time trial match.
Okay. But there was a Daytona match here a few weeks ago, wasn't it? A month ago or so?
Yeah, I didn't compete in that, no.
There was a real gun player there, apparently.
Yeah,
that doesn't submit scores.
Fenn, I think his name is. Yeah.
Apparently he was breaking world records, but he doesn't like. He's pretty sort of not introverted or shy, just happy to just turn up tournaments and not submit stuff. But apparently he was just breaking Daytona records.
Yeah, I had a look at some of his scores that are on the board. It's pretty impressive the times that he gets on the tracks.
That's where it'll be good with Orcade, see, because the Orcade just tracks them, so they're done here. They can pass them over to Doc Mac with Galloping Ghosts, and
here he comes, Johnny. Where you going?
They're the scores.
Oh, you got to take a. Okay, go take a start.
There we go. See, Johnny in the back of
his beer in there.
the bottom
There's
there, the
gonna be a
very
bunch of
back.
poop
There's the toilets there.
particles
So
around in his beer.
go, Ethan. Now would be good to get the bottom left of the screen. Oh, you mean the Oh, there, yeah. On Kibby's. Maybe I can get someone to adjust that before.
So if anyone cares, there's a lot of cards up here. Free. You can take a card if you guys don't have. If you guys collect trading cards, they're up here.
Hey, Jimmy. On Michael Kibby, can we just adjust the screen on the bottom left? Someone was saying that something's a bit off. I don't know if that's what they meant. Did I miss Alan's 1 million, or is he saving that for the championship game? You can ask that, Shane. Alan's 1 million. No, I don't think you missed it.
Yeah, not yet. Soon.
Well, I think Alan said he's been starting to try and point press a bit. He'll openly admits he's not good at it. Yeah. He's not.
Yeah, man.
Not real confident at the point pressing, but he's going to try and work on it this year a bit.
Yep.
Alan is. Yeah.
I'll have to go home the bar though.
It is interesting though, with having Barrow on the bench here. They have 3 million point presses, and Australia doesn't have one yet. And I don't know what it says. I mean, it's nothing nasty, but I think there's various world record holders in other games, and it seems that, I don't know, like maybe it's just spread across the field a bit differently. Like you're saying, you're playing Wonderboy in Daytona, but then again, Barrow's playing plenty of games. It's just a curiosity, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it.
Okay, everyone,
we
put
just
your
had
coins
different
in.
games,
Get the credits in.
To start with, not as many Donkey Kongs around, so.
Yeah, you might talk about that.
Everyone ready?
I'll just wait till Richie gets off the mic.
Here we go. On 3. I mean 1. 3, 2, 1. Hey! Yeah! Round 2. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, it wasn't. I was saying earlier, like Donkey Kong wasn't popular in Australia in the arcade. Cheers, Richie.
Yeah, I
and
only ever remember seeing 1 or 2 around back in the day. So
yeah, it was pretty rare. Just Shane's pretty quiet. Can everyone hear Shane? You're a pretty quiet-spoken guy.
Okay, yeah. I'll try and speak up.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't as popular a game as. I mean, the games that I saw. Because how old are you, Shane? You're a bit younger than me.
Turned 36.
36. Yeah, you're nearly 10 years young. I'm 45, but. So you weren't really around at the time as such, when arcades were really pumping in Australia. Well, that's not true. It's bigger now than it was then, But it's changed. It's the title, the lineups is very different. But back then the games were very much Gallagher, Missile Command. You'd see these things around. Berserk, Dig Dug was big. Ghost and Goblins was very big. 1942, Commando. These are the ones you could expect to see. Later games were things like Green Beret. Rygar was particularly big. But yeah, games like. You saw Frog and Pac-Man and Donkey Kong, and of course you did, but they just weren't as strong as games like Scramble. Where the shoot-em-ups, the shmups were really, the fixed shooters, they were really popular, and years later you would have seen, go into a cafe and you'd find a 1942 or a Gallagher or even a bootleg Galag, and same with, sorry, just looking at something, same with some of those games that were once very popular started to drop off, like Berserk, you just don't see it anymore. You don't see Missile Command, I think that because it's such a few dedicated cabinets came out, and I suppose if they went wrong, they just eventually got put aside. And, I don't know where they went, but things like those fixed shooters, left-right buttons, left-right stick, and easy to fix, easy to maintain. Street Fighter was big.
Yeah, I remember seeing a lot of Street Fighters around. But most of the games that I would see growing up, they were all in fish and chip stores or ice rinks. Just no main arcade, just in cabs, just wherever you pretty much went. You just had to play what was available.
And the arcades seemed to as they started to close, pinball alleys and things like that always had them, and they seemed to sort of be designated to those areas or delegated to that. And then we had other arcade chains that were bought out. I can't remember the names of them, but they just never managed to capture the spirit of the mood. People had the same games at home, could play on consoles or PCs, and those games they just didn't play that well. I don't think they just didn't match it. Some did, like Daytona was particularly big in Australia. And like I said, Point Blank was a common game. You see that in student hangouts and stuff, student bars. It's a really fun game, isn't it? Like just in a bar and stuff. But Donkey Kong, it just wasn't that popular. I think it was more popular on the Game & Watch LCD, the old flip top one. I remember that was very popular. That, seeing that around school, and friends and cousins and that had it. But I saw Crazy Kong, and I suppose it's a pretty bad example of what Donkey Kong truly is, but it just didn't really get people's attention from my own anecdotal evidence. It was nothing compared to other shoot 'em up stuff. You used to see Defender around.
I don't remember seeing that back in the day. Defender.
Yeah, I remember seeing it, but it was. I think those sort of Williams games sort of correlate more with pinballs. Like you had older people playing, you had to have a certain skill set. Like I never learned it because I didn't have them. Well, I'm not blaming on this, but I certainly wasn't big on putting money into it because learning the control panel was pretty hard.
Yeah, there's definitely a skill that's required for Defender. Yeah, it's a tough game.
But who was I talking to yesterday? Was talking about turning their attention to Wonder Boy, Neil Cairns. He'd like to have a crack at Ghost and Goblins.
Yeah, he's saying that that's another game that he wants to practice and try and set a record on at some stage.
I think it's a great game, and why it's not played more, or maybe it has been and people just aren't looking at it, or I suspect it may not have been as popular in the US. If there's someone there, maybe they can correct me if I'm wrong. When I've talked to people about, they know it, but it's not that popular. It was very popular in Australia, Ghosts and Goblins. And other games later, like Green Beret, I may have mentioned that, but Double Dragon.
Yep.
A lot of Australian
Double Dragon was a big one.
I think generally punching and shooting games were big in Australia. I'm not sure why. I mean, you could draw various conclusions, but I feel that pinball was big already. Like those out there, like David Hankin was an Australian pinballer, like designer, and he designed the arcade cabinets like the Hankin Upright and the Lowboy. But he designed, he did the FJ cabinet, and he also did the Dennis Lilly. How's that? But he did also the first Star Wars pinball in the world. He did Empire Strikes Back in 1980. That was the first, of course, wouldn't have been licensed, but it was the first Star Wars one. And I think that's a pretty good demonstration that people were building those boards here, but no one was actually. But when video games came, no one was designing circuit boards and stuff in Australia that I know of. There were plenty of programmers for, like The Hobbit and things like that were designed in Australia, games like that. Warlords was done in Australia. Yeah, that was a game. But pinball was big, and I think those games where you got the mash buttons seem to correlate with what people are already playing a bit. Do you think? That's my feeling anyway.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There we go. Alan Offer's dead. It's all about Star Wars now.
Yeah, I think they all want to see Kai versus Alan.
Yeah. There you go. This place I used to live has a Ghost and Goblins. Yeah, it's a really fun game, Ghost and Goblins.
It's a bit of a brutal game too. I think. So it's definitely a bit of a learning curve to it. And I think once you get that down, you can have some fun with it.
It's a game that I feel that doesn't oddly sit, and this is a positive thing, it doesn't sit in that era it was made in. It feels like a game that may have come out on the 64 or the Amiga. Like it's got really good flow. Like, you know how Donkey Kong has quite mechanical feeling, like it's you move, but there's something about it's a much more fluid game. Like Gallagher's much more fluid than Galaxian. And Ghost of Goblins much more fluid than Donkey Kong. And that's not a put down on Donkey Kong, it just has a more relaxed feel, And it's more dramatic, the background scene, the lightning bolts, the wind and things like that. Or is that Ghost and Ghouls? I think you get the wind, the little
I get the two
thing.
mixed up. And there's one that I've played on Super Nintendo, which is a port on one of those two, which, it's a lot of fun. Both down to 2 lives.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I was about to say, you both found the 2 lives. What's that? What's that?
He's running up while the fireball is freezing. It's always a bit of a risk doing that. But.
Yeah, I'll have a look at these games now, especially while I've got Shane here to talk about it. So Alan there. what are we looking at points here? Allen's a little bit in front.
I think Kibby's one screen behind.
I do like watching it. I like watching for that long spring. I think I just like to see if I could get it right, as if I'm playing myself, you know.
Yeah.
So that's not it. That's not it. There it is. Oh, that was one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it just wasn't ready. He's ready to run. Look at him. He's poised.
I think he's just
there he
not
goes.
playing very risky.
Yeah, fair enough.
Try and stay in the game.
Yeah. Can we see him across the room? Where is he? Oh, yeah. No, I can't see him. Oh, he's just over here.
Yep.
Oh, we might be able to get him in the shot, actually, if you want to see him with this camera. Should we try and adjust it so we can see there? I was just trying to get Alan in the shot there. Oh, okay. There we are. There's Alan in front of the cabinet on the right there, and Michael's next to him, but you can't see him. We've got Neil Cairns blocking the view. Hog. Yeah, so if we see any of Alan's punchy behaviour, we'll get it all live.
I don't think so.
Not today.
Not today.
He's really chilled, isn't he? I mean, I don't know him as well as you guys do, but he certainly seems very relaxed. He was yesterday and very relaxed today. Yeah. There we go. Lots of things like Tumble Pop, Snow Brothers, Galaxy and Gallagher. Yeah, they were all Snow Brothers. I don't remember Tumble Pop. Bubble Bobble. Sorry, was also one I remember seeing around a lot in Australia. C64. There we go. Someone from, I assume that person's from Australia. Clark. I never saw a DK in an Australian arcade. There you go.
Yeah, I honestly don't remember seeing one. If I did, it would have probably been Crazy Con.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, my memory of some of those games like Pac-Man. I remember playing Pac-Man at some place on holidays with my family. Or, you know, it was just a machine somewhere and playing. It was the only cabinet there. It was just in some place. I don't remember where. And I remember turning up playing a game of Frogger, and I still remember playing because my friend Rodney Stewart saying, "Let's play Frogger," and I remember playing, going, "I don't like this game," you know. And I actively remember putting a coin and going, "I don't want to play this game," you know.
Yeah.
Playing, you know, other games instead. So where are we on here? There we go. Who are we gonna watch here? You gonna watch Alan, or are we gonna watch Kibby for a while? Both on level 4. So if anyone wants to try and do a start on this, should we try and figure out pace at the end of this? Do you think, just for fun or not?
Hey.
Well, should we do pace at the end of this? So what have we got?
I'm not the best at calculating it.
5, 8, 6. What have we got? 6, 4, 100. We'll look at. And that's Alan. And let's see what 6, 4, 600. They're almost identical a little bit. And Michael. We just got to remember to get there. Oh no! What am I talking? We haven't. I thought I have to start that again. We're at the end of the level.
Yeah.
See if we can remember to do it. I only learnt yesterday. I didn't see, but we'll watch it on Kibby's screen as Kong goes from left to right. So when he comes back on the left, he'll change the direction of barrels.
Yeah,
for those there, watch there. Here he goes bump.
The conveyor.
Yeah, and then the conveyor changes. Oh, not barrel, sorry, the conveyor.
Yep.
It's those little things you have to know, isn't it? You know, in Donkey Kong. Well, certainly helps to know.
It does help to know. Yeah.
Didn't really matter on that with the. It's got a free pass, so we'll just walk through.
I didn't even see that. Keep it down.
Oh, I didn't see that either. I must have been scrolling. Oh, he managed to avoid that wild one. So what will he do? He pick up. So he's picked up. Now this is not typical behaviour to pick up the barrel on this level.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, he got it.
Oh, he got it.
I was worried he was.
Yeah, I thought he was. But this isn't picking that lower barrel up on level 4. Is not typical, is it?
It is. I believe that it's actually a safer strat for level 4.
Oh, okay.
Because you can grab it to hit the wilds that come down.
Oh. Yeah, you saw Kibby controlling the barrels there.
And the lower the bonus timer gets on level 4 barrels, you've got more chance at steering them. So as you're going to the top, you've taken the bottom hammer, the bonus timer's gone down, and then you can have more chance of steering.
Oh,
so you get a better transition to the top.
All right, so that's a definite tactic there, is to chew up the time so you can steer the barrels as you're going up, because the barrels are really wild on this level, aren't they?
Yeah.
Let's hope you can get through this board. Someone's calling already. Allen to the final four. I think that call's not being too ambitious. I think it's most likely going to be the
He's
case.
been playing good.
Yeah.
So I know he really wants it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there was talk early on in the year that he didn't think he was going to make it to the Kong-Off this year round, wasn't there?
Yeah, he was unsure, but he's made it, so he's playing good.
For that long spring on Kibby, there it is, up he goes. And it's really, you also have to watch for that second long spring, don't you, if it comes along?
Yeah,
that's a killer.
Second one, you have to retreat. But there is a variance in the long spring, so it is possible to go on two longer springs, but
Best to avoid.
Yeah, best to avoid it.
I do like watching this rivet stage now. I never used to before. I thought I can't see what to watch for, but watching this, I think it was you who described it really accurately to me, the star pattern on the phone when I was calling up a few times, and you can see here's a pretty good execution of it from Kibby. He's going to pick up that hammer and hopefully he'll get to knock out a few more points, and they'll spawn on the left, and it gives him that. Would you run back and try and knock out those barrels to get the points, or not bother, just sit around trying to knock out the top one? The Firefox?
Probably not in this match, but if I was just playing generally, yeah, to get the extra points.
Yeah. So here, better just keep it safe and move on.
Because you don't know where they're going to come up, and you could end up getting caught in that top corner.
Well, it is a very different game when you're playing head-to-head, because even you just don't like, not to curse anyone, but there's nothing to say that, like we saw at Richie in the last game, lost a life, and another one that just crumbled after that. Yeah, it just fell apart. And the point difference here is quite, it's decent, you know. It's not impossible, but if that should happen, then, you know, Michael's still got to try and catch those points. You know, so best to stay alive rather than get greedy now, I suppose. Score update, I'll see what we can get. I'll just wait for Jimmy to come back. Yeah, never write anyone off. There you go. Let's see what he gets here. Oh, here we go, score update. Thanks, Jimmy. Ooh, here we go. Barra at 99k with only one man left, and Johnny at 112 with 3 men remaining. Wow, that's a big shift. Estelle 119 plays Chris at 96k. Estelle has 3 lives. Chris has 2. Chris played really well yesterday. Someone who's not I'm no DK player, but I really enjoyed watching his play. He's only new to the game. I've been mentioning that before. And Ethan and Matt. Ethan at 95 with 2 left, and Matt at 105 with 2 lives left. So, I got that wrong, Chris. Sorry, it was Matt I was watching yesterday, Matt Tecchio. So Matt Tecchio at 105 playing Ethan at 95. So Matt Tecchio is only new like between there, and he's got a good 10,000 point difference there. And Estelle at 119 and Chris at 96. Chris Jennings. I think we spelled Jennings wrong, haven't we?
Is it? Yeah, I think there's an N missing.
Yeah, pretty sure. Well, it can't be Jennings. Yeah, so I thought this round might be an interesting one, just looking at the scores yesterday.
Yeah.
So the final 4 could be a very different idea of what we thought, you know, like people talking yesterday who they thought the final 4 were going to be, and it might be very different indeed. Yeah, that's Jimmy out there scribbling away for us. Is Alan burping yet? I have no idea. I don't want to get too close to find out. I feel like sometimes I'm a cooler. You know that phrase, like in Vegas, if I start talking about players' performance, I start talking about them, they lose a man.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sure the universe doesn't follow my behaviour, so it doesn't matter, but I'll say it now, I really feel like Michael's eased into he seems a bit more relaxed.
Yeah.
On the screen there playing. Don't you? Do you feel that? You're someone who plays.
Once you hit level 5, a bit of that stress goes because you're not having to deal with the randomness as much as what you normally would. So.
But I mean that's going to be true of Alan as well. You know,
yeah.
He's got a huge he's got an advantage of 2 lives in the reserve, which must feel like a big. I mean, it's. I guess it's more of a case is Alan aware that Kibby's down to the one man? You know?
Yeah, you might not know.
Because if I was playing, I don't think I would want to be glancing at my opponent's screen, because I'd be, it's kind of like careful what you wish for. Like looking across, are you going to see what you want?
Yeah.
I suppose you really just want to concentrate on your game, because you're not really playing your opponent, you're playing the machine. Nothing really changes.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
And I think the really top players play the machine, not the opponent.
Yeah.
Psychologically, what advantage have you got to be thinking about somebody else when you're really just playing against yourself, really? So knowing that Michael's down to his last man could mean you might ease off a bit, and all of a sudden you've lost that edge.
Yep, that's true, yeah.
In the bottom screen, that's John Tannehill talking to Jimmy Nail, so you get some face there. Jimmy they both got hats on. Jimmy facing the screen, and John Tannehill on the left there, the current world record holder on Space Invaders. Took that score early this year on its 40th year anniversary.
I believe he's going to go try and make some attempts tomorrow.
Yeah,
for it, so.
he'll be playing against Richie Knuckles as a plan. I've written an article on it which hopefully will be published. The Guardian have it, so hopefully that'll be out tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Anyway, you never know with newspapers. I used to work in newspapers, and things can change pretty quickly if some event comes along. Alan is on fire. I hope you mean figuratively. Yeah, Matt Tecchio just mentioned, get an update on that against Ethan there. Like, he was playing really solid yesterday. I keep having to reiterate, I'm not a Donkey Kong player, but having watched people like Ethan and Estelle, and he was playing. From what I could tell, I thought he was playing really well. But who am I to know? But anyway. Might see if we can get an update on that, on Estelle Ethan and Matt's game in a minute. Here we go, Alan playing. I can see why someone would want to be paid to play an Alan. No point facing off against Alan Starr when he's on fire like this without the promise of being reimbursed for your time. Everyone's in it for the fun.
I think they're just giving a bit of stick to Brian.
Yeah, just I figured that, yeah. I was talking to Richie saying that he reckons the Firefoxes on the Pie Factory are much more aggressive. Do you find that, Shane? Is that true?
I think, yeah, I would actually agree with that. It feels like they come after you a lot more. You've got a bit more time to manoeuvre yourself on the rivets, whereas they can kind of zone you in on the Pie Factory.
Well, after he said that, I was looking at just the layout of the map, and it seems to me that they may not be programmed in a way to be aggressive, but the map actually funnels in a V. If you look at it from the top, it just comes down like this. So as the fireballs, their options on what direction to go, whereas on the rivets, they spread out, but here they can really just condense in.
Yeah.
So I think it may be not that they're programmed to be more aggressive, but the layout makes them more aggressive, maybe. I don't know. Just at a guess.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of, it is like a funnel, when you look at it. So as they all burst out and come out on the left, and so some naturally come, make their way down, and they're already just bunched into a very small space that you've got to enter into. So it does, that's to say they are aggressive. Oh, look there, a little bit of point pressing there on that wild barrel. Is that accurate to say? No need to jump there, but he did.
Yeah, he grabbed the extra 100 points.
Steering the barrels there, those who, I'm sure everyone's aware of it, but it is an entertaining thing to watch. I remember when I saw King of Kong for the first time, and I wasn't talking to play, I thought, cool, I didn't realise these little things even existed in old arcade games. These exploiting the programming.
Still pretty close on score.
Oh yeah, almost. You could almost say that. Well, they are neck and neck, really, aren't they? There's nothing in that. Just a few. Not many barrels.
Same board as well.
Yeah, same board level. I assume they are. you have a favourite board, Shane?
No. No, I don't have a favourite board. I guess you could say Springs, as it should be a gimme, but it wasn't for me today. I threw one of them away.
I guess it does give you a little bit of pause to re-energise a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Like getting to this position now, I suppose, is pretty comfortable for everyone. You get there and you.
That was close. Yeah. It gives you a little bit of a breather on this, because you can actually just wait and see, just have a break, regain your focus.
Ooh, you see that with my.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see. I think it'd be good in the. I mean, maybe someone's already done it, but in the Donkey Kong community on the barrels, to just see the lines of danger. Like I imagine you can draw them imaginary in your head on the board, the barrel boards. Like there's that drop zone that comes down between. Yeah. It'd be good if we could have a pointer. You need to draw a die. But I imagine if we drew it up, like I suppose I could somewhat do it. See if I get a bit of paper here, a blank sheet. I'll see if I can sketch it up really quickly, and then you can. If you. This is going to be a pretty rough sketch. But it'll serve the purpose, won't it? Sorry guys, I'm just drawing a little map, and I just thought it'd be interesting to see if Shane could help me out. So if we take this and I give you another pencil, don't mess it up too much. If you draw the danger zones, like there's the drop zone, but where they roughly zigzag through, do you? Can you?
Well, yeah. So you've got this area through there. So it basically halfway on that ladder. So you can, if he drops one, you can actually go up that ladder, but if it's doing anything else.
Yeah.
But as from level 5 onwards, if he throws one at you, and just say you're standing here, as you see where they stand with the hammer, as it comes, it will always just come through at your feet. It never actually hit you.
Yeah.
So I guess the danger zones are in here. You can get trapped with the barrels coming down.
Yeah.
So you want to.
So in this spot here.
Yeah. So you want to. You want to be watching here, because you need to be steering barrels that are coming down here, down this broken ladder, and away from you, so that you can make that transition.
Mix that broken ladder.
Going up that bottom ladder on the left there, that's usually not a good idea unless you're forced to.
Bit of a no-go zone.
Yeah. I'd say they're probably the worst.
Oh, look, Michael
areas.
Kibbe
he's out.
He's out. I just missed that. Not that anyone's fault, we were just.
Yep.
So they're the major ones, do you think?
Yeah.
I'll use that. I'm going to. And does that fall through the ladder there, actually? Does it?
Falls just, you've just seen that one fall through. It falls through just on the right side of that ladder.
And these ones here are sort of danger zones, aren't they? You were saying that one there?
Yep.
And there isn't anyone down here? And then there's this trajectory that comes down through. So there. So this is a danger zone here.
Yep.
Standing there.
And I tend to stick away from this area as much as I can.
Around there?
Yeah.
So.
Just because he can drop a barrel on you, and you can have ones coming at you at the same time.
Yeah. So I'll come back to that. Oh, and this was the trajectory of a good path to steer barrel. You're saying this was quite.
Yeah, you want to try and steer them away from you on that. You use that broken ladder. You can steer as many down as you can.
And they'll roll off that way. Yeah.
And then that way you get that free run to that top hammer.
Yeah. Oh, and that allows a greater access to this hammer here.
Yeah.
Where's the bottom hammer? Sits about here, doesn't it? Oh, that one. It's on that, that's right.
That's it?
Yeah. I'll use that diagram later. Yeah, we're just putting a diagram together. I thought we'd try and, as best we could, to sort of show where these danger zones are. I don't know if I can pick up, but might use that later on. Good to know.
And see the other matches.
Yeah. Yeah, so Michael put a solid game up there, and so the final score was 188-200. And
Alan says the game's just ending, I think.
yeah, he's just walked away, I think. Yep. Yeah, he'll be happy. Should we get him over, maybe?
Yeah.
Alan.
In the middle.
Oh, you slide over, or you want to get out?
Yeah, I'll have a bit of a break.
Okay, no worries, mate. Thanks, Shane.
You got my son up here as well?
I'll get him up here just tonight, so now we'll do it later.
Shane, come in.
I'm going to get him up to talk about the Star Wars later. There's lots of talk of the Star Wars.
Yeah, beautiful.
Hey,
Well, thanks, mate.
the finals, how you feeling?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, talk down. Wow, it's the champ.
Yeah. One day.
You're very zen today, Al. Sort of
Yeah, mate, I have to be. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cheers. Sorry, just to pick it up. So we got Ethan and Matt Ticcio. We got 200k versus 202k, and Matt's got 2 lives left and no men left for Ethan. So we've so Ethan's on zero. He's on his last man, and Matt Teccio's got 2 lives remaining.
That's great.
And I've been saying as of yesterday and this morning, I said I found Matt to be played so solid, you know, like just a newcomer.
Yeah.
And I felt that he was really shot. I mean, I'm not a Dom.com player, and I'm really relying on your knowledge and everyone else's here. But the way what the information I've got from all you guys over the last month or so talking, that it seemed really evident to me that Matt was, you know, after seeing his game yesterday, he was really playing well. But yeah, back to you, Al. You're pretty excited, pumped into the final 4.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, have to be. I stuffed up last year, mate, and I just was thinking about it all this time, and you just had to be cool, calm, collected. The first game I had with the first gentleman, mate, a bit of pressure because I knew he was going good, but it gets better as time goes on. But I might be up against Barra or Johnny Bond next.
Yeah, speaking of that, so Barra just came in. Barra and Johnny are exactly 216 each, 216k. Barra down to 1 life left, and Johnny with 2 lives left.
Wow.
You know? And Estelle and Chris 22k with 1 life, and that's Estelle and Chris with 205k. No, that's 220k and 205k with 1 life left. So they're both down to the last lives, and scores are pretty even. So we're seeing a pretty solid round, aren't we?
Yeah, mine's still going.
And Michael Kibbe put up a good game. Like, he lost a few men there, you know, but it was really, really close, neck and neck there.
Yeah, had that.
I mean, you had the advantage. I was just going to ask, did you, in between games, do you risk looking across to see where your opponent's at?
I do.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah.
Doesn't put you...
It puts a bit of pressure on me. I shouldn't, but...
Can't help yourself?
No, can't help myself.
It's like feeling a Christmas present. Oh, what is it?
Yeah, mate.
A bit impatient, you want to know straight away?
That's it, mate. It's like at parties. I'll push kids out of the way for fairy bread, mate.
So there's Ethan and Matt on the split screen on the 2 game on the left there, the 2 cabinets next to each other, and Ethan's got the blue shirt on the left there, and like I said, it's really Matt with 2 lives in front, and he's a point score of about 10k in front. We're not sure where it's at the moment, but a few minutes ago 10,000 in front.
Yeah.
Can you move the cam in closer? Nah, I don't think we can, guys. Like don't really want to. I'm certainly not going to request it. Like just players are giving them a bit of space. I think they're using the tripod as a bit of a buffer, you know, just so people don't go up too close. So they bring it in, they'll just crowd them.
The reason why you're doing that because you've already got a couple of live.
Yeah. So I imagine as games finish up, the room will get pretty quiet around those 2 guys and put the pressure on a little bit. Not that anyone wants to put the pressure on, but you must start to feel it.
Yeah.
We love you, Alan. Great job, Com Club.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah, I only just heard of the Com Club at the moment, and they I saw
it's growing strong. I think it's got
shirt
about 700 members already.
So good.
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Do the play-by-play, Alan.
Yeah, as every match comes along, I'll just play it safe. Hopefully, just run boards. That's to go today.
Yeah. Well, you put the practice in, haven't you? You've been playing a lot of games.
Definitely.
I mean, but just leading up to this, and yesterday you played great score yesterday.
Yeah. first day, it was great as well.
And that was your first game, just got on and played?
Yeah.
And you had a practice game, you got here early while it was pretty empty, you had a practice
I didn't have a practice.
You didn't have a little bit of a go? 15 minutes or something, I heard. I think you got on and just fiddled around a little bit, but not a full game, just a bit of play. There's Ben Nichols there in the front, the co-founder and organiser, owner of Netherworld, co-owner with Jimmy. Yeah. They're the guys behind it. And Ben had a great game yesterday, had a personal best, went to level 6. Yeah. So a lot of little personal goals set.
Yeah, his shirt he got made. I got the material. I got the material. I got about 4 meters of it.
Yeah, there's been a few requests of it then.
Still going, my game. It's new world record. Yes, at track mode.
What are you talking about?
My game was still going. In track mode, world record.
Right.
Take that, sucker.
Oh, it just finished up then.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not sure they're going to. I think the last 2 matches will have. I don't think they'll be playing all at once. I imagine we'll just play one at a time here out. So we'll be watching.
I hope they're like that, though. I hope they're like big ones again.
Yeah. I think that's what they'll probably spread you across. I hope I think that's what people would like to see. We don't want to see miss one of the semi-finals.
Who won?
On which game? That's Barra.
I think Johnny won.
Well, Johnny was 3 lives up. Yeah, Johnny Bond was the victor over Barrow in that game. Don't know what the final score is, but find out in a minute. Yeah. Well, see, Johnny was almost knocked out in that first round.
I know, three big guns are knocked out.
Well, he was sitting here while Chris still had a life left, so he was watching the final minutes of it. So he would have been a little bit anxious. Well, not sure. Can't really see there, but if we look at the lives, you can see Ethan still no lives left, and Matt Tetcher still has 2. Yeah. And I assume the length of play, they've got to be well past level 5. So nothing too. But I wouldn't write Ethan off yet. Like, he's a guy who's got plenty of experience, played in Commonwealths before, a solid player from what I can gather. Well, it's easy to see when he plays. Ethan, his last guy, and Tetchio has 2. That's right. Told you Tetchio's hot right now. I was saying yesterday he's playing like a champ. He was yesterday. Very calm guy to talk to. We had a good chat on the bench here. So what will you do next game? How will you go in? Just as you're going in all day?
Yeah, same. Yeah, just watching, focus on the gameplay and just run boards.
Yeah, Johnny beat Barra. Estelle defeats Chris. Yeah, maybe that game. Yeah, I'd like to know. I see Estelle staying there, so I assume Estelle beat Chris, and that's what the stream's saying. Maybe someone's got a message from someone.
Yeah, Estelle.
Yeah, and I'd like to know what that final score was. Like, Estelle was at 119, Chris was at 96. I suppose where he actually finished, I'm not sure.
Halfway down the pack, I think it was.
But Matt flew up from Melbourne for this.
Yeah.
Matt Tetchio, and came with his partner and child.
Yeah, nice.
So they're quite very supportive of what he's doing. Might maybe not fully understand it, but they're supportive of it. So they've come up to Brisbane, and Matt came and put a good score up, and then thought, I'm all the way here with my family, so I better go and have a bit of a look around.
Yeah.
So he didn't hang around, too much. Like, he saw the sights of Brisbane. And I guess he had an early night and freshened up. And I spoke to him beforehand, going and said, "I'm just letting his arms just to be honoured playing against Ethan Daniels. He's excited, just win or lose. He's just excited that he's actually getting to play such a great player.
Million-point player.
Yeah. Now, how is it, Alan, that you're sitting here and still playing out there? Is that just using a bit of ESP here on the board? It's
I know, yeah. Look at it. The track mode world record. It's going to be beat.
Great job, guys. Congrats, Johnny. Yeah, congrats to Johnny Bond there. He'll be feeling a bit more relaxed after that game.
Yeah.
I think that other one might have sobered him up a bit, that first match.
Yeah, mate, yeah, he was drinking up when he got up.
Yeah, so straighten him out a bit. And Shane Saul he's pretty keen to try and get that 1 million points this coming year. Yeah, he's getting ready to do that. I guess you'll be doing the same, Alan. You've been doing a bit of point pressing too, haven't you?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
I even saw it today. You've switched to the star, from what I can tell.
Sometimes, yeah.
It seems like a stronger one to go with. But you like to keep it open?
Yes and no. They say you can get more points, or it's a better technique. But if you start on that level and they come right across, mate, then they can get you.
Yeah.
That's why I do the weave, because it can get you out of trouble most times.
Yeah.
It's controversy about that.
Yeah, it seems to me that most do the star, but your side still does the weave. But I've seen you doing both, so I suppose if you see the opportunity to do one or the other, you go whichever way you can.
Billy Mitchell does the star as well.
Does anyone know who came up with these? You know?
Yeah, good question. I think the star pattern was Steve Ruby, I've heard.
There you go. Prowl 7, believe in the weave. Believe the weave.
That's right. Believe in the weave.
Believe the weave. I'm a true well I can't even say it. I was going to say true believer, but you can't. A true weaver. I'm a true beweaver.
That's right.
True beweaver. Fuck the weave. Come on, Alan.
Thank you, Brian, sir.
I try and give some more commentary on the Ethan and Matt, but I can't see too much. It's pretty hard from this distance. You can see as much as I can. Yeah, see Matt's just picked up the hammer there. And where's Ethan at? Yeah, he's doing the star pattern right now. We'll see him lock off that side of the screen soon. So yeah, so what do you got to really work on to get your 1 million points? You know, what do you think your next
point pressing?
Yeah, but what part of it? Is there
Up top, yeah.
Up top of the barrel?
Bottom hammer, up top with the hammer, and up the top a bit.
Oh wow! That picture. Wow, and Richie Knuckles was absolutely confident yesterday that Ethan was going to be winner, and it's a real solid demonstration of how things can turn, you know, in Donkey Kong. But Ethan's got nothing to lose here. What a great player! What a great guy! You know, yeah, he'll jump up. Come and grab a seat.
No, that's all right. That's how it goes, man. That's Donkey Kong. Good.
Ethan.
That's awesome.
Come sit down.
Matt, I did not bomb out.
No.
I did not bomb out. So those are the upsets that you like to see.
Yeah.
And I am totally cool with that.
Well, I spoke to Matt. Like I was talking about Matt quite a bit today, and yesterday I was saying, and I'm not like I keep saying this, I don't know, but from all the knowledge I've gathered from you guys, and you were saying yesterday he was playing great when we were watching him together, you know.
Yeah.
And he's only a newcomer, and I said, best of luck, Matt. I said, going in, he said, I'm just on to be playing against Ethan. Like I said, I've won already kind of attitude, you know. But it does show, like, I think that those who know, like anyone who's competed on the game seriously, gone for a world record or gone for high rank scores, they know that their personal best don't reflect their averages. And we've all had good games, like I'm talking about moments with Gallagher, and we've had terrible ones. And you're not short of anything here. And
no.
You look at,
especially not with all the, like if it was a pattern-based game where you could just hold yourself culpable the whole time, then it's like, all right, that was me.
Yeah.
But there's so many random elements in this game.
Yeah.
And like, thank you, sir. Case in point, my first one was a timeout on a Pie Factory. There was like no way out.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That's what happened.
Then my second death was immediately trapped in the top left corner on a rivet, which is maybe a 5% death. The exact same screen, the exact same thing happened right away. So now right away on my last man at the end of level 4.
Yeah.
Or no, it was level 5. So it was level 4 Pie Factory that I died, and then level 5 rivet twice. And at that point, the big old sacks laying on your back, the weight. You're like, oh no, I can only make one more mistake or
I
get
saw you
screwed
look
one
across
more
here,
time.
and I thought I'm not going to make eye contact because Ethan was just sitting right near me. Well, about 3 meters away, and
He's a gentleman, dude. If there's anybody to lose to,
well, yourself, you're both very much gentlemen.
He's a great dude.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just that's just how it goes, That's in all these things, like we saw with Barrow last year's Commonwealth, first, Killstream first one out. This year, same with Shane, wins last year, first one out.
Initially, this format is what we were all afraid of.
Yeah.
This exact situation, because it didn't necessarily 100% represent the elite player, whatever. It wasn't. But this is what makes it the best.
Well,
this is what we learned the first year when we did it, that this is way better than just playing high score all weekend.
Were you at the first Commonwealth?
No. The first one was high score, the second one was high score, the third one was high score, and then starting in the fourth one, they went to bracket.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, this is going to be terrible. Yeah. And it became the best thing. It's so amazing. It's way more suspenseful than knowing Jeff Wilms and Dean are going to win every time.
Yeah.
Now Robbie or West. But
well, when I was at the first Commonwealth, and I was very disappointed that it was.
Really?
Yeah, I was at the first Commonwealth.
Really?
Yeah,
at Richie's tiny little...
Sorry?
At Richie's tiny little arcade.
Yeah, I was there,
That's awesome.
I was at the very first one, and we did quite a bit of video footage for the doco with Michael Stroker that we're still what I'm going to write on Robotron is hopefully will be the script for that documentary. But we did a lot of footage there, and we got footage of Richie unpacking the marquees, like the first Commonwealth things out of boxes and stuff, and they were limited editions and all that, and him talking about he didn't believe it was a sport. He's going, no, this isn't sport, and his opiniion's changed very much. Yeah, it is.
It's basically getting there now.
But I was disappointed genuinely that it wasn't bracketed, that it was just, and I thought, this is just world record runs. It should be knockout.
And it actually didn't even end up world record. Well, so the first one was, because at that time, the record was like 997. I think it was a race to a million.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there was the other millions, but in competition, it was like the race for the first live million. But now it's at a point where even the best players, if they're capable of 1.1, 1.2, they can show up to a tournament, put up $1,050,000 that's untouchable by 90% of the field.
Yeah.
And then that's the be-all, say-all. But now with the bracket, that $1,090,000 player might have what happened to me there. You lose 3 men right away, and you're like...
Yeah. And I think that's
good.
And it just makes it an event. It's otherwise it's the same. Like I've said it many times. Like going for a world record isn't the same as being in a tournament. And if you treat a tournament like just a world record thing, they're completely different. Completely different.
The suspense is wonderful.
Yeah.
I love brackets. I'll always be a fan of bracketed tournaments from now on.
Yeah. But I'm someone who, in the few sports that I do watch, I like an upset. Not that I was rooting for anyone.
No, me too.
Yeah,
me
just
too, man.
keeps it alive. It's why, like Federer, as great as he is, it's like
him lose.
the Australian cricket team. Like not that long ago, years back there when Ricky Ponting and that crew were in, they were a lighting team. I got tired of cricket.
Me and Robbie are buddies. I don't think he'll get mad at me for saying this, but I definitely wanted to see Tesla beat him.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't? Who the hell wouldn't want to see the underdog win, man?
Exactly.
It's a relatable story for anybody. Think about movies. Like when the underdog comes through, that's when everybody starts getting all chicken skinned and teary eyed. Like that plays on the human, the human emotion string. So it's like you can't get that in a high score tournament. You can get that in a bracket tournament. That alone is reason enough for it.
And you see it in certain events, like ones that are, world famous. Like I was talking about chess before, like Bobby Fischer against Spassky. Like no one would have thought American could have beat the Russians back then. They dominated the sport.
Never.
Another one was when Australia, when back in 19. We've got to do this.
Like the
must be
Lithuanian
84.
basketball team
1980.
in the Olympics.
Oh yeah, same thing.
Yeah,
but 1984, Australia took the World Cup after American Cup. America's Cup. What is it? American Cup. What is it? The yachting one. American Cup, I think.
American Cup.
Yeah. Anyway, and I think they'd held it for something like 70 years, or however many years. It was a long time, and Australia took it back. Took it for the first time, and they just took it. And it's not about nationalism in that sense. It's just wanting to see something change over,
Right.
And that's not the same here. But, this is your first Commonwealth, and it's not like you're a reigning champion in all the Commonwealths. But had you won, that would have been great. But if it's an upset, that's all. Anything happens here is a good thing.
I said for months leading up to this that I just was happy to come. It was more about a trip to Australia than to play. And then after yesterday, I was like, now I'm in a position that I didn't plan for. You know what I mean? Like I was just here to have fun, and it's like now I feel like I'm supposed to play well.
Yeah.
And everybody's different, but for me, there's a very fine line between being able to enjoy yourself and feeling too pressured to perform. Right?
Oh yeah, I think everyone well anyway, regardless, it's of course it's great to have you here, and it sort of shows just how Donkey Kong can play out. There's no sure bets.
It almost says a lot about like the human condition too, and that like when you prepare yourself to just go have fun, you end up exceeding your own expectations, and 9 times out of 10 coming around in near your peak performance. And then it changes your mentality, because now all of a sudden you take it seriously, and then you go right back to. This happened to me before. It was a frisbee golf tournament the one time, and I just went to have fun. And after the first round, I was on the top card, and I was so emotionally wrecked. Like, I was just here to have fun, and now I've got a gallery, and I just kaboom, crumbled to pieces. And there's something to be said about that. Like, if you can just try and enjoy it and not worry about the performance, you're going to perform better than if you try. It doesn't make sense, but that seems to always be the case.
Oh, look, I'm not someone who plays in tournaments like you. I mean, I'm not, but I think you can apply that logic to lots of things. It's not just sports; it could be even hobbies, or it's just any holidays. It's like when you're over your expectations for a movie. Oh, it's going to be the best, and then if it doesn't match expectations. Or I'm going to go to this place like. You think you're going to go to a city you've seen on movies and stuff, and it's going to be, I didn't realise the building was that small, or it's not as
like Rushmore.
Yeah.
You get there and these tiny little mountains, they make them look giant in the books.
And I think that I was talking to Shane about last year's champion. There's a bit of pressure there. And of course, and he said it did. He came in yesterday. I said to him, "How do you feel after winning last year?" He said, "Pretty nervous already." He was just coming in carrying. He brought his spare circuit board. He came in case something. He was asked to bring in case something go wrong. And he said, "I don't feel that relaxed this year round."
I came in yesterday cool as a bird, and today it was like.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be that way, but that's part of the human condition, man.
But you'll be back next year anyway. You're going to spend longer, aren't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I recommend everybody start planning to come here next year. They will, if there's enough interest, accommodations will be made to accommodate the scaling size of the tournament. And Australia is crazy nice. Everybody should make a trip if you can. I'm staring at the microphone instead of the camera.
No, that's
Sorry,
right.
guys.
Yeah, I've got, you get to know people in the community, and there's plenty of players who'd love to come out to Australia. They're not necessarily Donkey Kong players, but again, if you've got enough certain people coming out, I'm sure that they could accommodate, an event on the side of this one, or especially for
about that.
Yeah, we'll see the
way they're going to see the Space Invaders tomorrow and the Nibbler.
Yep, it's casually referred to from last year, like World Record Monday. So I'm sure that people could come out for the weekend.
Really?
If someone was coming out with an idea to do a demonstration game or a Q&A, I mean, they'd accommodate it for sure. Like if you've got plans and want to come to Australia, coming this time of the year, Brisbane's entering the summer. It's very pleasant. Like I don't know what 27 degrees Celsius is in Fahrenheit, but you can say you can walk around out there with trousers or shorts. It's up to you.
It's perfect.
It's good weather.
Maybe a light sweatshirt at night.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But if you want to go further up into North Queensland,
how much variance is there? That's actually something we haven't talked about. How much variance is there in the climate, or is Australia fairly normalized?
No, it's huge.
Really?
You're going up north, you're just going to be in. Like you can get
melting hot.
You can get 90% humidity in Cairns. It's really hot. You can have 35 degrees.
And then down south is more mild.
Yeah, well, it's funny. You can go down south. Well, I am in Melbourne, which is the state capital city. It's about 4.5 million people. You get really high. You can get a week or two of around 40 degrees Celsius. I don't know sure what that is in Fahrenheit. I suppose we can find out for people who are listening.
It's like 120.
Yeah, I don't know.
Roughly.
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah.
It's a dry heat.
Roughly 120. Yeah. That's hot.
Yeah.
That's real hot.
Yeah.
That's like your electronics will melt hot.
Yeah, air conditions fail and stuff. Black
Cook
out.
eggs on the
on the
blacktop.
You can get up to 41 sometimes, and they have weather, because a city of like any big city will hold the heat too, so the cement starts generating heat back, and the elderly say don't venture out, stay inside. It's pretty hot. You'd have similar places like that in the US, of course. Extreme temperatures.
Oh yeah. Like Death Valley and stuff. It's like 115, 120, which for you guys would be like 43, 44.
Oh, yeah, you get that up in Darwin, or in the centre, like Uluru. Those are places that the red centre. You're going to get crazy temperatures. But it'd be great to see more of the American.
Get out here, everybody! Come on through. It's a long flight, but it's
Ethan will
still
show
worth
you
it.
how to do it.
Yeah. Just miss every one of your flights and add 15 hours to your travel, and you'll have a great time.
Oh yeah, and I think that's the thing is like Australians are. I think we're like.
Hang on one second. Brian, I flew here for $1,100 from Pennsylvania to Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania to California to Australia. It was $1,100. $700 for LA to here, and then $400 to get to LA. So if you plan, you can get here for a lot less than $5K, and then you could probably maybe do the whole trip for $2K instead of $5. Anyway, that's
$5,000. There's no way you'd get it much cheaper. That's American dollars. You could get a trip around the world for $5,000. I think the thing is, and not getting it, but Australians, like, you know, we get 4 weeks paid holiday a year, and Australians
so nice.
are big travellers for that. Like I think Australians are sort of the biggest travellers in the world per capita. They just go all over the place. Yeah, like they're big travellers. You know?
Another reason to move here, everybody.
So
considering it.
they're very, like, because a lot of Australians, one of their big first flights, they'll go to somewhere like London. You know, now a lot of them go to the US.
Makes sense.
That's a huge flight,
yeah,
like
like
17, 18 hours. And so you become used to it. And there's big distances in Australia from one city to the next. Like if you want to drive from Sydney to Melbourne, you know, like you're looking at about a 10 hour drive. But people do it.
I learned that quickly when I was like, I'm going to go to the Barrier Reef. Oh, it's 11 hours away. Okay, never mind.
I think
I'm going to drive to Sydney and see Alan's place. Oh, that's a 7-hour drive. Okay.
I think Brisbane to Cairns would be even further than 11 hours.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's about, from Brisbane to Sydney's got to be about 10 hours, and it's a big drive. You know, it's a big drive. I'm sure it'd be further. I mean, we could find out. Let's look at it. Let's Google it. You know, just out of curiosity, give people, since we've got no DK stuff to talk about right now. But yeah, it'd be great to get. I've got friends in the US through gaming and stuff. It'd be great to see those people come out. You know.
Duke, it's not scheduled yet. There's a chance it'll be earlier in the year, like August, or there's a chance that it's going to be the same time, like right now. Yeah, Mr. Jive Pants. When I first started looking, the flight from LA to Queensland, what's the name? Oh my God, Brisbane. The flight from LA to Brisbane was around $1,100, and I didn't buy it right away. I followed it for a few months, and I think I bought it in August, maybe September, and it was $700. And then I just had to figure out the get to California part, which if you fly nonstop can be $300, but I went from a regional to Philly an hour.
19 hours basically.
19 hours.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
and that's just like the.
That's halfway up the state. Only halfway up the state of Queensland.
Yeah. That's just halfway up the top half.
After Cairns, you get the Cape Tribulation, which is hard. But after Cape Trib, you're in the jungle then, so it's just dirt road. And this time of the year, once it goes to the wet season, you'd be locked off. You couldn't travel the roads.
It'd be like longer than driving from Maine all the way to Florida just to get down the east coast of Australia. So just to give you guys a perspective of how big Australia, because I had no clue. It's literally as big as the United States.
Yeah. So Cairns to let's have a look here, just out of directions. So let's change the location to Melbourne. Oops.
So on an unrelated note, how about all those upsets last round? Barra, me, what do we got left? Estel and Matt and Alan and Johnny.
Well, there you go. From
Cairns,
so cool. Cairns to Melbourne is 1 day and 7 hours to drive.
Jesus, 31 hours from basically the north to the south.
Well, Queensland goes higher again, so you're not getting to the very top.
You're not even at the top.
So that's through the jungle.
Is that that's the best area of the Barrier Reef up in there?
Well, it goes all the way up around here, but a lot of it comes off of Townsville, like off Magnetic Island, but there's box jellyfish, and this isn't one of those drop bear kind of things. They're for real. And
I heard about them.
Yeah, so
like literally die from them, right?
Yeah, but through summer, it's very they stay close to shore. Their tentacles have got to sort of touch sand and stuff. So through the
you don't want to swim.
Summer season's alright if you go off, but you got to go out into the reef, out in the ocean. But you wouldn't want to swim in the beaches.
And then at that point, you're at the risk of sharks, right?
Yeah, but they're only coral sharks. They're not,
there's no greaties. I thought I read there was great whites around here.
Oh, of course, but they're more down off South Australia and that other area. Yeah, down around those lakes.
So don't go down there.
Yeah, but not many people don't get eaten by sharks. They're like, a lot of it. I mean, I don't understand like the North American fear of sharks and spiders. Like you guys have got grizzly bears, and you can. Like I don't like. No sharks come on the beach.
I have had some up close and personal experiences with bears where I had the fear of God in me. Like they have like from all the you guys probably didn't have any glacial stuff here, right? Like the glaciers didn't shape because this is a.
Oh no, this is the oldest continent on the planet. But so it's all the damage is done by the topsoil's not there. There would have been glacial stuff through, but it happened so long ago.
So we ended up with a lot of these weird like rock rivers where like as the glaciers melted, all of the rock that was randomly stacked throughout it just sunk. You know, it'd be like taking a bag of M&Ms and throwing it in a bucket of water and freezing it and then melting it. It would all just... And we have these entire... They're not rivers, they're just piles of rocks that look like rivers. They'll go, 100 miles and they're 10, 15 feet deep with rocks. Well, anyway, my buddies and I were out on a rock river the one time, and we look across, and about 150 feet away from us is a giant black bear. They're way faster than us. We're on his land. This is like boulder jumping. Like, there's no way we're going to make it to the woods. Luckily, we were downwind. Because had we been upwind, and he was over there, we were done. And like, it's not surprising to come home. If you're out for the day, you'll come home and there'll be a bear in your trash can. Like, with the lid off, just standing there digging away, eating food. One swipe, bang.
See, someone's right, you'll never find a grizzly bear hiding in your shoe. Well, that's true. But I've only known one person to be bitten by a funnel web spider in my whole life.
Really? Oh, I've been bitten by plenty of spiders. Sometimes you just wake up in the morning and you got bitten by a
funnel
spider.
web.
Oh, yeah.
You got bit. They can punch an adult toenail. It's like a...
What?
Yeah, like, so it was my cousin's husband, and he
punch an adult toenail.
Yeah. So my cousin's husband, he put his shoe on that morning and didn't check it was a steel cap boot. So his toes were sitting over the steel cap like that, like that.
Yeah.
So he'd gone to work, it was just sitting there the whole time. And when he pressed up to get something off the shelf, his electrician, he thought he put a nail into his toe. It got him through the boot. When they took it off, there was a funnel web. But he survived. Like, it's pretty rare to die from it. I don't think there's been that many deaths from it. But
wow.
It's nothing. Like, you're not going to see one. It's not like he left his boots outside or something weird.
And that's really it. I mean, you don't have any like predators, big cheetahs or anything like that.
No, there's no big cats.
No,
there's nothing like that.
And unless you try to box, you're probably not going to have any problems with a kangaroo.
Well, it's mostly just grey kangaroos, like, which are small-ish. They're quite. We get big ones, but big red kangaroos, like up in central Queensland and stuff. I've only ever seen one once driving through there. It would have been taller than me, and they got a big chest on it and stuff. But if we were driving down the road, it was a dirt road, going back heading to Charters Towers.
Over 6.5 foot tall.
Yeah, it would have easily been. I think it would have been, but it just stood
almost
there.
2 meters.
We just stood in the road and we drove, and we had to stop. It wasn't moving. And it just stood there looking at us, and it bounced down the road, and we just followed behind it.
That happens with moose.
Yeah.
They're bigger than your car, and if you hit one, you'll lose the front end of your car and
they're
walk
aggressive,
away.
Though. Moose are aggressive.
I mean, they're not carnivores, but
I've been to Norway and Canada. I caught the train from Vancouver to Toronto, and I wanted to see a moose. I went up to Algonquin, wanted to see a moose. I went to Norway, wanting to see a moose, and I've never seen one. Because they're at the shoulder, they're higher than a fully grown man. They're huge,
massive.
like 7 foot high.
They're absolutely
and they're prehistoric. They just because don't they go into water and feed and stuff. They just go in with their long legs. I really like them.
Yeah.
They're groovy. I had a ball in North America. I lived in Toronto, then in New York, and I just had such a good time, in both places.
I think every continent's worth spending time in if you can.
Except maybe Antarctica.
Yeah, except maybe Antarctica. Although just to say you've been there would be great.
Yeah. So, Jimmy, are we going to the last two matches? Like these finals, we're doing one at a time, or how we?
No, they're going live.
I'll be back.
They're going
all
at the same
time. Yeah.
I'll be back.
Yeah, you're all right. No, you go. And who are we going to watch up first? Hey, cheers, man. Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for doing what you do. You too.
Play, man.
Donkey Kong is a carnivore. He eats dreams. So we're going to be playing this next round. Both matches will have it once. I'm not sure who we're going to have the cameras on. We don't know yet. Jimmy?
Johnny Bond and Alan.
Oh, Johnny Bond and Alan. Yeah, I think a lot of people want to see how Alan's going to play. A few upsets, Jimmy.
Yeah, man. Big.
Come sit down while you do that if you like.
Yeah,
huge.
Big.
I'll have to get Matt
Ethan, man, I got to
Petchio.
give massive props to Ethan to jump straight off that and then straight onto the stream. Like me personally, I
went to the toilet, had a little cry.
Oh, yeah, no one would have been able to talk to me for 2 hours. I've lost pinball tournaments and no one can talk to me for hours.
Look, I haven't known Ethan for long,
Yeah.
but I think he's a very easy, comfortable. He's confident who he is. He doesn't have to prove anything to anyone. Like he said going in, he felt that there's a bit more pressure, but he's not. He's got no tickets on himself.
No, he's a lovely dude.
Yeah, he's great. Like we've been sharing a room over the last couple of nights and chatting about things. And you can, he's switched on.
Walked away from the game and
Really enjoyed having him here. Hopefully,
he wants to come back next year and spend a month.
Well, next month, if it's
next year.
If we move the date next year, like I'm pretty sure we're going to, there's going to be 2 major arcade tournaments in Brisbane, 2 weekends in a row.
So what month that will be?
It's going to be the 2nd and 3rd weekends of August. But I'll announce that pretty soon. I just got to talk to the venue.
That's a nice time to be in Brisbane too.
Yeah, well, for the Northern Hemisphere people, it's easy to take holidays.
Yep.
And for Brisbane, it's winter, but it's hardly winter.
No, it's not winter.
It's 25 degrees every day. There's a nice chill at night.
Yeah, it's a very comfortable weather. And I was also saying to people who do come over, put your hand up for this, Jimmy and you and Ben. I'm sure you guys could accommodate anything for World Record Monday if someone wants to come out and play a game. So anyone out there who's doesn't matter what really, if they've got the game here, they can set up. If they don't have it, I'm sure we can try and find it.
Yep, I'll do my damnedest to get.
You must be happy with how this is going, Jimmy.
Oh man, loving it. It's an absolute blast. So we're going to play both matches at once. Then we will do a playoff for 3rd.
Yep.
And then we'll have the grand final.
Okay, no worries.
So there's a couple of hours still to go. I reckon we can get this round underway, which is finished with lunch. Everyone looks ready. I can see Estelle, I can see Alan, Johnny.
Try and get Matt's attention.
Alright, let's do it. I'll get Richie in and we'll do it. What do you want?
Just trying to get Matt Tetcher up here if you want. Looks like we're having a little bit of a break. So any questions, now's the time to ask if you want to know. So we're going to be playing, as Jimmy said, we're going to be watching Estelle versus Matt and Alan versus Johnny Bond.
Netherworld, are you ready? Come on. All right, don't listen to Ethan, he let me down. Just kidding, I love you, Ethan. Kidding. You know, every joke has a little bit of truth.
I'll just remain quiet while we're just talking.
Unbelievably, Alan Stahl to the count for everybody. Let's give it up for Alan Stahl. I don't know how many years ago it was. It must have been 12 years ago. I started doing a web show. I don't know. Did any of you guys watch Arcade Culture other than Alan? We got a few people here. And he used to talk, and it was such a big honor for us to have someone from Australia back in the States watching our show and talking about it. And then here we are today. Can you imagine, like 12, 13 years later? And Alan is top 4, and also look at this family that has developed, right? The Netherworld family. I'm so proud to be here. Thank you for having me out, Jimmy, Ben. Let's give a round of applause for Jimmy and Ben. You guys are the greatest. You've made a little piece of paradise here in, what is this, Brisbane? I feel like I'm at home. Yeah. All right, so who are you going up against? Johnny Bond! Johnny Bond, come over here. Johnny Bond. Johnny Bond, get a picture with you two right here. Come on. Everybody? Yeah, do that like you're gonna fight each other. Yeah, do that. Outside the photo. Go like this. All right, take your seats, you two. All right, who's the other two? Come on, step up. Introduce yourself to the crowd.
I'm Matthew Tecchio. It's a pleasure to be here.
Matthew Tecchio. Well, last year, did you participate last year?
I did not.
Were you here last year?
No, I was
He was not even here. So, you're here now. Well, stop drinking because you're about to be in the spotlight. And who is his competitor? Estelle Golfinet from the US. Where are you? Are you joking?
I win.
Kelly, would you do me a favor and tell Estelle I'm taking his place? I'm just kidding. Go tell Estelle to get his bloody ass in here. So what cab are you starting on? Yeah, doesn't he get to choose? Yeah, that's the one you get. Oh, happy day. As soon as Estelle gets here, we can Get on with the goofiness.
The goof.
Bloody Americans.
Yeah, right.
Is weed legal here?
Yeah, not yet.
Weed is legal?
No.
On Monday? Is that what you said? Come on! This is a real bummer.
It's illegal. Just cactus.
Well, do you know? Does he know that we're waiting on him? Does he know that we're waiting on him? All right, I say we dock him a man. Right? Dock him a man. He does not get an extra man. You know, this is getting to be a habit.
Bit of a delay while we're waiting for Estelle. Johnny, where's Estelle gone? Where's Estelle?
I don't know. He's out smoking.
Down having a fag.
Fucking Americans.
You're on camera. Hey Richie, what are we waiting for? You're on this camera. You're on this camera here. What are we waiting for?
Still Duffnet is outside having a cigarette. From what I've heard, he was told that we're starting to come in, but he decided to finish his fucking cigarette.
Oh, here he comes.
There's your bloody cabinet. Get on.
Richie, the school teacher.
All right, good luck, you two. Sorry, Alan and Johnny. Sorry about that.
So you're going to be watching Alan and Johnny Bond's game?
All right, put the coins in.
Yeah, like herding cats.
Everybody on the stream, this is the Final Four. Thank you for joining in and watching us. Thank you. We appreciate it. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Anybody in the crowd, would you like to help me count it down this time? Yeah. All right, we're going to go 3, 2, 1. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go! And we're off. Final Four.
And off they go.
Netherworld Arcade, Brisbane, Australia. We love you.
Matt Cairns is going to join us in the commentary, the Wonder Boy world record holder. Matt Cairns. Yeah, good. Good to have you up on the bench. Just introducing you, Matt Cairns, Wonder Boy world record champion.
Hi, how are we?
Yeah, good. Enjoying today?
Yeah, man, it's been great.
Anyone you're barracking for?
This young bloke from Melbourne.
Oh, Matt Tetcher.
Yeah, he's just come from nowhere. Good to see a fresh face here.
Yeah, he's up from Melbourne. I was saying earlier, up from Melbourne with his family, his partner and child. I can't remember if he's got a daughter or son, but I was I keep saying this, like I'm not a Dong Kong player, but from the the knowledge I have gathered, over the last month and whatever, talking to people and a bit before that, but I was really impressed by his gameplay yesterday, and so was Ethan. We were watching a game of his together and saying, he's playing really well, and I was saying this morning, he's the one I'll be sort of looking at today. I really felt that, I wasn't expecting him to, I'm not expecting him to go as far as win rank, but I just really liked the way he was playing.
Yeah, he's got a very conservative game, which kind of helps at these kind of competitions. It's not all about the point press here. It's more about just trying to stay alive.
And he's only been playing for about 6 months, so I think they're you've got a fresh advantage. Like he's not at all tired by the game or anything to prove. Everything's just new to him. Like this Kong off, he's new to that. So be interesting to see that game. But now we're watching Johnny Bond and Alan. Johnny Bond had a pretty rough start, almost knocked out in the first. He was sitting on the bench while the game was still going with Chris.
Yeah, I think he got down to his last life.
Yeah.
Pushed him all the way.
So that was good. And Alan's been playing like a Zen bloody warrior. Like he's just so in the game, isn't he? He's just chilled. He was up here having a bit of chat after the last match, and he feels really relaxed. There you go, a few fans of it. Yeah, Mr. Cairns, the man from Rudy Hill. Is that you, the man from Rudy Hill?
Sorry?
Are you from Rudy Hill, are you?
No, not quite.
All right.
From Daybrook, but I'll take it.
I was talking about you earlier, possibly turning your attention to Ghost and Goblins.
Yeah, it'll be a long work in progress. I'm not very good at the moment, but I'd love to get something like that on the board. It's a really difficult game, so the challenge, the mechanics are very different to Wonder Boy, even though it's a platformer. So not as free-flowing, a lot more coarse.
Yeah, Wonder Boy. What's the record on Wonder Boy? Someone's asking.
I got a bit over 2 million for Wonder Boy, but I'm hopefully going to beat my own PB tomorrow. So I'm hoping to get 2.4 million. So.
How does the dip switches and that work on that? Is it just factory settings for the?
Yeah, just factory settings. It's on the easy mode. There's a hard dip switch settings for the ROM for the main world record. But there's not a whole lot difference between the hard and the easy game. So.
And how many lives is that? Just.
You can get 14 lives all up.
So it's a bit like just sort of tops out at 1 million points and stops giving lives, is it? Or?
No. So you get bonus points for finishing the game with lives. So you get 50,000 points for every life that you have stored. So the way you need to beat the game is by trying to conserve all your lives.
And you were playing yesterday, Dong Kong, trying to make the top 16, weren't you?
Yeah. So it came in at 22nd on 160,000. So
nice one.
Yeah, it's close to my best. I'm nowhere near as good as these players here. So.
Yeah, but you're still a lot better than a lot of others. So where are we at so far with this game? Not progressed far into the game yet, but just looking at the score.
I don't know if you have one of these.
So what do you like to look for when you're watching Donkey Kong?
The barrel stage is mainly what I focus on.
So watch Johnny Bond then?
Yeah. We've been watching a lot of the good players. They control the barrels and they're able to move up the girders by jumping, and then they'll press back. So like they'll continue up the girder and then they're able to control the barrels at the same time, which is something that I've got to learn.
It's quite dramatic when you know what's going on, isn't it?
Yeah. I suppose like the randomness of the barrel drops is makes the barrel stage most interesting. I think like you're not really safe in any part of the layout.
Shane Saul, I got him to draw a diagram for me. I'll just darken it up a bit so you can see. So these are the dotted lines that he said are danger zones to sit on because of the wild barrel and when he just drops it down. And these are the areas that he tends to avoid to stay in. Just sort of gone up. And this bit here, let's see if I can draw this. This is what he said, and I don't know if this is common practice, if this is orthodox, but sort of holds up good. He was saying that if you could sort of imagine his Kong up here, and this is where your start position down here, this dotted line coming straight down a drop zone. He says he's really trying to avoid that, especially on this ladder. And then this area, you become very conscious of it. He said, this area here, to stay at that angle, that trajectory of a wild barrel. And then these little cross-hatched areas, he said, are really spots he tends to avoid. Don't want to linger in these. I saw Alan Stall lingering in that spot on the last barrel board I saw, and he managed, and you could see the amount of activity he was getting himself in, just trying to cross through it. And he said this is where you want to be steering the bottles away from here, like this heavy dark line is really where he was sort of talking about. That's his approach anyway, and I imagine there's probably some commonalities there for people. Like obviously you don't want to sit around a zone where a wild barrel's going to appear, but he was saying, you become very conscious of those places, so what can look really quite dangerous, they're quite aware of,
Yeah.
So I imagine you talk to another player, there's probably other things they don't like, or little nuances to the game.
Yeah, it's such a difficult game all round. Like even this pie stage that we're looking at, like trying to get up the ladder, watch the pies while you've got people like the flames on your back. It's incredibly difficult, especially when the flames get faster as the levels go on.
Yeah.
I suppose that's why so many people love this game. Is there's so many difficult parts and just a giant juggling act, really.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. Is and the boards do play like separate little games in themselves, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
Shane was saying the elevators. He said that's one place where you get a bit of a rest, like we see Alan jumping across there, and he'll go up this ladder.
Yeah, you can just pause it.
Yeah, and here this first bit's pretty comfortable. It's really just looking for that long spring to get across. This is the only, like you said, the really tense part of the game. But the rest of it's a little bit of a pause. He said he didn't really have a favourite board, but he said that one there is probably the most sort of comfortable in a way. Things can still go wrong. I always thought the pies was like, whenever I watched it looked so nothing, but I've come to understand that you can see the dangers in it. You're not given a free pass every time.
Well, I suppose it is a good board in that way that like you can get a complete free pass. Like if you time the flames coming out right, go for the right ladder, you can easily finish it quite quickly.
Here we are. Here we go. See Johnny here now going on. So he's not gotten that free pass yet. He's had to pick up the hammer. So that's one of those 25% of the time where you don't get a free pass. I think Barrow said that's roughly, it's about 75% you'll get the free pass, and the 25% doesn't mean you're going to die, but you might be forced to pick up the hammer and maybe forced to go left, rather than right to where the prize for the umbrella is. Like here you see juggling with this Firefox or Fireball, just trying to. And Shane was saying the fireballs feel more aggressive, but I think it's because of the way they funnel down. Like all of a sudden you can see yourself being forced back down to the bottom. And also I learned, that the way that Kong, as we see him moving to the left, he'll change the direction of the what do you call it? Not the elevator, along the bottom here. What do you call it? The slider. Yeah, travelator. Yeah, But what's the other? What do they also call it? Anyway, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'll call it travelator from now on. So Johnny's in front in points here, but I'm pretty sure they're on the same board, but quite a big, not a big difference, but enough to notice the difference.
Well, potentially another board, really.
Yeah, he might be on another board actually. Let's see. Try and track this a bit. But Alan said he's been playing it pretty calm, so I guess he's not trying to.
Seems to be working for him.
Oh, he's playing really well.
Yeah.
There's that drop zone, not the direct drop, but that sort of spot that Shane was talking about on Alan's board here. And these two ladders coming up, this is where Shane's saying he really hates lingering in between those two ladders. It's really dangerous, There we go. It's just the rhythm of it, like those. I think when this board, playing this board, you really have to be like one or two moves in front of yourself, don't you? You always got to be watching what's coming up.
Definitely.
You've got to be alerted to those things.
Yeah, I was talking to Shane about he's able to move the barrels, and he was saying that sometimes it's important not to move the barrels to stop a cluster of them coming down at once.
I think you're right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but just trying to get a sense of, he's quite a bit in front, isn't he, Johnny Bomb?
Yeah, for the same, like, yeah.
Sorry, anyway, you were saying about the barrels. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah. That sometimes it's important to, like, it's not just important to know how to change the direction of the barrels, but also when to do it. By seeing what barrel combination is coming up or where they've already dropped.
I guess in a cricket sense, thanks, conveyor belt, thanks for that. we all lost that word for some reason. I think in a cricket sense, it's like when letting the ball go through to the keeper. And I guess in baseball, the equivalent would be, not striking at what is a ball. What do you call it? Like a no ball or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? So letting something go through the keeper, like, I'll just let that one go. There's no need to steer it. Like, just let it go. Because you could imagine early on as you learn to steer the barrels, it could become you just start steering everything and you're not sure why. You're just learning how to do it. Oh, I could see there Johnny Bonds just lost a man.
Yeah, Alan had to jump a flame just on that level as well. Yeah. It was a pretty dangerous move.
And so they both lost a man almost identically at the same time. Oh no, sorry, no, John, no, almost. Sorry, Johnny. Yeah. I thought you suggested Alan lost one.
Alan was able to jump the
he
flame,
did jump,
but it's very risky. It can change direction so quickly, and it's almost no point in jumping them unless necessary.
So let's see, Johnny's over here on the rivets. I've come to quite entertained by the rivet one. I think I like trying to figure out the freeze on the barrels, which ones are going to freeze, and the funny little nuances to their behaviour, going left at the top and bottom of a ladder and things like that. So I'm trying to pick the more aggressive ones. Johnny's, there she goes.
So apparently with the flames on the, what is this called again?
That's the rivets.
The rivets. When they freeze, they have to go left or right before they go down the ladder.
What happens from what I'm told, so this is someone can correct me wrong, when a firefox or fire barrel on a ladder, when they exit a ladder, whether it be top or bottom, they always go left. Now, sometimes they might only go as little as a pixel left and they come back the other way right, but they always go left. And after they freeze, they always go right. But it might only be a pixel right, then back the other way. So you can't determine how far they're going to travel, but that little bit of knowledge can give you that little bit of that sort of that little bit of knowledge can give you a little bit more of an insight to what's expected. So it could be just enough, especially like Barra was talking about it yesterday, on the conveyors coming up, had the, I can't remember who was playing, but had they just waited, there was a much higher chance that the Barra was going to, he was going to go right because it just had a throw. So had he just waited, it might have gone right and turned around and gone back. But instead the player ran up and got caught. I can't remember who was playing.
Yeah.
But I saw Barra sort of lean back, oh no, like you could see it coming, and he was just like, if he had just waited like a second, it might have just given him enough knowledge to know that second it might have turned and gone and he could have gone up. So there's little nuances to this game that make it so tricky, I guess. And will you be here tomorrow at all for the Nibbler?
Yeah, I'm hoping to break my own world record tomorrow.
Oh, that's right, you're playing Wonder Boy, aren't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Hopefully they've got the board ready for me.
I'm sure they do.
Looking forward to that.
And do you have a machine at home, or you practice on MAME and come in?
I've got like a Pandora's box, like a 801 that I can practice on. It's pretty good for. It just plays like the actual game, really. So,
I think we were talking about it yesterday. I think that, for me, I think the arcade community has to start accepting emulators as accurate. They've got to be, a lot of them have got to be 99.9, whatever that 0.1% difference is so inconsequential. But then, you know what I mean? And often you talk to MAME players and often say that, depending on the game, they'll say they're even a bit harder on the MAME.
Well, boards are just becoming so rare and so expensive to fix.
So it's going to happen eventually.
Yeah, definitely. I tried to pick up a Wonderboy this year, and the price that they're asking for it's just way out of my reach.
What are they asking for?
So I put on a bid of 300 and it went for over that. So
yeah. Someone's asking you, Leo, you end up giving that MKEGB a crack. What's he talking about? MK.
MK.
I assume it's addressed to you.
Yeah.
You might give us a bit more information, Clint, on what MK and the EJB, sorry, what you're talking about.
It might be a code. I think it might be a
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat, yeah.
What's EJB?
So it's a code that you can get into mess with the settings of the Mortal Kombat cabinet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So it's actually got like a button password that you can do at the arcade to get into the. Yeah. One of my mates taught me the combination, but I haven't been able to give it a go yet. So.
They're always fun, those little things, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, a couple of us boys here have been just looking at different little glitches or quirks in games that we found along the way.
I remember as a kid used to play Xevious. I'm an arcade now. If anyone out there plays Xevious, let me know. And if you used to let the first ship, the cabinet, you put your credit in, press one player go, and the first ship, don't touch it, don't do anything, and let it bomb out. And then it gave you all the powers up, sets the speed. It gave you all the extra wings on the side.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not sure if that was a bootleg or I've never been in front of a Xevious to try it again. I must ask Richie about it if he knows about that. I'm sure I've never even bothered to search it, but yeah, you used to just sacrifice your first life and got all the homing missiles and stuff. You know. And I don't know who figured it out. Like, it was some small town. I lived in about 20,000 people back then. And it was at a local, like a small sort of hamburger joint, a little cafe, fishing, you know.
Yeah, we've been playing around with Pac-Man. Mike's able to get the ghosts to actually, like, he collects the ghosts, and then he's actually able to make it float over off the screen, and then it comes back up and comes into the cage from the bottom. So
this on a Pac-Man.
Sorry?
This on a cabinet.
Yeah, on the cabinet. Yeah, it's just a glitch in the game.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Have you seen it demonstrated on YouTube or anything? Anyone done a little video of that?
No. It's something that we're trying to get Mike to. Yeah, we're looking at doing a little YouTube channel or something, like just little glitches and things that we found along the way.
Yeah.
There's one where you can get Qubit to actually go underneath the board, so none of the monsters can actually get him, and you're completely safe.
Oh,
so
right.
yeah, from board to board. So.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
These sort of things, put those up. I'm sure there'd be people interested. Qubit was a game I never got into. As another one. I found the isometric graphics kind of, you have to. Did you push on those angles? I think.
Qubit.
Yeah. It's sort of. You
really
go to jump up and you jump off or something weird. I don't know.
And the cab actually has a knocker in it for when he falls off the screen, which is quite unique.
What is it?
A knocker, kind of like they have in the pinball cabs, so when you get a free game. It's actually like a hammer inside in the cabinet that knocks against the wood.
Oh, like a physical. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, very unique.
I think that'd be really rare. I never knew that. I mean, not that I should know, but I can't imagine many cabinets had those kind of real physical things bouncing around inside the cabinet like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Ooh, I know Space Invaders had a particular kind of speaker in it, I think, that gave that really deep sound that was quite customised, I think. I mean, I might ask Richie that later on.
It's a really cool sound.
Yeah,
that shooting.
Like whether it's the shape of a cone or some big subwoofer or what do they call those things. Weaving like a carpet. Is that Alan getting upset over there? Someone swearing.
So this point difference is getting quite out now.
13 plays 16, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, like Johnny's one man down, or you could say Alan's one, but then Alan's, behind in points. I imagine anyone would rather be in would be rather behind in points and have a man still alive, you know.
Yeah.
That's fine. Is that actually Alan playing on the screen that says Alan? Yeah, that is Alan. Yeah. That's him. You can see the cabinet he's playing on. It's on the far right in the screen there. Alan's back to us. The screen that says Alan, yes. Go Alan. Wow. He's been playing good, Alan, yesterday and today. They put a lot of practice in, he said, over the last few weeks, all through the year, I think. But
yeah. He's probably one of the informed players coming into the comp.
Yeah.
As well as probably Ethan. But, yeah.
And Estelle. You know.
Estelle, yeah.
Oh, and Andrew Barrow. Shane Saul.
Yeah, we could go on.
Yeah, we probably go down quite a bit of the list there. I'd like to see one of those guys get $1 million this year. Would be good.
Well, we haven't had a kill screen this year. Yeah.
Oh no, I meant sorry, next year. Like see if we hit the 1 million point. Yeah, yeah. No, I don't think we're going to see a kill screen in this tournament. You know, you never know, but you know, that'd be. And in this on the last few matches, I'm guessing it's not going to happen. Ooh. It's quite hypnotic watching them jump and steer barrels, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just watching Alan's game here as he chews through. Damn, Bono hammered on the pies. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Ooh, took the skin off his knees, I think.
So how have we found the comp?
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Do you think this is just going to get bigger and better each year, or what do you think?
Yeah, well, it seems to be. Like, I think, like Jimmy was talking about it earlier, just before you came on, you know, they're talking about moving the date next year to August, a bit easier for US players coming out on their holidays and stuff like that if they choose to come. Also, it's a little bit, it's not as hot. Not that it's hot today, but you know, you still got really pleasant weather.
Yeah.
You can get surprise weather in Brisbane, of course. It could be very hot this time of year. But also, you know, because of what's becoming known as, you know, World Record Monday, like yourself tomorrow, to accommodate players who may not be Donkey Kong players but want to come out and do something, just to be a part of the atmosphere. Or not just the atmosphere, to come out and enjoy that and then do something afterwards and maybe go on a holiday, whatever. But also I think generally, like, there's talk of a Kong-Off in London. That's been talked about for a while. Billy Mitchell was saying the other day there's talk of a Kong-Off in Montreal. Like, there must be some mention of it. Of course, there was Score Wars earlier this year, you know, and there's talk of the Score Wars happening next year. I think Barrow reckons it'll probably be, I think it was Barrow saying he thought it might be there was Barrow Mario Kart, which would make a great console game as a contest. That'd be awesome. It'd bring a whole bunch of players. It'd be getting into that top 10 to compete, because, you know, Score Wars flew everyone in, would be really, really competitive. I think there'd be a lot of people out there who are very good at Mario.
Oh, definitely.
And the age difference would be enormous, I think.
Yeah.
It'd be, you know, it could be a 13-year-old turning up against some 45-year-old like me, you know, like a. And like we just saw the Tetris comp. It's just, I actually think there's lots of reasons why. One of it could be nostalgia and all this sort of stuff, and the films and all that. But I think another one is the casual gamer, because of smartphones, app games. A lot of those app games do reflect old arcade games. You know, you know what I mean? Like, you look at games like Angry Bird, they've got a casual gameplay and stuff. It's not this immersive kind of storytelling, or long games. They're quite short games, and so it might have brought a lot of people in. That's just my guess. And the beanbag culture around consoles, like through the 90s, a lot of it was very much PC gaming, which was like sitting at a desk. It seems a bit more isolated. You know, you don't just tend to sit around the PC in the same way. Oh, Johnny just lost a life there. He was sort of trapped on, forced to jump those double barrels, and yeah, that's just how it goes. But yeah, I think it's things like that. I think that, you know, because I think through the 90s, my feeling is, you know, PC gaming like Doom and those sort of games, there wasn't really that much room for what we call the casual gamer. Like, you know, he was a dedicated, I'm going to buy a PC machine. No, souped up machines. You know, if you're going to play a PC, you've got to have a pretty expensive device. You know what I mean? And the consoles couldn't match it.
Yeah.
But then now, you know, the console power, like the graphics and the way they run, you know, it's pretty, you know, they're solid, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm not a console player, but I see them. Like, I'm quite interested in the game Dark Souls. I've got my brother-in-law to play it because I like those games. I think it has aspects that are very similar to NetHack, which I'm interested in. I don't play it, but I like monitoring the behaviour of players as best not just the history of it, I suppose, more than anything. But, and I know I saw that Dark Souls is now on the Nintendo Switch, but and I think that brings a type of comfort to playing, which the arcade games have. You know, you can step on and play a 15-minute game. You don't have to. You're not going to be expected to play for 200 hours to see the end of the game. And I mean, it's about making points, but you know, you just play to where you're at. You know.
Alan might be in.
Oh, look at Alan! He's sorted that out. I saw him do a quick jiggle there to get the barrels to steer down where Shane Saul was saying was a really good spot to pass them down that area. That was a nice well.
Yeah,
a good bit of run.
There was a lot of random barrels before that as well. I think he had like 3 in a row.
Yeah, shit is right. Pretty dangerous stuff. And Alan, yeah, I agree, he was on fire there. Not the end, but, you know, up to that, really doing some good stuff there to get out of that. You know, he did get out of a lot of trouble, but unfortunately found himself in a bit more. Let's see if he can get up to the top this time. Yeah, looks like he's made it to the hammer. Johnny Bond at the bottom of the level there. I'm not sure where we are in boards here. We sort of might see if we can. Yeah, that was crazy, Alan's side, yeah. There he goes, he's through now. Well done, Alan. Now I'll just see what board we're on here. Okay, we're on the second.
Still got a life on Johnny Bond.
On conveyors. Let's see where Johnny's at. Oh no, there's quite a difference in the boards here, aren't there? So it looks like Johnny's well in front on boards. Quite a bit on points too, but it could be settling into quite a long game, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. There's I noticed when I was looking at scores before the competition, a lot of people seem to be either on the 160 mark or trying to go jump to like a 280 kind of score mark. I'm not sure why that is, but there was a lot of people stuck, like about 10 players stuck on about 150, 160, and then there seems to be a really massive jump in points.
Yeah, I guess it's, well, any guess I suppose as good as another, isn't it? Why?
Yeah.
Update on score there. Yeah, sorry, thanks. Netherworld's doing that. There you go. And I think we're going to get an update on Matt Tecchio and Estelle's game there. Thanks, courtesy of Netherworld. We can't see those games from here. It's a bit of, we're in a pretty tight spot here, aren't we, Matt? We can't really get in and out so comfortably. We're not boxed in, but it's more. And I don't really want to squeeze past Estelle there. He's pretty close to us. I don't think you can really hear us too much, but. So Estelle 247 with 2 lives and 228 with 2 lives. So not quite neck and neck, but still very competitive. Watch out, Johnny. And what are you going to have for lunch, Neil? I know that's a weird conversation.
I've already had my KFC, so I ducked out between games. So yeah.
So I'm going to have to get some nuggets at some point. Chicken nuggets.
Aussie chicken.
I haven't had those in, God, I don't think I've had those in 30 years.
They're not good for the system, mate.
Right, here we are on the elevators. Johnny Bond, let's see if he gets a free pass. like him. Yeah. There we go. Johnny will be happy with that.
Yeah, for sure. The Weeby freebie, isn't it?
Yeah, the Weeby freebie. There's a lot of jargon that surrounds this game, and a lot of vernacular, I think, from different arcades and player groups. I'm sure they have different names and different things. Yeah, Weeby freebie for Johnny's right. I'm not sure who's getting upset there occasionally, whether that's Alan or Johnny. Don't know if you guys are picking it up, but every now and then we hear a curse word from from that area of the arcade. Yeah, Angry Alan until he gets 1 million. He's been angry for a while.
I haven't been up here yet. Am I allowed?
Yeah, of course you can. Squeeze in. Dig it.
I want to say hi to the people.
You might want to introduce yourself.
I'm Sean Ruland. I came 11th in qualifying and just absolutely bombed.
Ah, don't be like that. Jeez.
But it was fun.
Yeah, no, it's good.
It's good. It's such an awesome event. I'm loving all the comments coming through.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty funny ones.
Yeah. We need some more Star Wars comments, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, we've missed it. Unfortunately, Big Al wasn't playing Kai. I've got to get Kai up at some point soon. I might get him on.
Great kid.
Yeah, he's good. He played really well. But yeah, I think I'm going to really try and see if we can get a Star Wars event from Alan's home. You know, they can easily organise it, just the two of them, one played in the other one.
Yeah.
So Star Wars. Yeah. Favourite Star Wars quotes, and let's see if we can turn them into Star Wars quotes. The best one so far was Kai. That's your father. So any other Star Wars? The Farts Awaken.
Brian Allen.
Farts Awaken.
There was another one that was a response to the Phantom Menace. Someone had rewritten that title into Star Wars. I can't remember what it was. Episode something.
Work a shower chair in there or somehow.
What's that, sorry?
The shower chair.
The shower chair.
The last shower chair or something. For the Last Jedi. It doesn't really work.
There's people out there. The Kong Strikes Back.
Nice.
We could give one out for you, like a famous line. These aren't the droids we're looking for. How can we turn that into there's a little test out there. Who can come up with a Star Wars for these aren't the droids we're looking for? That's Johnny getting upset, I think. Oh, he just lost a life there, yeah.
Johnny. Man, he's passionate, eh? He's very, noble. I like it.
He's a great guy, Johnny Bond.
He is. The Danish.
Yeah, he's representing his country here.
Yeah, he is.
He only won.
Well, it's funny because what's the Danish from Tasmania, our Australian? She married the Danish prince.
Wall jump at that point.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Far out.
Got all the skills.
Jeez, that was ballsy.
It's brave. Yeah.
Wow. DK Jr., I am your father.
May the style be with you.
Ha. What about some Yoda quotes?
Yeah, Yoda quotes. Do or do not, there is no main. That could be one.
Surrounds us, binds us. If the Kong does.
Good move by Johnny there.
What a beast.
Yeah, he is.
These aren't the steroids you're looking for.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know if that's PC. I was like, I'm glad someone said it.
Very well done, Spaceman.
Carry on about your business. These are not the steroids you're looking for. Oh, Johnny, come on, buddy. I don't know why. I just I feel like barracking for Johnny for some reason. Even though Alan is Australian. I don't know. I want both to win. Can they both win? What if someone kill screens?
What's a dead set draw?
Yeah, like if they both kill screen on the same amount of points, that's a possible thing.
Or they
right?
both die at the
go
same
again,
amount of points. Yeah, I guess that's
or
what I'm
maybe
saying.
it would be like a a hot seat round, like first person to lose a life loses or something like that.
Well, these are the sort of things we were talking about earlier, like having rules set up for this. Should it, like, it's possibly never going to happen, but just in case it does, you know,
Yeah,
what we
I mean,
got. Here we go. We've
it's
got
always a first time.
Oh, look at this. There's Stell on 306,000 with 1 life remaining, and Matt at 271,000 with 1 life remaining.
Look at that. Passing notes, getting the info.
Oh, we're in on it, mate.
This is awesome.
This is like
So is
there's a network of stuff coming in over here.
Does that mean they've got 1 life, or is that what the X's are?
X means 1 life.
A word counter guy
code we've
who
been
will have the crocodile attack. Stuck up, no life, scruffy looking monkey jumper. Oh, that's good. What about Mario saying to
297
Pauline,
lives, no lives left.
I love you. And then Pauline says back, instead of I know, I'm with Kong. Because you know she likes it. Old Pauline.
Shower
Oh.
shoot.
Have you ever noticed how like tall Pauline is, like compared to Mario?
Well, I was talking about this yesterday, and
she's a beast.
and people, yeah. Well, what it is, I was talking about this yesterday, is that Nintendo wanted to make this Popeye, and they didn't get the license agreement. So Bluto is actually Kong, which is that sort of build. Olive Oil's tall and thin, and Mario would have been Popeye. So that's why you've got these, and and it fits in the cartoon plot, which is they're always fighting out of olive oil. You know? They're trying to steal her away. So Popeye is the hero, you know, the true, you know, protagonist, and Bluto's the antagonist, and he always races off with her. And whether Popeye would have been jumping around on conveyor belts, I don't know, but it fits perfectly, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's some sort of theory or some idea. I think that's legitimately what happened.
Ooh, Johnny.
And, so we could have had the license agreement been made. We could be watching, you know, Popeye. You know? And it makes sense then. Oh no, Johnny! Poor Johnny. Just didn't make the jump.
Oh wait, but he's still not. He's not over yet.
Oh yeah, we got to.
Alan has to get 27k.
Yeah. 27k.
That's nothing but a shower chair, mate.
With
Still got to do it though.
Yeah, I mean,
well, our in the final. Like, if you don't want to jinx him, maybe let's be quiet. He's still got to get there. I'm sure it's. I'm confident about that, but still got to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can lose lives in a second, you know.
That's right, strain. It's not
can only
only
take 30 seconds and you can lose a few lives.
Yeah, well, we saw, Barra lost some lives. Richie Knuckles lost some lives very close together. Once you get rattled, I guess, you know, like in any arcade game, like once.
Yeah, exactly.
I bet we've all played a game where we
come out of the zone.
Well, I've been playing Robotron. I've got a Robotron board at home. And,
nice.
And I'm no great player. I'm playing 5 lives only. But I've passed level 5 and saved my Kinbot scores and lost all my men. You know, the next 2, you know, it just happens. It's how it is. And imagine Donkey Kong, that can happen. You get a bad bit and throws you off and get disappointed.
Or you get, like, sometimes I get cocky. I get too confident because I haven't lost a life in a while. You get like a bit, what's the word? Lackadaisical. Oh. Great word, eh?
Yeah. Beautiful.
I couldn't think of the one I was trying to think of.
What's that, son? What are you trying to think of?
The word lackadaisical. You get a bit relaxed.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't die for a while, I find that I get a bit cocky.
Yeah.
Nonchalant.
Nonchalant.
Lackadaisical.
Mr. Fancy Pants with his big French. I'm sure it's a French word, chalant.
Nonchalant. That's my best French accent.
Speaking of, what's Ruhlen? Where's that from?
It's a little town in Germany.
Oh, so it's Germanic origin.
Yeah, I'm Dutch and a bit Danish. So
Well,
that's maybe like that's
your
why
heritage. You
I'm
mean
going
like
for Johnny Boy.
family? You're not actually Dutch.
Yeah, I'm born in Brisbane.
Australians have a tendency of that. You know, I always sort of correct it like it's like I've heard people. Oh, I'm German. So really, what part? I've never been there.
Yeah, but I'm German.
Like
yeah.
putting it this way, my great grandfather's surname is Wong. My nan's maiden name was Wong. I'm
Okay.
part Chinese.
Really?
Yeah, Wong Sat. If you want to look up on Wikipedia, you'll see my great grandfather Wong Sat. It's on Wikipedia there. He's a sort of a historic figure in Australia because he was a.
What was his name?
Wong Sat, or correctly, like we would say Sat Wrong, but in truth, they reverse name, so Sat Wrong. Sat Wong, and he was an independent, wealthy person who moved to Bowlong in New South Wales and set up a general store.
Huh.
And when the fan moved along, they locked that store up, and it became like a time capsule for that era. So it's all in the Powerhouse Museum in Sydney. A lot of the content.
Really?
Yeah. They have family reunions there and things like that at the Powerhouse. Well, they did used to. I've never been to one. Well, they have family reunions, but it's not that I'm not interested. I don't know, busy doing other stuff. But yeah. Wong Sat.
So Wong was your
great grandfather.
Great grandfather. Yeah. And now, but your last name is Day.
Yeah. So my grandmother, my father's side, her maiden name was Wong, and she married a Day. Yeah, Irish.
There's a joke in there somewhere though, Wong Day. Like,
well, there is amongst
turn up on the wrong
there is
day.
in the family, like when we talk about it, say, oh, is that on the Day side or the Wong side of the family? Yeah,
Wong
the Wong side.
I
The
like
Wong
that.
side of the family. Not that we think it's the wrong, but yeah, it's the Wong
Yeah.
side. It just naturally comes off.
Two rights don't make a Wong.
Yeah.
Something can be worked in there. So I can think
saw-
of the possible jokes, but I can't actually.
Yeah, there's a
come
lot
up
of
with the
there's
full thing.
racist ones. That's a problem. Like,
Yeah,
you can
see.
easily get the two rights, the two whites, and things like that.
Yeah, I thought that too. Another thing I didn't say. I
It's
don't
best
know.
to steer clear of those kind of ethnic jokes. But yeah, the Wong side of the family.
Two rights don't make a Wong.
It's a big
It's
Al.
been a long time coming, mate.
Yeah, it's been a long
Long
time
coming.
Big Al into the final. So Alan is in the final. That's right.
So Alan's in the final, yeah. GG. Racist jokes are best. Scotland 83.
This racist jokes are best.
Is he actually Scottish?
Yeah.
I
Imagine
sound way
probably.
better at a Scottish accent. I can't really do one. Yes, this jokes are best. See? I shouldn't have tried. Unbelievable.
I love those Scottish biscuits. They're like a wafer that comes. And always it says on it, what's his Scotland, whatever it is. He'll be able to tell me what the name of it. So they're about so big, like this
Oh,
big.
Scotch finger biscuits?
No, not Scotch finger biscuit. And they wrapped in foil, and on the back it says 500,000 are consumed daily in Scotland. They're
Holy crap.
fantastic.
What's the population of Scotland?
More than 500,000, but it's
Yeah?
like, but by that number, it sounds like I'm having them for breakfast.
Yeah, that's
so I'm
a
not
lot.
sure. Where did Andrew Barrow get? I'm not sure what the story was, but he was knocked out last round. Barrow was. He lost against Johnny Bond, but played well.
So I guess Barrow made top 8.
Yeah.
There's not really. Is there a ranking? Does it get ranked based on your
There
score?
you go. There's Scotland 5 6 million. What are the name of those biscuits? They're wrapped in foil. They sort of have
5 to 6 million.
Yeah, 5 6 million. So that's a lot of. They're like a wafer kind of biscuit. They sort of got caramel sort of
Wee
chewiness
wafer.
to them. Yeah, they're really good.
You guys ever watch? Talking of wafers, it reminds me of Monty Python.
Oh yeah.
Just a wee wafer, sir.
A wee wafer.
The big guy that blows up.
Yeah,
Hilarious.
meaning there was a great
I'll have
racist
a
joke
lot.
around that. Are they just called caramel wafers? That must be what they're called, caramel wafers. Yeah, there was a great racist joke at the end of that sketch. That's the better part of the joke.
Oh.
I'm not going to repeat it on you. But it was quite funny.
So
I'm not so easily offended, you know. I think
No.
humour has no boundaries. I don't think you go for it. But,
I agree.
but if people don't like it, then
You just never know, I guess.
You're a bloody showman. You just show us what's up.
So Chris, on that screen now that says Johnny Bond, it's actually Chris and Estelle. In case people didn't know.
See, this is the stuff I was talking about. I think this kind of yelling isn't fair for players. I think it's too much.
What's that? Sorry?
I think this sort of yelling should be discouraged. I don't think it's fair on the player.
Yeah,
I think it's not fair. Even if
because it's
even-
serious.
Yeah, even if it's done in the best intentions, it's a lot of the attention here is on now Matt, Tetcher, who's behind in points, and they're trying to spur him on. Sean, you beautiful bastard.
Thank you. I don't know what to say to that.
Maybe, what is your phone number, Clint?
Yeah. Hey, Clint. Yeah. Ah, that's how that works. Estelle versus Matt Tecchio. It reminds me of like Ralph Macchio. Matt Tecchio.
So Matt's highest yesterday was 402,000.
Hey Jimmy, what's the score on this one?
Oh, Buzz. That's who that. Okay, I know who it is now. I thought I
Ken,
recognised the name.
Hey, Ken K. That's
Buzz, you.
That's Ken House. Ken
Gorgeous
K's on.
tattooed man.
The beast has spoken. Hey Ken.
So the normal. I don't know who Simpsons is. He says it's normal if you're a pro player, you should be able to handle it.
Handle what side?
He's about how people are yelling and like clapping and stuff.
Yeah, I think if it's not,
I kind of agree, but
no
at
one's
the
a
same
pro
time-
player. No one's being paid. It's not, and it's
Yeah,
just
true.
like look at games where you're not like tennis. You're not allowed to do that sort of stuff. There's darts, snooker. There's lots of sort of. It's pretty loud in here. It's pretty echo. So Matt's down to his last mount. Estelle's still got a man in reserve. So it's 396 Estelle, 360 Matt.
Damn.
And you got to remember Matt. We're talking about pro. This is the first time he's entered a Kong off. He was unknown until yesterday.
Yeah,
so he's
I've
come
never
in.
seen him.
He came
He's
in
really good.
Yeah. So I know it might be in best intentions to cheer him on, but and I got the impression, after the last match, I said, "Oh, Matt, I was pulling him up," and he wasn't coming up yet. I think he's just trying to keep himself focused. Doesn't want to talk about it. I said, fair enough.
I like that people take it seriously because as much as you'd be like, oh, it's all about fun, but sometimes going hard and taking it seriously is fun.
Oh, Matt's having a lot of fun. You can see
Really-
smiling
yeah,
and cheering and
yeah.
that, but there comes a point where it can throw you off,
Yeah.
And it just I think it's just a courteous thing just to give people a bit of space.
Cheer them on maybe between the boards or something a little bit.
If you're having surgery, they're professionals. You were having stomach surgery,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
someone be around yelling, "Go,
Sure,
you
you
good
should be
thing,
used
go."
to it.
The pressure really builds now when you know that the other board, you're the only game left. Everyone's watching you pretty much. All the eyes are on you.
Yeah, all eyes on you.
Yeah, there's already enough
Two
pressure
back.
there. At least they don't have to see them, like the crowd's behind them and stuff. But they're sort of yelling and shouting can be pretty off-putting.
I'm going to watch this back in 20 years and say, look, kids, I lost in a Kong off once. And I sat next to the world record holder and won the boy. And an amazing Gallagher player. That's what I'm going to say. And I'll say, well, Dad, what did you do? Nothing much, kids.
I've dined out on being a former world record holder. Like, people like it. They give you the same. Oh, you got the world record on the Wonderboy thing. It's just, it makes for fun conversation.
Yeah.
I think perspective, it's a fun thing to do. But particularly I'm involved more in the arts and literature and stuff, and in that community they find it quite surprising that I held the world record on a video arcade game. But it's fun for that, but more than anything, you connect with other people, and I've found, the retro arcade game community is. What do you like about it?
Just hang up on the missus.
Just pops up the missus calling and he has his cheeky look.
Well, she's probably listening and now she knows you hung up on it.
She probably saw that. You're in trouble.
We had a phone in.
Why were you smiling when you rejected my call, babe? I was smiling about the thought of talking to you. Thanks for having me on, Phil.
Who's that?
I need to go to the toilet.
Oh, no worries.
It's been a recurring theme for me today.
Yeah, no worries.
The nerves.
Well, it's pretty cool in here. So you drink water and you're not sweating any of it out. You're not doing anything. We're just sitting around.
It is nice. I might be back soon.
No worries, mate.
Goodbye.
Could only fit one cheek on there too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Stretch it out.
Should have let us know.
Sit on your lap next time. Yeah.
So what a ring in, Matt.
What's that song?
This Matt Tecchio.
Yeah, Matt Tecchio. Yeah. How he's
What a ring in, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic.
It was hard enough just to make the qualifying, let alone top four.
Yeah, and
for nobody.
And it's not as if he's had easy matches.
No.
Playing Ethan Daniels. It's not a sure game. Yeah, sorry about the commentary on these games on those, but it's pretty hard to see just as it is for you guys. But I can't tell where the points are at apart from asking. But we had an update a minute ago, which was Estelle's at 396, so he'd be 400 plus now, and Matt was at 360, so there's every chance he's at 400. But Matt has no lives in reserve, and Estelle's got one in the bank. back to Pokemon Go. It's a game I've never been drawn to. Pokemon.
Oh, it was when it came out. It was just bloody mental around here.
Everyone was out there chasing.
Everyone was
Yes.
out there. It was crazy.
Well, where I live in Melbourne was a hot spot. There was sort of triangulate between, and the park behind us was the off-the-lead dog park, a big park that runs along the river right behind where we live. And that was full of, and you'd see parents out with their kids, in the evening after school. It was quite positive like that. And then just as quickly as it came, it went.
Yeah,
just sort of,
that's right.
Bang, it was gone. Oh, I'm not disappointed. I'm not disagreeing with Pokemon Go. I saw people doing it. I remember once going down the park and these kids walking out and said, "Oh, someone just caught a Pikachu up there." And really, that's the only name of a Pokemon I knew. So I just said it and they said, "No, I'm only teasing." But yeah, they would. And through the day, you'd have sort of tourists, if they were travelling, you'd sort of merge on the spot.
That's it. It was quite the craze for like a month solid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It just kind of
Sort of
panned out.
I still see people on trams or streetcars, so those are there trying to catch them and stuff. In Melbourne, trying to find them. And sometimes I'll see serious players with 2 phones. For some
Oh wow,
reason.
that's
I don't
intense.
know what that's about.
Yeah.
Fake Pokemon. I'm not sure what fake Pokemon is. But it's certainly a game that has had enough kind of, like from the Game Boy into other things, Pokemon Go, like the cards, of course, the Pokemon cards. It's not isolated to just video games. There's the cartoon and all that sort of stuff. It's certainly a really solid franchise. It's interesting, those sort of franchises like Angry Birds is the same. You've got a movie and shirts and little plushie dolls.
Yeah.
Pokemon's the same. Some just seem to translate in that very well. Of course, Donkey Kong's another one. Like Mario. He wasn't Mario then, but Donkey Kong. Into how many games? I don't know, on various consoles and stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a new one coming out actually. In a couple of months. It's very similar to the catching of the Pokemon Go app game, so we'll see how that goes.
Please don't compare Pokemon to Angry Birds. No, it wasn't in gameplay. I was talking about as a franchise. The popularity of those characters and stuff is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're on par, but they're certainly that's broader than just the game itself. Where there's some games that just don't expand in that way. They don't have the characters. They don't have the appeal. The game might be there, but like Tetris, I don't see plushie dolls of L shapes. I can't imagine there's a Tetris movie coming out soon where.
They have to get the ultimate Tetris to save the world.
Blocks going around hanging out together, but I could, just doesn't have that. But it's a game that. Hugely successful game, Tetris.
Oh, massively successful, especially.
So Matt Thatcher has lost his last life there, but he's got nothing. You think he's certainly given people a run for their money.
So that's Estelle in the finals with Alan.
Yeah. Ooh. Huge. See if Matt's happy to come over and have a chat in a minute. Feel free to stay here though. Neil? Oh, okay, yeah, that'd be good. But feel free to come back or whatever you like.
Yeah, for sure.
Have a break, whatever you want to do. So there we go. We've got a Alan Stahl versus Estelle. So I imagine there'll be a few fans of Alan. Keen to see what happens. Come on, Alan, you can beat in the final scores for Stella. Matt, I'll just get those final scores. Jimmy, what were the final scores?
Matt was on 418.
418 for Matt.
And Estelle was on 450 with an extra man.
450 for Estelle with an extra man. So about 32,000 point difference, and but also the extra life. Matt.
G'day.
What a game.
Thank you.
What a day.
Oh,
Yeah.
had a great time.
Yeah, he certainly had.
I feel sorry for Ethan. I apologise again.
Don't be silly. No, he that's what it is. You know, I think it's interesting, like to begrudge someone a world record or a victory is almost like shooting yourself in the foot, because you wouldn't want yourself, like if he was here and there were, you know, players above him like Robbie Lakeman or McCurdy, he wouldn't sort of think, oh, it wouldn't be fair for me to beat a player above my ability. You know, so why would you why would you? I mean, I can say imagine you wouldn't want it to happen, but to sort of feel you're cheated somehow is absurd. You know, I played better on the day, and it's
I'm just lucky to be able to play with people as good as Ethan and Estelle. They're fantastic, and I wanted to come here and I wanted to try and get in the top 8. So, you know, all things considered, I'm pretty happy.
So you got another match yet?
Do I?
You got to play off a third.
Oh, do I?
In about 10
I
minutes.
had no idea. Wow. That's a bit awkward.
Go to the bathroom, get a beer.
I think I've had enough beers. I think I've reached that threshold where too many beers.
Feel free to do whatever you want if you've got another match on. Don't feel like that's
I've got nothing better to do, mate. This is great.
Yeah, but early this morning I was saying I'm really curious about seeing how Matt Tecchio goes, because I keep saying this as a caveat in front of my statements, but I'm not a DK player, but what I've sort of seen from talking to players for the last month in preparation for this, or even longer than that through the year, but especially last month, when I watched you play, and Ethan was watching too, he was saying, yeah, this guy's really got skills, you know, like really impressive.
I don't know about that, but I appreciate the feedback.
You don't have to, like you do, like you can hear people cheering behind you, you know, whatever you were. I couldn't quite see the entanglements you were in.
I got myself into a bit of a mess, and I hit the jump button, and luck just went my way. Unfortunately, I wish you'd caught it on camera, because that is the arsiest thing I've ever done.
Well, I think, like everyone talks about, a bit of luck in this game goes a long way as well, and a bit of bad luck goes even further.
I think I've just had some good luck, and I've played pretty consistently, and I'm happy with my efforts. What more could you ask for?
Oh yeah, like you think as far as the community, I imagine no one knew you until yesterday.
Yeah.
So you come up from Melbourne, get yourself in the 16, and take up against Ethan Daniels.
Yeah.
You're just happy to be playing against him.
I was thrilled to be playing against Ethan.
So we're going head to head.
We're going head to head.
I thought since you lasted longer than I did. Okay, that sounds wrong, but
I'm happy to give it
then you should win the fucking thing. I was actually glad it was over, because I've been.
What did you score?
Johnny, come.
What'd you get?
I bet I'll jump in, but
I'll wait for
my score. I did 307,000 against Alan.
So that other voice is Johnny Bond.
That's a freebie.
Well,
well, that's what I was just. I mean, Johnny will come in when he can, but try and get it like it.
Oh well, I didn't realise we were doing another, one-on-one for third place. So that's exciting. Things are falling everywhere here.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get all the cameras set up.
Oh, it says first prize is a back rub from Miyamoto. I'm excited.
First prize is a back rub from
Miyamoto. I'm ready for a back rub.
That's first prize. You'll be third.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Who was going to give me a back rub?
I think Alan Style was there.
Oh no.
I think
Not
it's
Al.
a full body massage. You might want to lose now.
Say no more. But yeah, it was...
Oh yeah. Anyway, going back, first time into it, my first time to even try and get in, to be playing for third place, and you haven't had an easy run.
No, definitely going up against. Yeah. But look, I just played consistently, and like I said, I'm happy with the efforts I did.
Johnny Squeeze is
Come on.
If you want. Johnny
He's
Bonds.
the gentleman I will be playing, apparently. He'll be schooling me.
Third place. Yeah, I saw your last
I've never met you before. I actually came here yesterday. Like, who the fuck are you? I don't even know who you are.
I'm nobody.
I'm fucking real. You're the wild card. I really hope I almost want to beat you.
It's not going to happen, mate.
You've been playing, you're so consistent. You've been doing so well. You weren't here last year.
No, so this is the first time I've competed.
How did you get into the whole thing?
Well,
have you talked about this? Have you talked about the?
No, I might let you talk to.
Oh, okay. He's gonna jump out here. Jump behind.
Have a chat.
How did I get into it?
I'm really impressed.
I don't know. Well, when I was really young, my grandmother owned an arcade.
Just watch you feed them up with a question from that.
And what's my personal best? It's not very good. It's 566. I'm what you consider a consistent player. Not a good one. But
you've been killing it though.
My grandmother had a Donkey Kong machine at home when I was very, very young, and I never got to play the damn thing because she lived a little while away. So when I was older, when I was a kid, I was like, when I'm older, I want a Donkey Kong machine. And so in the last 6 months, I've been like, hey, I'm going to play Donkey Kong. I bought a tabletop, and I've been playing Donkey Kong on it, on and off, work, school, all that kind of stuff.
Tabletop, so there's like a two-player thing going on.
Sit down,
nice.
cocktail machine. And I played a couple of times. I'll come home from work, play it twice, maybe not play for a couple of days, come home, play another 10 games. Then they released it on the Switch, and I've been playing on the Switch. And it's pretty good. It's pretty much arcade perfect from what I can tell.
But we just need like a proper control because I was playing Switch earlier. Actually today, when I woke up, we're doing the caravan mode. You have 5 minutes to do as good as you can. But when I push up with a joystick, sometimes I go fucking left or right, and I'm stuck in the level.
I understand where you're coming from. I bought a stick to play it when I was in Japan, but it's an 8-way stick, so it's no good. So I play with the classic controller, and it's pretty good. And I really love Donkey Kong. I love how random it can be, and you saw that today with me getting this far. It can be. You could just have a really bad go. Like I've come home from work, I've sat down, I've played it, and I can't get a decent score.
No,
you come
see
back 5 hours later.
2, 3, 5, and you're number 9, so it's all luck, and I love that about Donkey Kong. It's always you against the machine and not you against the guy next to you. No, I was bummed out if Alan beat me. It was more like me. It's fucked up.
Is there another long one? No, look, Alan, I've watched Alan stream. And sometimes you can't watch Alan stream for long because the words that come out of his mouth are quite strong.
No, I don't mind that, but I'm just like,
pretty tough. Those first 50 years.
The bronze match is about to start. It's going to be Matt Tekio versus Johnny Bond. It's definitely back. Everything's fine. Please someone give me a thumbs up if it's all good, and I'll get this bronze match underway. Sun is back. Alright, let's do this. Find Johnny and get the bronze match cranking.
No legal systems is fucked up as ours. No, we're the same way. But yeah, we can get it. No
Do we lose Mike or something? About to, yeah, just having a break. We just want to test something though, so that way you can just give me some feedback on this. I'm just going to try and get George Riley just to see how clear this is, if you can just let me know. Jimmy, there's something that can't hit the mic. What is it, sir?
Exactly. Yeah. Karen, C-A-R-N, basically. We got our own.
I always do. This is the greatest. You guys are so good. I got all these things too that I gotta get.